Chapter 21 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 21. Ketling was so changed that he was barely able to make a low obeisance to the ladies. Then he stood motionless, with his hat at his breast, with his eyes closed, like a wonder-working image. Pan Michał embraced his sister on the way and approached Krysia. The maiden's face was as white as linen, so that the light down on her lips seemed darker than usual. Her breast rose and fell violently. But Pan Michał took her hand mildly and pressed it to his lips. Then his moustaches quivered for a time, as if he were collecting his thoughts. At last he spoke with great sadness, but with great calmness. "My gracious lady, or better, my beloved Krysia, hear me without alarm, for I am not some Scythian or Tartar or a wild beast, but a friend who, though not very happy himself, still desires your happiness. It has come out that you and Ketling love each other. Panna Basha in just anger threw it in my eyes. I do not deny that I rushed out of this house in a rage and flew to seek vengeance on Ketling. Whoso loses his all is more easily borne away by vengeance, and I, as God is dear to me, loved you terribly, and not merely as a man never married loves a maiden. For if I had been married, and the Lord God had given me an only son or a daughter, and had taken them afterward, I should not have mourned over them, I think, as I mourned over you." Here Pan Michał's voice failed for a moment, but he recovered quickly, and after his moustache had quivered a number of times, he continued, "Sorrow is sorrow, but there is no help. That Ketling fell in love with you is not a wonder. Who would not fall in love with you? And that you fell in love with him, that is my fate. There is no reason either to wonder at that, for what comparison is there between Ketling and me? In the field he will say himself that I am not the worse man, but that is another matter. The Lord God gave beauty to one, withheld it from the other, but rewarded him with reflection. So when the wind on the road blew around me, and my first rage had passed, conscience said straightway, 'Why punish them? Why shed the blood of a friend? They fell in love, that was God's will.' The oldest people say that against the heart the command of a hetman is nothing. It was the will of God that they fell in love, but that they did not betray is their honesty. If Ketling even had known of your promise to me, maybe I should have called to him, 'Quench,' but he did not know of it. What was his fault? Nothing. And your fault? Nothing. He wished to depart, you wished to go to God. My fate is to blame, my fate only, for the finger of God is to be seen now in this, that I remain in loneliness. But I have conquered myself, I have conquered." Pan Michał stopped again and began to breathe quickly, like a man who, after long diving in water, has come out to the air. Then he took Krysia's hand. "So to love," said he, "as to wish all for oneself, is not an exploit. The hearts are breaking in all three of us, thought I. Better let one suffer and give relief to the other two. Krysia, God give you happiness with Ketling. Amen. God give you, Krysia, happiness with Ketling. It pains me a little, but that is nothing. God give you, that is nothing. I have conquered myself." The soldier said, "That is nothing," but his teeth gritted and his breath began to hiss through them. From the other end of the room, the sobbing of Basha was heard. "Ketling, come here, brother," cried Volodyovski. Ketling approached, knelt down, opened his arms, and in silence, with the greatest respect and love, embraced Krisha's knees. But Pan Michał continued in a broken voice, "Press his head. He has had his suffering too, poor fellow. God bless you and him. You will not go to the cloister. I prefer that you should bless me rather than have reason to curse me. The Lord God is above me, though it is hard for me now." Basha, not able to endure longer, rushed out of the room, seeing which, Pan Michał turned to Makowiecki and his sister. "Go to the other chamber," said he, "and leave them. I too will go somewhere, for I will kneel down and commend myself to the Lord Jesus." And he went out. Halfway down the corridor, he met Basha at the staircase, on the very same place where, borne away by anger, she had divulged the secret of Krisha and Ketling. But this time Basha stood leaning against the wall, choking from sobs. At sight of this, Pan Michał was touched at his own fate. He had restrained himself up to that moment as best he was able, but then bonds of sorrow gave way, and tears burst from his eyes in a torrent. "Why do you weep?" cried he pitifully. Basha raised her head, thrusting like a child, now one and now the other fist into her eyes, choking and gulping at the air with open mouth, and answered with sobbing, "I am so sorry. Oh, for God's sake, oh, Jesus, Pan Michał is so honest, so worthy. Oh, for God's sake." Pan Michał seized her hands and began kissing them from gratitude. "God reward you, God reward you for your heart," said he. "Quiet, do not weep." But Basha sobbed the more, almost to choking. Every vein in her was quivering from sorrow. She began to gulp for air more and more quickly. At last, stamping from excitement, she cried so loudly that it was heard through the whole corridor, "Krisha is a fool! I would rather have one Pan Michał than 10 Ketlings. I love Pan Michał with all my strength. Better than auntie, better than uncle, better than Krisha." "For God's sake, Basha!" cried the knight, and wishing to restrain her emotion, he seized her in his embrace, and she nestled up to his breast with all her strength, so that he felt her heart throbbing like a wearied bird. Then he embraced her still more firmly, and they remained so. Silence followed. "Basha, do you wish me?" asked the little knight. "I do, I do, I do," answered Basha. At this answer transport seized him in turn. He pressed his lips to her rosy lips, and again they remained so. Meanwhile a carriage rattled up to the house, and Zagloba rushed into the ante-room, then to the dining-room, in which Pan Makowiecki was sitting with his wife. "There is no sign of Michał," cried he in one breath. "I looked everywhere. Pan Krzycki said that he saw him with Ketling. Surely they have fought." "Michał is here," answered Pani Makowiecki. "He brought Ketling and gave him Krisha." The pillar of salt into which Lot's wife was turned had surely a less astonished face than Zagloba at that moment. Silence continued for a while. Then the old noble rubbed his eyes and asked, "What?" "Krisha and Ketling are sitting in there together, and Michał has gone to pray," said Makowiecki. Zagloba entered the next room without a moment's hesitation, and though he knew of all, he was astonished a second time, seeing Ketling and Krisha sitting forehead to forehead. They sprang up, greatly confused, and had not a word to say, especially as the Makowieckis came in after Zagloba. "A lifetime would not suffice to thank Michał," said Ketling at last. "Our happiness is his work." "God give you happiness," said Makowiecki. "We will not oppose Michał." Krisha dropped into the embraces of Pani Makowiecki, and the two began to cry. Zagloba was as if stunned. Ketling bowed to Makowiecki's knees as to those of a father, and either from the onrush of thoughts or from confusion, Makowiecki said, "But Pan Dejma killed Pan Ubish. Thank Michał, not me." After a while he asked, "Wife, what was the name of that lady?" But she had no time for an answer, for at that moment Basha rushed in, panting more than usual, more rosy than usual, with her forelock falling down over her eyes more than usual. She ran up to Ketling and Krisha, and thrusting her finger now into the eye of one and now into the eye of the other, said, "Oh, sigh, love, marry! You think that Pan Michał will be alone in the world? Not a bit of it. I shall be with him, for I love him, and I have told him so. I was the first to tell him, and he asked if I wanted him, and I told him that I would rather have him than 10 others, for I love him, and I'll be the best wife, and I will never leave him. I'll go to the war with him. I've loved him this long time, though I did not tell him, for he is the best and the worthiest, the beloved. And now marry for yourselves, and I will take Pan Michał, tomorrow if need be, for—" Here breath failed Basha. All looked at her, not understanding whether she had gone mad or was telling the truth. Then they looked at one another, and with that Pan Michał appeared in the door behind Basha. "Michał," asked Makowiecki, when presence of mind had restored his voice to him, "is what we hear true?" "God has wrought a miracle," answered the little knight with great seriousness, "and here is my comfort, my love, my greatest treasure." After these words Basha sprang to him again like a deer. Now the mask of astonishment fell from Zagloba's face, and his white beard began to quiver. He opened his arms widely and said, "God knows I shall sob. Hajduk and Michał, come hither." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 22. He loved her immensely, and she loved him in the same way. They were happy together, but had no children, though it was the 4th year of their marriage. Their lands were managed with great diligence. Pan Michał bought with his own and Basha's money a number of villages near Kamieniec. For these he paid a small price, since timid people in terror of Turkish invasion were glad to sell land in those regions. On his estates he introduced order and military discipline. He took the restless population in hand, rebuilt burned villages, established fortalices, that is, fortified houses, in which he placed temporary garrisons. In one word, as formerly he had defended the country with success, so now he worked his lands with good profit, never letting the sword out of his hand. The glory of his name was the best defence of his property. With some of the Mercians he poured water on his sword and concluded brotherhood. Others he subdued. Bands of disorderly Cossacks, scattered detachments of the horde, robbers from the steppes, highwaymen from the plains of Bessarabia, trembled at thought of the little falcon. Therefore his herds of horses and flocks of sheep, his buffaloes and camels, lived without danger on the steppes. The enemy even respected his neighbours. His substance increased through the aid of his active wife. He was surrounded by the honour and affection of people. His native land had adorned him with office. The hetman loved him. The Pasha of Khotin clicked with his tongue in wonder at him. In the distant Crimea, in Bakhchisarai, his name was repeated with honour. His land, war, and love were the three elements of his life. The hot summer of 1671 found Pan Michał in Sokół, in Basia's paternal villages. That Sokół was the pearl of their estates. They entertained there ceremoniously and merrily Pan Zagłoba, who, disregarding the toils of a journey unusual at his age, came to visit them, fulfilling his solemn promise given at their wedding. But the noisy feasts and the joy of the hosts at seeing a dear guest was soon interrupted by an order from the hetman directing Pan Michał to take command at Chrzebczów, to watch the Moldavian boundary, to listen to voices from the side of the desert, protect the place, intercept Tartar parties, and clear the region of robbers. The little knight, as a soldier ever willing in the service of the Commonwealth, gave orders at once to his servants to drive the herds from the meadows, lade the camels, and be ready themselves in arms. Still, his heart was rent at thought of parting with his wife, for he loved her with the love of a husband and a father, and was hardly able to breathe without her. But he had no wish to take her to the wild and lonely deserts of Ushitsa, and expose her to various perils. She, however, insisted on going with him. "Think," said she, "whether it will be more dangerous for me to stay here than to live with you under the protection of troops. I do not wish another roof than your tent, since I married you to share fatigue, toil, and danger with you. Here alarm would gnaw me to death, but there, with such a soldier, I shall feel safer than the Queen in Warsaw. Should it be needful to take the field with you, I shall take it. If you go alone, I shall not know sleep in this place. I shall not put food to my mouth, and finally I shall not hold out, but fly as I am to Chrzebczów, and if you will not let me in, I will spend the night at the gate, and beg and cry till you take pity." Pan Michał, seeing such affection, seized his wife by the arms, and began to cover her rosy face with kisses, and she gave like for like. "I should not hesitate," said he at last, "were it a question of standing on guard simply and attacking detachments of the horde. Really, there will be men enough, because one of the squadrons of the Starosta of Podole will go with me, and one of the Chamberlain's squadrons. Besides these, Motovidło will come with Cossacks and the dragoons of Linkhaus. There will be about 600 soldiers, and with camp followers up to 1,000. But I fear this, which the braggarts at the Diet in Warsaw will not believe, but which we on the borders expect every hour, namely, a great war with the whole power of Turkey. This Pan Myśliszewski has confirmed, and the Pasha of Khotin repeats it every day. The hetman believes that the Sultan will not leave Doroshenko without succour, but will declare war against the Commonwealth. And then, what should I do with you, my dearest flower, my reward from God's hand? What happens to you will happen to me. I wish no other fate than the fate which comes to you." Here Zagłoba broke his silence, and turning to Basha said, "If the Turks capture you, whether you wish it or not, your fate will be different from Michał's. Ha! After the Cossacks, the Swedes, the Northerners, and the Brandenburg kennel, the Turk! I said to Olszewski, the Vice-Chancellor, 'Do not bring Doroshenko to despair, for only from necessity did he turn to the Turk.' Well, and what? They would not listen to me. They sent Hanienko against Doroshenko, and now Doroshenko, willing or unwilling, must crawl into the throat of the Turk, and besides, lead him against us. You remember, Michał, that I forewarned Olszewski in your presence." "You must have forewarned him some other time, for I do not remember that it was in my presence," said the little knight. "But what you say of Doroshenko is holy truth, for the hetman holds the same views. They say even that he has letters from Doroshenko written in that sense precisely. But as matters are, so they are. It is enough that it is too late now to negotiate. You have quick wit, however, and I should like to hear your opinion." Am I to take Basha to Chrepchuv, or is it better to leave her here? I must add, too, that the place is a terrible desert. It was always a wretched spot, but during 20 years so many Cossack parties and so many chambuls have passed through it, that I know not whether I shall find 2 beams fastened together. There is a world of ravines there, grown over with thickets, hiding places, deep caves, and every kind of secret den in which robbers hide themselves by hundreds, not to mention those who come from Wallachia. Robbers, in view of such a force, are a trifle, said Zagloba. Chambuls too are a trifle, for if strong ones march up, there will be a noise about them, and if they are small, you will rub them out. Well now, cried Basha, is not the whole matter a trifle? Robbers are a trifle, chambuls are a trifle. With such a force, Michał will defend me from all the power of the Crimea. Do not interrupt me in deliberation, said Zagloba. If you do, I'll decide against you. Basha put both palms on her mouth quickly, and dropped her head on her shoulder, feigning to fear Zagloba terribly, and though he knew that the dear woman was jesting, still her action pleased him. Therefore he put his old hand on her bright head and said, Have no fear, I will comfort you in this matter. Basha kissed his hand straightway, for in truth much depended on his advice, which was so infallible that no one was ever led astray by it. He thrust both hands behind his belt, and glancing quickly with his seeing eye now on one, now on the other, said suddenly, But there is no posterity here, none at all. How is that? Here he thrust out his under lip. The will of God, nothing more, said Pan Michał, dropping his eyes. The will of God, nothing more, said Basha, dropping her eyes. And do you wish for posterity? To this the little knight answered, I will tell you sincerely, I do not know what I would give for children, but sometimes I think the wish vain. As it is, the Lord Jesus has sent happiness, giving me this kitten, or as you call her, this haiduk, and besides has blessed me with fame and with substance. I do not dare to trouble him for greater blessings. You see, it has come to my head more than once that if all people had their wishes accomplished, there would be no difference between this earthly commonwealth and the heavenly one, which alone can give perfect happiness. So I think to myself that if I do not wait here for 1 or 2 sons, they will not miss me up there, and will serve and win glory in the old fashion under the heavenly hetman, the holy Archangel Michał, in expeditions against the foulness of hell, and will attain to high office. Here, moved at his own words, and at that thought, the pious Christian knight raised his eyes to heaven. But Zagloba listened to him with indifference, and did not cease to mutter sternly. At last he said, See that you do not blaspheme. Your boast that you divine the intentions of Providence so well may be a sin for which you will hop around as peas do on a hot pan. The Lord God has a wider sleeve than the Bishop of Krakow, but he does not like to have anyone look in to see what he has prepared there for small people. And he does what he likes, but do you see to that which concerns you, and if you wish for posterity, keep your wife with you instead of leaving her. When Basha heard this, she sprang with delight to the middle of the room, and clapping her hands began to repeat, Well now, we'll keep together. I guessed at once that your grace would come to my side. I guessed it at once. We'll go to Chrepchuv, Michał. Even once you'll take me against the Tartars. One little time, my dear, my golden. There she is for you. Now she wants to go to an attack, cried the little knight. For with you I should not fear the whole horde. Silentium, said Zagloba, turning his delighted eyes, or rather his delighted eye, on Basha, whom he loved immensely. I hope too that Chrepchuv, which, by the way, is not so far from here, is not the last stanitsa before the wilderness. No, there will be commands farther on, in Mohilov and Yampol, and the last is to be in Rashkov, answered Pan Michał. In Rashkov? We know Rashkov. It was from that place that we brought Helena, Pan Yan's wife. And you remember that ravine in Valadinka, Michał? You remember how I cut down that monster or devil Cheremis who was guarding her. But since the last garrison will be in Rashkov, if the Crimea moves, or the whole Turkish power, they will know quickly in Rashkov, and will give timely notice to Hrebshov. There is no great danger then, for the place cannot be surprised. I say this seriously, and you know, besides, that I would rather lay down my old head than expose her to any risk. Take her. It will be better for you both. But Basha must promise that in case of a great war she will let herself be taken even to Warsaw, for there would be terrible campaigns and fierce battles, besieging of camps, perhaps hunger as at Zbaraj. In such straits it is hard for a man to save his life, but what could a woman do? I should be glad to fall at Michał's side, said Basha, but still I have reason, and know that when a thing is not possible, it is not possible. Finally, it is Michał's will and not mine. This year he went on an expedition under Pan Sobieski. Did I insist on going with him? No. Well, if I am not prevented now from going to Hrebshov with Michał, in case the great war comes, send me wherever you like. His Grace Pan Zagloba will take you to Podlasie to Pan Yan's wife, said the little knight. There indeed the Turk will not reach you. Pan Zagloba, answered the old noble, mocking him. Am I a captain of home guards? Do not entrust your wives to Pan Zagloba, thinking that he is old, for he may turn out altogether different. Secondly, do you think that in case of war with the Turk, I shall go behind the stove in Podlasie and watch the roast meat lest it burn? I may be good for something else. I mount my horse from a bench, I confess, but when once in the saddle, I will gallop on the enemy as well as any young man. Neither sand nor sawdust is sprinkling out at me yet, glory be to God. I shall not go on a raid against Tartars, nor watch in the wilderness, for I am not a scout. But in a general attack, keep near me if you can, and you will see splendid things. Do you wish to take the field again? Do you not think that I wish to seal a famous life with a glorious death after so many years of service? And what better could happen to me? Did you know Pan Sienkiewicz? He, it is true, did not seem more than 140 years old, but he was 142 and was still in service. He was not so old. He was. May I never move from this bench if he wasn't. I am going to a great war, and that's the end of it. But now I am going with you to Hrebshov, for I love Basha. Basha sprang up with radiant face and began to hug Zagloba, and he raised his head higher and higher, repeating, "Tighter, tighter." Pan Michał pondered over everything for a time yet, and said at last, "It is impossible for us all to go together, since the place is a pure wilderness, and we should not find a bit of roof over our heads. I will go first, choose a place for a square, build a good enclosure with houses for the soldiers, and sheds for the officers' horses, which, being of finer stock, might suffer from change of climate. I will dig wells, open the roads, and clear the ravines from robber ruffians. That done, I'll send you a proper escort, and you will come. You will wait perhaps 3 weeks here." Basha wished to protest, but Zagloba, seeing the justice of Pan Michał's words, said, "What is wise. Basha, we will stay here together and keep house, and our affair will not be a bad one. We must also make ready good supplies in some fashion, for, of course, you do not know that meads and wines never keep so well as in caves." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 23. Wołodyjowski kept his word. In 3 weeks he finished the buildings and sent a notable escort, 100 Lithuanian Tartars from the squadron of Pan Dansk-Goronsky, and 100 of Linkhouse's dragoons, who were led by Pan Snitko, of the escutcheon Hidden Moon. The Tartars were led by Captain Azia Melechowicz, who was descended from Lithuanian Tartars, a very young man, for he had barely reached 20 in some years. He brought a letter which the little knight had written as follows to his wife. Baska, beloved of my heart, you may come now, for without you it is as if without bread, and if I do not wither away before you are here, I shall kiss your rosy face off. I am not stingy in sending men and experienced officers, but give priority in all to Pan Snitko, and admit him to our society, for he is bene natus, well born, an inheritor of land, and an officer. As to Melechowicz, he is a good soldier, but God knows who he is. He could not become an officer in any squadron but the Tartar, for it would be easier elsewhere for any man to fling low birth at him. I embrace you with all my strength. I kiss your hands and feet. I have built a fortalice with 100 circular openings. We have immense chimneys. For you and me there are several rooms in a house apart. There is an odour of rosin everywhere, and such legions of crickets that when they begin to chirp in the evening the dogs start up from sleep. If we had a little pea straw, they might be got rid of quickly. Perhaps you will have some placed in the wagons. There was no glass to be had, so we put membrane in the windows, but Pan Białogłowski has a glazier in his command among the dragoons. You can get glass in Kamieniec from the Armenians, but for God's sake let it be handled with care to avoid breaking. I have had your room fitted with rugs, and it has a respectable look. I have had the robbers whom we caught in the ravines hanged, 19 of them, and before you come the number will reach 60. Pan Snitko will tell you how we live. I commend you to God and the Most Holy Lady, my dear soul. Basha, after reading the letter, gave it to Zagloba, who, when he had glanced over it, began at once to show more consideration to Pan Snitko, not so great, however, that the other should not feel that he was speaking to a most renowned warrior and a great personage, who admitted him to confidence only through kindness. Moreover, Pan Snitko was a good-natured soldier, joyous and most accurate in service, for his life had passed in the ranks. He honoured Wołodyjowski greatly, and in view of Zagloba's fame, he felt small, and had no thought of exalting himself. Melechowicz was not present at the reading of the letter, for when he had delivered it, he went out at once, as if to look after his men, but really from fear that they might command him to go to the servants' quarters. Zagloba, however, had time to examine him, and having the words of Pan Michał fresh in his head, he said to Snitko, "We are glad to see you. I pray you, Pan Snitko, I know the escutcheon Hidden Moon, a worthy escutcheon, but this Tartar, what is his name?" "Melechowicz." "But this Melechowicz looks somehow like a wolf. Michał writes that he is a man of uncertain origin, which is a wonder, for all our Tartars are nobles, though Mohammedans. In Lithuania I saw whole villages inhabited by them. There people call them Lipki, but those here are known as Cheremis. They have long served the Commonwealth faithfully in return for their bread, but during the time of the peasant incursion, many of them went over to Khmelnytski, and now I hear that they are beginning to communicate with the horde. That Melechowicz looks like a wolf. Has Pan Wołodyjowski known him long?" "Since the last expedition," said Pan Snitko, putting his feet under the table. "When we were acting with Pan Sobieski against Doroshenko and the horde, they went through the Ukraine." "Since the last expedition. I could not take part in that, for Sobieski confided other functions to me, though later on he was lonely without me. But your escutcheon is the hidden moon. From what place is Melehovich? He says that he is a Lithuanian Tartar, but it is a wonder to me that none of the Lithuanian Tartars knew him before, though he serves in their squadron. From this come stories of his uncertain origin, which his lofty manners have not been able to prevent. But he is a good soldier, though sullen. At Bratslav and Kalnik he rendered great service, for which the hetman made him captain, though he was the youngest man in the squadron. The Tartars love him greatly, but he has no consideration among us. And why? Because he is very sullen and, as you say, has the look of a wolf. If he is a great soldier and has shed blood, said Basha, it is proper to admit him to our society, which my husband in his letter does not forbid. Here she turned to Pan Snitko. Does your grace permit it? I am the servant of my benefactress, said Snitko. Basha vanished through the door, and Zagloba, drawing a deep breath, asked Pan Snitko, Well, and how does the colonel's wife please you? The old soldier, instead of an answer, put his fists to his eyes, and bending in the chair repeated, Aye, aye, aye. Then he stared, covered his mouth with his broad palm, and was silent, as if ashamed of his own enthusiasm. Sweet Cakes, isn't she? Asked Zagloba. Meanwhile, Sweet Cakes appeared in the door, conducting Melehovich, who was as frightened as a wild bird, and saying to him, From my husband's letter and from Pan Snitko we have heard so much of your manful deeds that we are glad to know you more intimately. We ask you to our society, and the table will be laid presently. I pray you to come nearer, said Zagloba. The sullen but handsome face of the young Tartar did not brighten altogether, but it was evident that he was thankful for the good reception, and because he was not commanded to remain in the servants' quarters. Basha endeavoured of purpose to be kind to him, for with a woman's heart she guessed easily that he was suspicious and proud, that the chagrin which beyond doubt he had to bear often by reason of his uncertain descent pained him acutely. Not making therefore between him and Snitko any difference save that enjoined by Snitko's riper age, she inquired of the young captain touching those services owing to which he had received promotion at Kalnik. Zagloba, divining Basha's wish, spoke to him also frequently enough, and he, though at first rather distant in bearing, gave fitting answers, and his manners not only did not betray a vulgar man, but were even astonishing through a certain courtliness. That cannot be peasant blood, for not such would the spirit be, thought Zagloba to himself. Then he inquired aloud, In what parts does your father live? In Lithuania, replied Melehovich, blushing. Lithuania is a large country. That is the same as if you had said in the Commonwealth. It is not in the Commonwealth now, for those regions have fallen away. My father has an estate near Smolensk. I had considerable possessions there too, which came to me from childless relatives, but I chose to leave them and side with the Commonwealth. I act in the same way, said Melehovich. You act honourably, put in Basha. But Snitko, listening to the conversation, shrugged his shoulders slightly as if to say, God knows who you are and whence you came. Zagloba, noticing this, turned again to Melehovich. Do you confess Christ, or do you live, and I speak without offence, live in vileness? I have received the Christian faith, for which reason I had to leave my father. If you have left him for that reason, the Lord God will not leave you, and the first proof of his kindness is that you can drink wine, which you could not do if you had remained in error. Snitko smiled, but questions touching his person and descent were clearly not to the taste of Melehovich, for he grew reserved again. Zagloba, however, paid little attention to this, especially since the young Tartar did not please him much, for at times he reminded him, not by his face, it is true, but by his movements and glance, of Bohun, the famed Cossack leader. Meanwhile dinner was served. The rest of the day was occupied in final preparations for the road. They started at daybreak, or rather when it was still night, so as to arrive at Chrepchuv in one day. Nearly 20 wagons were collected, for Basha had determined to supply the larders of Chrepchuv bountifully, and behind the wagons followed camels and horses heavily laden, bending under the weight of meal and dried meat. Behind the caravan moved a number of tens of oxen of the steppe and a flock of sheep. The march was opened by Melehovich with his Tartars. The dragoons rode near a covered carriage in which sat Basha with Pan Zagloba. She wished greatly to ride a trained palfrey, but the old noble begged her not to do so, at least during the beginning and end of the journey. "If you were to sit quietly," said he, "I should not object, but you would begin right away to make your horse prance and show himself, and that is not proper to the dignity of the commander's wife." Basha was happy and joyous as a bird. From the time of her marriage she had two great desires in life. One was to give Michał a son, the other to live with the little knight, even for 1 year, at some stanitsa near the wilderness, and there, on the edge of the desert, to lead a soldier's life, to pass through war and adventures, to take part in expeditions, to see with her own eyes those steppes, to pass through those dangers of which she had heard so much from her youngest years. She dreamed of this when still a girl, and behold, those dreams were now to become reality, and, moreover, at the side of a man whom she loved and who was the most famous partisan in the Commonwealth, of whom it was said that he could dig an enemy from under the earth. Hence the young woman felt wings on her shoulders, and such a great joy in her breast that at moments the desire seized her to shout and jump. But the thought of decorum restrained her, for she had promised herself to be dignified and to win intense love from the soldiers. She confided these thoughts to Zagloba, who smiled approvingly and said, "You will be an eye in his head and a great wonder, that is certain. A woman in a stanitsa is a marvel. And in need I will give them an example." "Of what?" "Of daring. I fear only one thing, that beyond Chrepchuv there will be other commands in Mohilov and Rashkov, on to Yampol, and that we shall not see Tartars even for medicine. And I fear only this, of course not for myself but for you, that we shall see them too often. Do you think that the Chambuls are bound strictly to come through Rashkov and Mohilov? They can come directly from the east, from the steppes, or by the Moldavian side of the Dniester, and enter the boundaries of the Commonwealth wherever they wish, even in the hills beyond Chrepchuv, unless it is reported widely that I am living in Chrepchuv. Then they will keep aside, for they know me of old. But don't they know Michał, or won't they avoid him? They will avoid him unless they come with great power, which may happen, but he will go to look for them himself." "I am sure of that. But is it a real desert in Chrepchuv? The place is not so far away." "It could not be more real. That region was never thickly settled, even in time of my youth. I went from farm to farm, from village to village, from town to town. I knew everything, was everywhere. I remember when Ushitsa was what is called a fortified town. Pan Koniecpolski, the father, made me starosta there. But after that came the invasion of the ruffians, and all went to ruin. When we went there for Princess Helena, it was a desert, and after that Chambuls passed through it 20 times. Pan Sobieski has snatched it again from the Cossacks and the Tartars as a morsel from the mouth of a dog. There are only a few people there now, but robbers are living in the ravines." Here Zagloba began to look at the neighbourhood and nod his head, remembering old times. "My God," said he, "when we were going for Helena, it seemed to me that old age was behind my girdle, and now I think that I was young then, for nearly 24 years have passed. Michal was a milksop at that time, and had not many more hairs on his lip than I have on my fist, and this region stands in my memory as if the time were yesterday. Only these groves and pine woods have grown in places deserted by tillers of the land. In fact, just beyond Kitaigrod, they entered dense pine woods with which at that time the region was covered for the greater part. Here and there, however, especially around Studienica, were open fields, and then they saw the Dniester and a country stretching forward from that side of the river to the heights, touching the horizon on the Moldavian side. Deep ravines, the abodes of wild beasts and wild men, intercepted their road. These ravines were at times narrow and precipitous, at times wider, with sides gently sloping and covered with thick brush. Melechovich's Tartars sank into them carefully, and when the rear of the convoy was on the lofty brink, the van was already, as it were, under the earth. It came frequently to Basha and Zagloba to leave the carriage, for though Pan Michał had cleared the road in some sort, these passages were dangerous. At the bottom of the ravines springs were flowing, or swift rivulets were rushing, which in spring were swollen with water from the snow of the steppes. Though the sun still warmed the pine woods and steppes powerfully, a harsh cold was hidden in those stone gorges, and seized travellers on a sudden. Pine trees covered the rocky sides and towered on the banks, gloomy and dark, as if desiring to screen that sunken interior from the golden rays of the sun. But in places the edges were broken, trees thrown in wild disorder upon one another, branches twisted and broken into heaps, entirely dried or covered with red leaves and spines. "What has happened to this forest?" asked Basha of Zagloba. "In places there may be old fellings made by the former inhabitants against the horde, or by the ruffians against our troops. Again, in places the Moldavian whirlwinds rush through the woods. In these whirlwinds, as old people say, vampires or real devils fight battles." "But has your grace ever seen devils fighting?" "As to seeing, I have not seen them, but I have heard how devils cry to each other for amusement. Ooh-ha! Ooh-ha! Ask Michał, he has heard them." Basha, though daring, feared evil spirits somewhat, therefore she began to make the sign of the cross at once. "A terrible place," said she. And really in some ravines it was terrible, for it was not only dark but forbidding. The wind was not blowing, the leaves and branches of trees made no rustle. There was heard only the tramp and snorting of horses, the squeak of wagons, and cries uttered by drivers in the most dangerous places. At times, too, the Tartars or dragoons began to sing, but the desert itself was not enlivened with one sound of man or beast. If the ravines made a gloomy impression, the upper country, even where the pine woods extended, was unfolded joyously before the eyes of the caravan. The weather was autumnal, calm. The sun moved along the plain of heaven, unspotted by a cloud, pouring bountiful rays on the rocks, on the fields, and the forest. In that gleam the pine trees seemed ruddy and golden, and the spider webs attached to the branches of trees, to the reeds and the grass, shone brightly, as if they were woven from sunbeams. October had come to the middle of its days. Therefore, many birds, especially those sensitive to cold, had begun to pass from the Commonwealth to the Black Sea. In the heavens were to be seen rows of storks flying with piercing cries, geese and flocks of teal. Here and there floated high in the blue on outspread wings eagles, terrible to inhabitants of the air. Here and there falcons, eager for prey, were describing circles slowly. But there were not lacking, especially in the open fields, those birds also which keep to the earth, and hide gladly in tall grass. Every little while flocks of rust-coloured partridges flew noisily from under the steeds of the Tartars. A number of times also Basha saw, though from a distance, bustards standing on watch, at sight of which her cheeks flushed and her eyes began to glitter. "I will go coursing with Michal," cried she, clapping her hands. "If your husband were a sitter at home," said Zagloba, "his beard would be grey soon from such a wife. But I knew to whom I gave you. Another woman would be thankful at least, wouldn't she?" Basha kissed Zagloba straightway on both cheeks, so that he was moved, and said, "Loving hearts are as dear to a man in old age as a warm place behind the stove." Then he was thoughtful for a while, and added, "It is a wonder how I have loved the fair sex all my life, and if I had to say why, I know not myself, for often they are bad and deceitful and giddy. But because they are as helpless as children, if an injustice strikes one of them, a man's heart pipes from pity. Embrace me again, or not." Basha would have been glad to embrace the whole world, therefore she satisfied Zagloba's wish at once, and they drove on in excellent humour. They went slowly, for the oxen, going behind, could not travel faster, and it was dangerous to leave them in the midst of those forests with a small number of men. As they drew near Ushitsa, the country became more uneven, the desert more lonely, and the ravines deeper. Every little while something was injured in the wagons, and sometimes the horses were stubborn. Considerable delays took place through this cause. The old road, which led once to Mohilov, was grown over with forests during 20 years, so that traces of it could barely be seen here and there. Consequently, they had to keep to the trails beaten by earlier and later passages of troops, hence frequently misleading and also very difficult. The journey did not pass either without accident. On the slope of a ravine the horse stumbled under Melichovich, riding at the head of the Tartars, and fell to the stony bottom, not without injury to the rider, who cut the crown of his head so severely that consciousness left him for a time. Basha and Zagloba mounted led palfreys, and Basha gave command to put the Tartar in the carriage and drive carefully. Afterward she stopped the march at every spring, and with her own hands bound his head with cloths wet with cold spring water. He lay for a time with closed eyes, but opened them at last, and when Basha bent over him and asked how he felt, instead of an answer he seized her hand and pressed it to his white lips. Only after a pause, as if collecting his thoughts and presence of mind, did he say in Russian, "Oh, I am well, as I have not been for a long time." The whole day passed in a march of this kind. The sun, growing red at last and seeming immense, was descending on the Moldavian side. The Dnieper was gleaming like a fiery ribbon, and from the east, from the wilderness, darkness was moving on slowly. Chrepchov was not far away, but it was necessary to give rest to the horses, therefore they stopped for a considerable halt. This and that dragoon began to chant prayers. The Tartars dismounted, spread sheepskins on the ground, and fell to praying on their knees, with faces turned eastward. At times, "Allah, Allah," sounded through all the ranks. Then again they were quiet. Holding their palms turned upward near their faces, they continued in attentive prayer, repeating only from time to time, drowsily and as if with a sigh, "Lohichmen, ah, Lohichmen." The rays of the sun fell on them redder and redder. A breeze came from the west, and with it a great rustling in the trees, as if they wished to honour before night him who brings out on the dark heavens thousands of glittering stars. Basha looked with great curiosity at the praying of the Tartars, but at the thought that so many good men, after lives full of toil, would go straightway after death to hell's fire, her heart was oppressed, especially since they, though they met people daily who professed the true faith, remained of their own will in hardness of heart. Zagloba, more accustomed to those things, only shrugged his shoulders at the pious considerations of Basha and said, "These sons of goats are not admitted to heaven, lest they might take with them vile insects." Then, with the assistance of his attendant, he put on a coat lined with hanging threads, an excellent defence against evening cold, and gave command to move on. But barely had the march begun, when on the opposite heights 5 horsemen appeared. The Tartars opened ranks at once. "Mihau!" cried Basha, seeing the man riding in front. It was indeed Volodyovski, who had come out with a few horsemen to meet his wife. Springing forward, they greeted each other with great joy, and then began to tell what had happened to each. Basha related how the journey had passed, and how Pan Melechowicz had sprained his reason against a stone. The little knight made a report of his activity in Chrepchuv, in which, as he stated, everything was ready and waiting to receive her, for 500 axes had been working for 3 weeks on buildings. During this conversation, Pan Michał bent from the saddle every little while and seized his young wife in his arms. She, it was clear, was not very angry at that, for she rode at his side there so closely that the horses were nearly rubbing against each other. The end of the journey was not distant. Meanwhile a beautiful night came down, illuminated by a great golden moon. But the moon grew paler as it rose from the steppes to the sky, and at last its shining was darkened by a conflagration which blazed up brightly in front of the caravan. "What is that?" inquired Basha. "You will see," said Volodyovski, "as soon as you have passed that forest which divides us from Chrepchuv." "Is that Chrepchuv already?" "You would see it as a thing on your palm, but the trees hide it." They rode into a small forest, but they had not ridden halfway through it when a swarm of lights appeared on the other edge like a swarm of fireflies or glittering stars. Those stars began to approach with amazing rapidity, and suddenly the whole forest was quivering with shouts. "Vivat the lady! Vivat her great mightiness! Vivat our commandress! Vivat! Vivat!" These were soldiers who had hastened to greet Basha. Hundreds of them mingled in one moment with the Tartars. Each held on a long pole a burning taper, fixed in a split at the end of the pole. Some had iron candlesticks on pikes, from which burning rosin was falling in the form of long fiery tears. Basha was surrounded quickly with throngs of moustached faces, threatening, somewhat wild, but radiant with joy. The greater number of them had never seen Basha in their lives. Many expected to meet an imposing person, hence their delight was all the greater at sight of that lady, almost a child in appearance, who was riding on a white palfrey, and bent in thanks to every side her wonderful rosy face, small and joyous, but at the same time greatly excited by the unlooked-for reception. "I thank you, gentlemen," said she. "I know that this is not for me," but her silvery voice was lost in the vivats, and the forest was trembling from shouts. The officers from the squadron of the Starosta of Podole and the Chamberlain of Przemysl, Motovidlo's Cossacks and the Tartars mingled together. Each wished to see the lady commandress to approach her. Some of the most urgent kissed the edge of her skirt or her foot in the stirrup. For these half-wild partisans, inured to raids and man-hunting, to bloodshed and slaughter, that was a sight so unusual, so new, that in presence of it their hard hearts were moved, and some kind of feeling, new and unknown to them, was roused in their breasts. They came to meet her out of love for Pan Michał, wishing to give him pleasure, and perhaps to flatter him, and behold, sudden tenderness seizes them. That smiling, sweet, and innocent face, with gleaming eyes and distended nostrils, became dear to them in one moment. "That is our child," cried old Cossacks, real wolves of the steppe. "A cherub, Pan Commander." "She is a morning dawn, a dear flower," shouted the officers. "We will fall, one after another, for her," and the Tartars, clicking with their tongues, put their palms to their broad breasts and cried, "Allah! Allah!" Volodyovski was greatly touched, but glad. He put his hands on his hips and was proud of his Basha. Shouts were heard continually. At last the caravan came out of the forest, and before the eyes of the newly arrived appeared firm wooden buildings, erected in a circle on high ground. That was the stanitsa of Hrebczów, as clearly seen then as in daylight, for inside the stockade enormous piles were burning, on which whole logs had been thrown. The square was full of fires, but smaller, so as not to burn up the place. The soldiers quenched their torches, then each drew from his shoulder, one a musket, another a gun, a third a pistol, and thundered in greeting to the lady. Musicians came too in front of the stockade, the starosta's band with crooked horns, the Cossacks with trumpets, drums, and various stringed instruments, and at last the Tartars, preeminent for squeaking pipes. The barking of the garrison dogs and the bellowing of terrified cattle added still to the uproar. The convoy remained now in the rear, and in front rode Basha, having on one side her husband and on the other Zagloba. Over the gate, beautifully ornamented with birch boughs, stood black, on membranes of bladder smeared with tallow and lighted from the inside, the inscription, "May Cupid give you many happy moments. Dear guests, crescite multiplicamini." "Vivant Florient!" cried the soldiers when the little knight and Basha halted to read the inscription. "For God's sake," said Zagloba, "I am a guest too, but if that wish for multiplication concerns me, may the crows pluck me if I know what to do with it." But Pan Zagloba found a special transparency intended for himself, and with no small pleasure he read on it, "Long live our great mighty Onufri Zagloba, the highest ornament of the whole knighthood." Pan Michał was very joyful. The officers were invited to sup with him, and for the soldiers he gave command to roll out one and another keg of spirits. A number of bullocks fell also. These the men began at once to roast at the fires. They sufficed for all abundantly. Long into the night the stanitsa was thundering with shouts and musket shots, so that fear seized the bands of robbers hidden in the ravines of Ushitsa. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 24. Pan Michał was not idle in his stanitsa, and his men lived in perpetual toil. 100, sometimes a smaller number, remained as a garrison in Hrebczów. The rest were on expeditions continually. The more considerable detachments were sent to clear out the ravines of Ushitsa, and they lived, as it were, in endless warfare, for bands of robbers, frequently very numerous, offered powerful resistance, and more than once it was needful to fight with them regular battles. Such expeditions lasted days, and at times tens of days. Pan Michał sent smaller parties as far as Bratsław for news of the horde, and Doroshenko. The task of these parties was to bring in informants, and therefore to capture them on the steppes. Some went down the Dniester to Mohilov and Yampol to maintain connection with commandants in those places. Some watched on the Moldavian side, some built bridges and repaired the old road. The country in which such a considerable activity reigned became pacified gradually. Those of the inhabitants who were more peaceful and less enamoured of robbery returned by degrees to their deserted habitations, at first stealthily, then with more confidence. A few Jewish handicraftsmen came up to Chrzebów itself. Sometimes the more considerable Armenian merchant looked in. Shopkeepers visited the place more frequently. Wołodyjowski had therefore a not barren hope that if God and the hetman would permit him to remain a longer time in command, that country which had grown wild would assume another aspect. That work was merely the beginning. There was a world of things yet to be done. The roads were still dangerous. The demoralized people entered into friendship more readily with robbers than with troops, and for any cause hid themselves again in the rocky gorges. The fords of the Dnieper were often passed stealthily by bands made up of Wallachians, Cossacks, Hungarians, Tartars, and God knows what people. These sent raids through the country, attacking in Tartar fashion villages and towns, gathering up everything which let itself be gathered. For a time yet it was impossible to drop a sabre from the hand in those regions, or to hang a musket on a nail. Still a beginning was made, and the future promised to be favourable. It was necessary to keep the most sensitive ear toward the eastern side. From Doroshenko's forces and his allied Chambuls were detached at short intervals parties larger or smaller, and while attacking the Polish commands, they spread devastation and fire in the region about. But since these parties were independent, or at least seemed so, the little knight crushed them without fear of bringing a greater storm on the country, and without ceasing in his resistance, he sought them himself in the steppes so effectually that in time he made attack disgusting to the boldest. Meanwhile, Basia managed affairs in Chrzebów. She was delighted immensely with that soldier life which she had never seen before so closely, the movement, marches, returns of expeditions, the prisoners. She told the little knight that she must take part in one expedition at least, but for the time she was forced to be satisfied with this, that she sat on her pony occasionally and visited with her husband and Zagloba the environs of Chrzebów. On such expeditions she hunted foxes and bustards. Sometimes the fox stole out of the grass and shot along through the valleys. Then they chased him, but Basia kept in front to the best of her power, right after the dogs, so as to fall on the wearied beast first and thunder into his red eyes from her pistol. Pan Zagloba liked best to hunt with falcons, of which the officers had a number of pairs very well trained. Basia accompanied him too, but after Basia, Pan Michał sent secretly a number of tens of men to give aid in emergency, for though it was known always in Chrzebów what men were doing in the desert for 20 miles around, Pan Michał preferred to be cautious. The soldiers loved Basia more every day, for she took pains with their food and drink. She nursed the sick and wounded. Even the sullen Melechowicz, whose head pained him continually, and who had a harder and a wilder heart than others, grew bright at the sight of her. Old soldiers were in raptures over her knightly daring and close knowledge of military affairs. If the little falcon were gone, said they, she might take command, and it would not be grievous to fall under such a leader. At times it happened too that when some disorder arose in the service during Pan Michał's absence, Basia reprimanded the soldiers, and obedience to her was great. Old warriors were more grieved by reproval from her mouth than by punishment, which the veteran Pan Michał inflicted unsparingly for dereliction of duty. Great discipline reigned always in the command, for Wołodyjowski, reared in the school of Prince Yeremy, knew how to hold soldiers with an iron hand, and, moreover, the presence of Basia softened wild manners somewhat. Every man tried to please her, every man thought of her rest and comfort, hence they avoided whatever might annoy her. In the light squadron of Pan Nikolai Potocki there were many officers, experienced and polite, who, though they had grown rough in continual wars and adventures, still formed a pleasant company. These, with the officers from other squadrons, often spent an evening with the colonel, telling of events and wars in which they had taken part personally. Among these, Pan Zagloba held the first place. He was the oldest, had seen most, and done much. But when, after one and the second goblet, he was dozing in a comfortable stuffed chair, which was brought for him purposely, others began. And they had something to tell, for there were some who had visited Sweden and Moscow. There were some who had passed their years of youth at the Sage before the days of Khmelnytsky. There were some who, as captives, had herded sheep in the Crimea, who in slavery had dug wells in Bagchasarai, who had visited Asia Minor, who had rowed through the archipelago in Turkish galleys, who had beaten with their foreheads on the grave of Christ in Jerusalem, who had experienced every adventure and every mishap, and still had appeared again under the flag to defend to the end of their lives, to the last breath, those border regions steeped in blood. When in November the evenings became longer, and there was peace on the side of the broad steppe, for the grass had withered, they used to assemble in the colonel's house daily. Hither came Pan Motovidlo, the leader of the Cossacks, a Russian by blood, a man lean as pincers and tall as a lance, no longer young. He had not left the field for 20 years and more. Pan Dejme came too, the brother of that one who had killed Pan Ubish, and with them Pan Mushalski, a man formerly wealthy, but who, taken captive in early years, had rowed in a Turkish galley, and escaping from bondage had left his property to others, and with sabre in hand was avenging his wrongs on the race of Mohammed. He was an incomparable bowman, who, when he chose, pierced with an arrow a heron in its lofty flight. There came also the 2 partisans, Pan Vilga and Pan Yenyashinyets, great soldiers, and Pan Chromika, and Pan Bavdinovich, and many others. When these began to tell tales and to throw forth words quickly, the whole Oriental world was seen in their narratives. Bagchasarai and Stambul, the minarets and sanctuaries of the false prophet, the blue waters of the Bosphorus, the fountains and the palace of the Sultan, the swarms of men in the stone city, the troops, the Janissaries, the dervishes, and that whole terrible locust swarm, brilliant as a rainbow, against which the Commonwealth with bleeding breast was defending the Russian cross, and after it all the crosses and churches in Europe. The old soldiers sat in a circle in the broad room, like a flock of storks which, wearied with flying, had settled on some grave mound of the steppe, and were making themselves heard with great uproar. In the fireplace logs of pitch pine were burning, casting out sharp gleams through the whole room. Moldavian wine was heated at the fire by the order of Basha, and attendants dipped it with tin dippers and gave it to the knights. From outside the walls came the calls of the sentries. The crickets, of which Pan Michał had complained, were chirping in the room and whistling sometimes in the chinks stuffed with moss. The November wind, blowing from the north, grew more and more chilly. During such cold, it was most agreeable to sit in a comfortable, well-lighted room and listen to the adventures of the knights. On such an evening, Pan Mushalski spoke as follows. May the Most High have in his protection the whole sacred Commonwealth, us all, and among us especially her Grace, the lady here present, the worthy wife of our commander, on whose beauty our eyes are scarcely worthy to gaze. I have no wish to rival Pan Zagloba, whose adventures would have roused the greatest wonder in Dido herself and her charming attendants. But if you, gentlemen, will give time to hear my adventures, I will not delay, lest I offend the honourable company. In youth I inherited in the Ukraine a considerable estate near Tarashcha. I had 2 villages from my mother in a peaceable region near Jasło, but I chose to live in my father's place, since it was nearer the horde and more open to adventure. Knightly daring drew me toward the Seiche, but for us there was nothing there at that time. I went to the wilderness in company with restless spirits and experienced delight. It was pleasant for me on my lands. One thing alone pained me keenly. I had a bad neighbour. He was a mere peasant from Białocerków, who had been in his youth at the Seiche, where he rose to the office of Kuren Ataman, and was an envoy from the Cossacks to Warsaw, where he became a noble. His name was Didyuk, and you, gentlemen, must know that the Mushalskis derived their descent from a certain chief of the Samnites called Muska, which in our tongue means mucha, fly. That Muska, after fruitless attacks on the Romans, came to the court of Ziemowit, the son of Piast, who renamed him for greater convenience Muskalski, which later on his posterity changed to Mushalski. Feeling that I was of such noble blood, I looked with great abomination on that Didyuk. If the scoundrel had known how to respect the honour which met him, and to recognize the supreme perfection of the rank of noble above all others, perhaps I might have said nothing. But he, while holding lands like a noble, mocked at the dignity and said frequently, "Is my shadow taller now? I was a Cossack, and a Cossack I'll remain. But nobility, and all you devils of Poles, are that for me." I cannot in this place relate to you, gentlemen, what foul gesture he made, for the presence of her grace, the lady, will not in any way permit me to do so. But a wild rage seized me, and I began to persecute him. He was not afraid, he was a resolute man, and paid me with interest. I would have attacked him with a sabre, but I did not like to do so in view of his insignificant origin. I hated him as the plague, and he pursued me with venom. Once, on the square in Tarascha, he fired at me and came within 1 hair of killing me. In return, I opened his head with a hatchet. Twice I invaded his house with my servants, and twice he fell upon mine with his ruffians. He could not master me, neither could I overcome him. I wished to use law against him. Bah! What kind of law is there in the Ukraine, when ruins of towns are still smoking? Whoever can summon ruffians in the Ukraine may jeer at the Commonwealth. So did he do, blaspheming beside this common mother of ours, not remembering for a moment that she, by raising him to the rank of noble, had pressed him to her bosom, given him privileges in virtue of which he owned land, and that boundless liberty which he could not have had under any other rule. If we could have met in neighbour fashion, arguments would not have failed me. But we did not see each other except with a musket in one hand and a firebrand in the other. Hatred increased in me daily, until I had grown yellow. I was thinking always of one thing, how to seize him. I felt, however, that hatred was a sin, and I only wished, in return for his insults to nobility, to tear his skin with sticks, and then, forgiving him all his sins, as beseemed me, a true Christian, to give command to shoot him down simply. But the Lord God ordained otherwise. Beyond the village I had a nice bee farm, and went one day to look at it. The time was near evening. I was there barely the length of 10-hour farthers, when some clamour struck my ears. I looked around. Smoke like a cloud was over the village. In a moment men were rushing toward me. "The horde! The horde!" And right there behind the men a legion, I tell you. Arrows were flying as thickly as drops in a rain shower, and wherever I looked, sheepskin coats and the devilish snouts of the horde. I sprang to horse, but before I could touch the stirrup with my foot, 5 or 6 lariats were on me. I tore away, for I was strong then. Nec Hercules! 3 months afterward I found myself with another captive in a Crimean village beyond Bagchasarai. Salma Bey was the name of my master. He was a rich Tartar, but a sullen man and cruel to captives. We had to work under clubs, to dig wells and toil in the fields. I wished to ransom myself. I had the means to do so. Through a certain Armenian I wrote letters to Yaswo. I know not whether the letters were delivered, or the ransom intercepted. It is enough that nothing came. They took me to Tsargrad, and sold me to be a galley slave. There is much to tell of that city, for I know not whether there is a greater and a more beautiful one in the world. People are there as numerous as grass on the steppe, or as stones in the Dniester. Strong battlemented walls, tower after tower. Dogs wander through the city together with the people. The Turks do not harm them, because they feel their relationship, being dog brothers themselves. There are no other ranks with them but lords and slaves, and there is nothing more grievous than pagan captivity. God knows whether it is true, but I heard in the galleys that the waters in Tsargrad, such as the Bosphorus and the Golden Horn too, which enters the heart of the city, have come from tears shed by captives. Not a few of mine were shed there. Terrible is the Turkish power, and to no potentate are so many kings subject as to the Sultan. The Turks themselves say that, were it not for Lehistan, thus they name our mother, they would have been lords of the earth long ago. Behind the shoulders of the Pole, say they, the rest of the world live in injustice, for the Pole, say they, lies like a dog in front of the cross, and bites our hands. And they are right, for it is that way, and it will be that way, and we here in Khrepshuv, and the commands farther on in Mohilov, in Yampol, in Rashkov. What else are we doing? There is a world of wickedness in our Commonwealth, but still I think that God will account to us for this service some time, and perhaps men too will account to us. But now I will return to what happened to me. The captives who live on land, in towns and villages, groan in less suffering than those who row in galleys. For the galley slaves, when once riveted on the bench near the oars, are never unriveted, day or night or festival. They must live there in chains till they die, and if the vessel goes down in a battle, they must go with it. They are all naked, the cold freezes them, the rain wets them, hunger pinches them, and for that there is no help but tears and terrible toil. For the oars are so heavy and large that 2 men are needed at one of them. They brought me in the night and riveted my chains, having put me in front of some comrade in misery whom in the darkness I could not distinguish. When I heard that beating of the hammer and the sound of the fetters, dear God, it seemed to me that they were driving the nails of my coffin. I would have preferred even that. I prayed, but hope in my heart was as if the wind had blown it away. A Kavaji stifled my groans with blows. I sat there in silence all night till day began to break. I looked then on him who was to work the same oar with me. Oh, dear Jesus Christ! Can you guess who was in front of me, gentlemen? Didyuk. I knew him at once, though he was naked, had grown thin, and the beard had come down to his waist, for he had been sold long before to the galleys. I gazed on him, and he on me. He recognized me. We said not a word to each other. See what had come to us. Still there was such rancour in both that not only did we not greet each other, but hatred burst up like a flame in us, and delight seized the heart of each that his enemy had to suffer the same things as he. That very day the galley moved on its voyage. It was strange to hold one oar with your bitterest enemy, to eat from one dish with him food which at home with us dogs would not eat, to endure the same tyranny, to breathe the same air, to suffer together, to weep face to face. We sailed through the Hellespont and then the archipelago. Island after island is there, and all in the power of the Turk. Both shores also, a whole world. Oh, how we suffered! In the day, heat indescribable. The sun burned with such force that the waters seemed to flame from it, and when those flames began to quiver and dance on the waves, you would have said that a fiery rain was falling. Sweat poured from us, and our tongues cleaved to the roofs of our mouths. At night the cold bit us like a dog. Solace from no place, nothing but suffering, sorrow for lost happiness, torment and pain. Words cannot tell it. At one station in the Grecian land we saw from the galley famous ruins of a temple which the Greeks reared in old times. Column stands there by column, as if gold that marble is yellow from age. All was seen clearly, for it was on a steep height, and the sky is like turquoise in Greece. Then we sailed on around the Morea. Day followed day, week followed week. Didyuk and I had not exchanged a word, for pride and rancour dwelt still in our hearts. But we began to break slowly under God's hand. From toil and change of air, the sinful flesh was falling from our bones. Wounds given by the lash were festering in the sun. In the night we prayed for death. When I dozed a little, I heard Didyuk say, "O Christ, have mercy! Holy, most pure, have mercy! Let me die!" He also heard and saw how I stretched forth my hands to the Mother of God and her child. And here it was as if the sea had blown hatred from the heart. There was less of it, and then less. At last, when I had wept over myself, I wept over him. We looked on each other then differently. Nay, we began to help each other. When sweating and deathly weariness came on me, he rode alone. When he was in a similar state, I did the same for him. When they brought a plate of food, each one considered that the other ought to have it. But, gentlemen, see what the nature of man is. Speaking plainly, we loved each other already, but neither wished to say the word first. The rogue was in him, the Ukraine spirit. We changed only when it had become terribly hard for us and grievous, and we said today, "Tomorrow we shall meet the Venetian fleet." Provisions too were scarce, and they spared everything on us but the lash. Night came. We were groaning in quiet, and he in his way, I in mine, were praying still more earnestly. I looked by the light of the moon. Tears were flowing down his beard in a torrent. My heart rose, and I said, "Didyuk, we are from the same parts. Let us forgive each other our offences." When he heard this, dear God, didn't the man sob and pull till his chains rattled? We fell into each other's arms over the oar, kissing each other and weeping. I cannot tell you how long we held each other, for we forgot ourselves, but we were trembling from sobs. Here Pan Mushalski stopped and began to remove something from around his eyes with his fingers. A moment of silence followed, but the cold north wind whistled from between the beams, and in the room the fire hissed and the crickets chirped. Then Pan Mushalski panted, drew a deep breath, and continued. "The Lord God, as will appear, blessed us and showed us his favour, but at the time we paid bitterly for our brotherly feeling. While we were embracing, we entangled the chains so that we could not untangle them. The overseers came and extricated us, but the lash whistled above us for more than an hour. They beat us without looking where. Blood flowed from me, flowed also from Didyuk. The two bloods mingled and went in one stream to the sea. But that is nothing, it is an old story, to the glory of God. From that time it did not come to my head that I was descended from the Samnites, and Didyuk, a peasant from Bialotserkov, recently ennobled. I could not have loved my own brother more than I loved him. Even if he had not been ennobled, it would have been one to me, though I preferred that he should be a noble. And he, in old fashion, as once he had returned hatred with interest, now returned love. Such was his nature. There was a battle on the following day. The Venetians scattered to the four winds the Turkish fleet. Our galley, shattered terribly by a culverin, took refuge at some small desert island, simply a rock sticking out of the sea. it was necessary to repair it, and since the soldiers had perished, and hands were lacking, the officers were forced to unchain us and give us axes. The moment we landed, I glanced at Didyuk, but the same thing was in his head that was in mine. "Shall it be at once?" inquired he of me. "At once," said I, and without thinking further, I struck the Chubachi on the head, and Didyuk struck the captain. After us, others rose like a flame. In an hour we had finished the Turks. Then we repaired the galley somehow, took our seats in it without chains, and the merciful God commanded the winds to blow us to Venice. We reached the Commonwealth on begged bread. I divided my estate at Jasło with Didyuk, and we both took the field again to pay for our tears and our blood. At the time of Podhaice, Didyuk went through the Sech to join Shirka, and with him to the Crimea. What they did there, and what a diversion they made, you, gentlemen, know. On his way home, Didyuk, sated with vengeance, was killed by an arrow. I was left, and as often as I stretch a bow, I do it for him, and there are not wanting in this honourable company witnesses to testify that I have delighted his soul in that way more than once. Here Pan Mushalski was silent, and again nothing was to be heard but the whistling of the north wind and the crackling of the fire. The old warrior fixed his glance on the flaming logs, and after a long silence concluded as follows. Nalevayko and Loboda have been, Khmelnytsky has been, and now Doroshenko has come. The earth is not dried of blood. We are wrangling and fighting, and still God has sown in our hearts some seeds of love, and they lie in barren ground, as it were, till under the oppression and under the chain of the pagan, till from Tartar captivity they give fruit unexpectedly. Trash is trash, said Zagloba, waking up suddenly. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 25. Melechowicz was regaining health slowly, but because he had taken no part in expeditions and was sitting confined to his room, no one was thinking of the man. All at once, an incident turned the attention of all to him. Pan Motovidwo's Cossacks seized a Tartar lurking near the Stanitsa in a certain strange manner, and brought him to Khrepshov. After a strict examination, it came out that he was a Lithuanian Tartar, but of those who, deserting their service and residence in the Commonwealth, had gone under the power of the Sultan. He came from beyond the Dniester, and had a letter from Kryczynski to Melechowicz. Pan Michał was greatly disturbed at this, and called the officers to council immediately. "Gracious gentlemen," said he, "you know well how many Tartars, even of those who have lived for years immemorial in Lithuania and here in Russia, have gone over recently to the Horde, repaying the Commonwealth for its kindness with treason. Therefore, we should not trust any one of them too much, and should follow their acts with watchful eye. We have here too a small Tartar squadron, numbering 150 good horse, led by Melechowicz. I do not know this Melechowicz from of old. I know only this, that the hetman has made him captain for eminent services, and sent him here with his men. It was a wonder to me, too, that no one of you gentlemen knew him before his entrance into service, or heard of him. This fact, that our Tartars love him greatly and obey him blindly, I explained by his bravery and famous deeds. But even they do not know whence he is, nor who he is. Relying on the recommendation of the hetman, I have not suspected him of anything hitherto, nor have I examined him, though he shrouds himself in a certain secrecy. People have various fancies, and this is nothing to me, if each man performs his own duty. But you see, Pan Motovidwo's men have captured a Tartar who is bringing a letter from Kryczynski to Melechowicz, and I do not know whether you are aware, gentlemen, who Kryczynski is?" "Of course," said Pan Yenesieniec. "I know Kryczynski personally, and all know him now from his evil fame." "We were at school together," began Pan Zagloba, but he stopped suddenly, remembering that in such an event Kryczynski must be 90 years old, and at that age men were not usually fighting. "Speaking briefly," continued the little knight, "Kryczynski is a Polish Tartar. He was a colonel of one of our Tartar squadrons. Then he betrayed his country and went over to the Dobrudja horde, where he has, as I hear, great significance, for there they hope, evidently, that he will bring over the rest of the Tartars to the pagan side. With such a man Melechowicz has entered into relations, the best proof of which is this letter, the tenor of which is as follows." Here the little knight unfolded the letter, struck the top of it with his hand, and began to read. "Brother greatly beloved of my soul, your messenger came to us and delivered—" "He writes Polish?" interrupted Zagloba. "Kryczynski, like all our Tartars, knows only Russian and Polish," said the little knight, "and Melechowicz also will surely not gnaw in Tartar. Listen, gentlemen, without interruption. And delivered your letter. May God bring about that all will be well, and that you will accomplish what you desire. We take counsel here often with Moravsky, Alexandrovich, Tarasovsky, and Groholsky, and write to other brothers, taking their advice too, touching the means through which that which you desire may come to pass most quickly. News came to us of how you suffered loss of health. Therefore I send a man to see you with his eyes and bring us consolation. Maintain the secret carefully, for God forbid that it should be known prematurely. May God make your race as numerous as stars in the sky. Kryczynski." Volodyovski finished, and began to cast his eyes around on those present, and since they kept unbroken silence, evidently weighing the gist of the letter with care, he said, "Tarasovsky, Moravsky, Groholsky, and Alexandrovich are all former Tartar captains and traitors." "So are Potozhinsky, Tvorovsky, and Adurovich," added Pan Snitko. "Gentlemen, what do you say of this letter?" "Open treason! There is nothing here upon which to deliberate," said Pan Mushalski. "He is simply conspiring with Melechowicz to take our Tartars over to their side." "For God's sake, what a danger to our command!" cried a number of voices. "Our Tartars too would give their souls for Melechowicz, and if he orders them, they will attack us in the night." "The blackest treason under the sun!" cried Pan Dema. "And the hetman himself made that Melechowicz a captain," said Pan Mushalski. "Pan Snitko," said Zagloba, "what did I say when I looked at Melechowicz? Did I not tell you that a renegade and a traitor were looking with the eyes of that man? Ha! It was enough for me to glance at him. He might deceive all others, but not me. Repeat my words, Pan Snitko, but do not change them. Did I not say that he was a traitor?" Pan Snitko thrust his feet back under the bench and bent his head forward. "In truth, the penetration of your grace is to be wondered at, but what is true is true. I do not remember that your grace called him a traitor. Your grace said only that he looked out of his eyes like a wolf." "Ha! Then you maintain that a dog is a traitor and a wolf is not a traitor? That a wolf does not bite the hand which fondles him and gives him to eat? Then a dog is a traitor? Perhaps you will defend Melechowicz yet, and make traitors of all the rest of us." Confused in this manner, Pan Snitko opened his eyes and mouth widely, and was so astonished that he could not utter a word for some time. Meanwhile, Pan Mushalski, who formed opinions quickly, said at once, "First of all, we should thank the Lord God for discovering such infamous intrigues, and then send 6 dragoons with Melechowicz to put a bullet in his head." "And appoint another captain," added Yenesieniec. "The reason is so evident that there can be no mistake." To which Pan Michał added, First, it is necessary to examine Milohovich, and then to inform the hetman of these intrigues, for as Pan Bogusz from Zembitsa told me, the Lithuanian Tartars are very dear to the Marshal of the kingdom. But, your grace, said Pan Motovidwo, a general inquiry will be a favour to Milohovich, since he has never before been an officer. I know my authority, said Volodyovski, and you need not remind me of it. Then the others began to exclaim, Let such a son stand before our eyes, that traitor, that betrayer. The loud calls roused Zagloba, who had been dozing somewhat. This happened to him now continually. He recalled quickly the subject of the conversation and said, No, Pan Snitko, the moon is hidden in your escutcheon, but your wit is hidden still better, for no one could find it with a candle. To say that a dog, a faithful dog, is a traitor, and a wolf is not a traitor, permit me, you have used up your wit altogether. Pan Snitko raised his eyes to heaven to show how he was suffering innocently, but he did not wish to offend the old man by contradiction. Besides, Volodyovski commanded him to go for Milohovich. He went out, therefore, in haste, glad to escape in that way. He returned soon, conducting the young Tartar, who evidently knew nothing yet of the seizure of Kryczynski's messenger. His dark and handsome face had become very pale, but he was in health, and did not even bide his head with a kerchief. He merely covered it with a Crimean cap of red velvet. The eyes of all were as intent on him as on a rainbow. He inclined to the little knight rather profoundly, and then to the company rather haughtily. Milohovich, said Volodyovski, fixing on the Tartar his quick glance, do you know Colonel Kryczynski? A sudden and threatening shadow flew over the face of Milohovich. I know him. Read, said the little knight, giving him the letter found on the messenger. Milohovich began to read, but before he had finished, calmness returned to his face. I await your order, said he, returning the letter. How long have you been plotting treason, and what confederates have you? Am I accused, then, of treason? Answer, do not inquire, said the little knight threateningly. Then I will give this answer. I have plotted no treason. I have no confederates, or if I have, gentlemen, they are men whom you will not judge. Hearing this, the officers gritted their teeth, and straightway a number of threatening voices called, More submissively, dog's son, more submissively. You are standing before your betters. Thereupon Milohovich surveyed them with a glance in which cold hatred was glittering. I am aware of what I owe to the commandant as my chief, said he, bowing a second time to Volodyovski. I know that I am held inferior by you, gentlemen, and I do not seek your society. Your grace, here he turned to the little knight, has asked me of confederates. I have two in my work. One is Pan Bogusz, Understolnik of Novgorod, and the other is the Grand Hetman of the kingdom. When they heard these words, all were astonished greatly, and for a time there was silence. At last Pan Michał inquired, In what way? In this way, answered Milohovich. Kryczynski, Morawski, Tworowski, Alexandrovich, and all the others went to the horde and have done much harm to the country. But they did not find fortune in their new service. Perhaps, too, their consciences are moved. It is enough that the title of traitor is bitter to them. The hetman is well aware of this, and has commissioned Pan Bogusz and also Pan Myśliszewski to bring them back to the banner of the Commonwealth. Pan Bogusz has employed me in this mission, and commanded me to come to an agreement with Kryczynski. I have at my quarters letters from Pan Bogusz which your grace will believe more quickly than my words. Go with Pan Snitko for those letters, and bring them at once. Milohovich went out. Gracious gentlemen, said the little knight quickly, we have offended this soldier greatly through over-hasty judgment, for if he has those letters, he tells the truth, and I begin to think that he has them. Then he is not only a cavalier famous through military exploits, but a man sensitive to the good of the country, and reward, not unjust judgments, should meet him for that. As God lives, this must be corrected at once." The others were sunk in silence, not knowing what to say. But Zagloba closed his eyes, feigning sleep this time. Meanwhile Melehovich returned and gave the little knight Bogush's letter. Volodyovski read as follows: "I hear from all sides that there is no one more fitted than you for such a service, and this by reason of the wonderful love which those men bear to you. The hetman is ready to forgive them, and promises forgiveness from the Commonwealth. Communicate with Kruczynski as frequently as possible through reliable people, and promise him a reward. Guard the secret carefully, for if not, as God lives, you would destroy them all. You may divulge the affair to Pan Volodyovski, for your chief can aid you greatly. Do not spare toil and effort, seeing that the end crowns the work, and be certain that our mother will reward your goodwill with love equal to it." "Behold my reward," muttered the young Tartar gloomily. "By the dear God, why did you not mention a word of this to anyone?" cried Pan Michał. "I wished to tell all to your grace, but I had no opportunity, for I was ill after that accident. Before their graces," here Melehovich turned to the officers, "I had a secret which I was prohibited from telling. This prohibition your grace will certainly enjoin on them now, so as not to ruin those other men." "The proofs of your virtue are so evident that a blind man could not deny them," said the little knight. "Continue the affair with Kruczynski. You will have no hindrance in this, but aid, in proof of which I give you my hand as to an honourable cavalier. Come to sup with me this evening." Melehovich pressed the hand extended to him, and inclined for the third time. From the corners of the room other officers moved toward him, saying, "We did not know you, but whoso loves virtue will not withdraw his hand from you today." But the young Tartar straightened himself suddenly, pushed his head back like a bird of prey ready to strike, and said, "I am standing before my betters." Then he went out of the room. It was noisy after his exit. "It is not to be wondered at," said the officers among themselves. "His heart is indignant yet at the injustice, but that will pass. We must treat him differently. He has real knightly mettle in him. The hetman knew what he was doing. Miracles are happening. Well, well." Pan Snitko was triumphing in silence. At last he could not restrain himself, and said, "Permit me, your grace, but that wolf was not a traitor." "Not a traitor," retorted Zagloba. "He was a traitor, but a virtuous one, for he betrayed not us, but the horde. Do not lose hope, Pan Snitko. I will pray today for your wit, and perhaps the Holy Ghost will have mercy." Basha was greatly comforted when Zagloba related the whole affair to her, for she had good will and compassion for Melehovich. "Michał and I must go," said she, "on the first dangerous expedition with him, for in this way we shall show our confidence most thoroughly." But the little knight began to stroke Basha's rosy face, and said, "Oh, suffering fly, I know you. With you it is not a question of Melehovich, but you would like to buzz off to the steppe and engage in a battle. Nothing will come of that. Mulia insidiosa est. Woman is insidious," said Zagloba with gravity. At this time Melehovich was sitting in his own room with the Tartar messenger and speaking in a whisper. The two sat so near each other that they were almost forehead to forehead. A taper of mutton tallow was burning on the table, casting yellow light on the face of Melehovich, which, in spite of its beauty, was simply terrible. There were depicted on it hatred, cruelty, and a savage delight. "Halim, listen," whispered Melehovich. "Effendi," answered the messenger, "tell Kruczynski that he is wise, for in the letter there was nothing that could harm me. Tell him that he is wise. Let him never write more clearly. They will trust me now still more, all of them, the hetman himself, Bogusz, Myśliszewski, the command here, all. Do you hear? May the plague stifle them. I hear, Effendi. But I must be in Rashkov first, and then I will return to this place. Effendi, young Novoviejski will recognize you. He will not. He saw me at Kalnik, at Bratslav, and did not know me. He will look at me, wrinkle his brows, but will not recognize me. He was 15 years old when I ran away from the house. 8 times has winter covered the steppes since that hour. I have changed. The old man would know me, but the young one will not know me. I will notify you from Rashkov. Let Kryczynski be ready, and hold himself in the neighbourhood. You must have an understanding with the Perkulabs. In Yampol also is our squadron. I will persuade Bogusz to get an order from the hetman for me, that it will be easier for me to act on Kryczynski from that place. But I must return hither, I must. I do not know what will happen, how I shall manage. Fire burns me. In the night sleep flies from me. Had it not been for her, I should have died. Melechovich's lips began to quiver, and bending still again to the messenger, he whispered, as if in a fever, Halim, blessed be her hands, blessed her head, blessed the earth on which she walks. Do you hear, Halim? Tell them there that through her I am well. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 26. Father Kamiński had been a soldier in his youthful years, and a cavalier of great courage. He was now stationed at Ushitsa, and was reorganizing a parish. But as the church was in ruins, and parishioners were lacking, this pastor without a flock visited Chrzepszów, and remained there whole weeks, edifying the knights with pious instruction. He listened with attention to the narrative of Pan Mushalski, and spoke to the assembly a few evenings later as follows. I have always loved to hear narratives in which sad adventures find a happy ending, for from them it is evident that whomever God's hand guides, it can free from the toils of the pursuer, and lead even from the Crimea to a peaceful roof. Therefore, let each one of you fix this in his mind. For the Lord there is nothing impossible, and let no one of you even in direst necessity lose trust in God's mercy. This is the truth. It was praiseworthy in Pan Mushalski to love a common man with brotherly affection. The Saviour himself gave us an example when he, though of royal blood, loved common people and made many of them apostles, and helped them to promotion, so that now they have seats in the heavenly Senate. But personal love is one thing, and general love, that of one nation to another, is something different. The love which is general, our Lord the Redeemer observed no less earnestly than the other. And where do we find this love? When, O man, you look through the world, there is such hatred in hearts everywhere, as if people were obeying the commands of the devil and not of the Lord. It will be hard, your grace, said Zagloba, to persuade us to love Turks, Tartars, or other barbarians whom the Lord God himself must despise thoroughly. I am not persuading you to that, but I maintain this, that children of the same mother should have love for one another. But what do we see? From the days of Khmelnytsky, or for 30 years, no part of these regions is dried from blood. But whose fault is it? Whoso will confess his fault first, him will God pardon. Your grace is wearing the robes of a priest today, but in youth you slew rebels, as we have heard, not at all worse than others. I slew them, for it was my duty as a soldier to do so. That was not my sin, but this, that I hated them as a pestilence. I had private reasons which I will not mention, for those are old times and the wounds are healed now. I repent that I acted beyond my duty. I had under my command 100 men from the squadron of Pan Niewodowski, and going often independently with my men, I burned, slaughtered, and hanged. You, gentlemen, know what times those were. The Tartars, called in by Khmelnytsky, burned and slew. We burned and slew. The Cossacks left only land and water behind them in all places, committing atrocities worse than ours and the Tartars. There is nothing more terrible than civil war. What times those were no man will ever describe, enough that we and they fought more like mad dogs than men. Once news was sent to our command that ruffians had besieged Pan Ruszewski in his fortalice. I was sent with my troops to the rescue. I came too late. The place was level with the ground. But I fell upon the drunken peasants and cut them down notably. Only a part hid in the grain. I gave command to take these alive, to hang them for an example. But where? It was easier to plan than to execute. In the whole village there was not one tree remaining. Even the pear trees standing on the boundaries between fields were cut down. I had no time to make gibbets. A forest too, as that was a steppe land, was nowhere in view. What could I do? I took my prisoners and marched on. I shall find a forked oak somewhere, thought I. I went a mile, 2 miles. Step and step, you might roll a ball over it. At last we found traces of a village. That was toward evening. I gazed around. Here and there a pile of coals, and besides grey ashes, nothing more. On a small hillside there was a cross, a firm oak one, evidently not long made, for the wood was not dark yet, and glittered in the twilight as if it were afire. Christ was on it, cut out of tin plate, and painted in such a way that only when you came from one side and saw the thinness of the plate could you know that not a real statue was hanging there. But in front the face was as if living, somewhat pale from pain. On the head a crown of thorns. The eyes were turned upward with wonderful sadness and pity. When I saw that cross, the thought flashed into my mind, "There is a tree for you, there is no other." But straightway I was afraid. In the name of the Father and the Son, I will not hang them on the cross. But I thought that I should comfort the eyes of Christ if I gave command in his presence to kill those who had spilled so much innocent blood, and I spoke thus: "O dear Lord, let it seem to thee that these men are those Jews who nailed thee to the cross, for these are not better than those." Then I commanded my men to drag the prisoners one by one to the mound under the cross. There were among them old men, grey-haired peasants, and youths. The first whom they brought said, "By the passion of the Lord, by that Christ, have mercy on me." And I said in answer, "Off with his head." A dragoon slashed and cut off his head. They brought another. The same thing happened. "By that merciful Christ, have pity on me." And I said again, "Off with his head." The same with the third, the fourth, the fifth. There were 14 of them, and each implored me by Christ. Twilight was ended when we finished. I gave command to place them in a circle around the foot of the cross. Fool! I thought to delight the only son with this spectacle. They quivered a while yet, one with his hands, another with his feet. Again one floundered like a fish pulled out of water, but that was short. Strength soon left their bodies, and they lay quiet in a circle. Since complete darkness had come, I determined to stay in that spot for the night, though there was nothing to make a fire. God gave a warm night, and my men lay down on horse blankets. But I went again under the cross to repeat the usual Our Father at the feet of Christ and commit myself to his mercy. I thought that my prayer would be the more thankfully accepted, because the day had passed in toil and in deeds of a kind that I accounted to myself as a service. It happens frequently to a wearied soldier to fall asleep at his evening prayers. It happened so to me. The dragoons, seeing how I was kneeling with head resting on the cross, understood that I was sunk in pious meditation, and no one wished to interrupt me. My eyes closed at once, and a wonderful dream came down to me from that cross. I do not say that I had a vision, for I was not and am not worthy of that. But sleeping soundly, I saw as if I had been awake the whole passion of the Lord. At sight of the suffering of the innocent lamb, the heart was crushed in me. Tears dropped from my eyes, and measureless pity took hold of me. "O Lord," said I have a handful of good men. Dost thou wish to see what our cavalry can do? Only beckon with thy head, and I will bear apart on sabres in one twinkle those such sons, thy executioners." I had barely said this when all vanished from the eye. There remained only the cross, and on it Christ, weeping tears of blood. I embraced the foot of the holy tree then, and sobbed. How long this lasted I know not, but afterward, when I had grown calm somewhat, I said again, O Lord, why didst thou announce thy holy teaching among hardened Jews? Hadst thou come from Palestine to our Commonwealth, surely we should not have nailed thee to the cross, but would have received thee splendidly, given thee all manner of gifts, and made thee a noble for the greater increase of thy divine glory. Why didst thou not do this, O Lord? I raise my eyes, this was all in a dream, you remember, gentlemen, and what do I see? Behold, our Lord looks on me severely. He frowns and suddenly speaks in a loud voice, "Cheap is your nobility at this time. During war every low fellow may buy it, but no more of this. You are worthy of each other, both you and the ruffians, and each and the other of you are worse than the Jews, for you nail me here to the cross every day. Have I not enjoined love even for enemies, and forgiveness of sins? But you tear each other's entrails like mad beasts. Wherefore I, seeing this, suffer unendurable torment. You yourself, who wish to rescue me and invite me to the Commonwealth, what have you done? See, corpses are lying here around my cross, and you have bespattered the foot of it with blood, and still there were among them innocent persons, young boys or blinded men who, having care from no one, followed others like foolish sheep. Had you mercy on them? Did you judge them before death? No, you gave commands to slay them all for my sake, and still thought that you were giving comfort to me. In truth, it is one thing to punish and reprove as a father punishes a son, or as an elder brother reproves a younger brother, and another to seek revenge without judgment, without measure, in punishing and without recognizing cruelty. It has gone so far in this land that wolves are more merciful than men, that the grass is sweating bloody dew, that the winds do not blow but howl, that the rivers flow in tears, and people stretch forth their hands to death, saying, "O our refuge!" "O Lord," cried I, "are they better than we? Who has committed the greatest cruelty? Who brought in the pagan?" "Love them while chastising," said the Lord, "and then the beam will fall from their eyes, hardness will leave their hearts, and my mercy will be upon you. Otherwise the onrush of Tartars will come, and they will lay bonds upon you and upon them, and you will be forced to serve the enemy in suffering, in contempt, in tears, till the day in which you love one another. But if you exceed the measure in hatred, then there will not be mercy for one or the other, and the pagan will possess this land for the ages of ages." I grew terrified hearing such commands, and long I was unable to speak, till, throwing myself on my face, I asked, "O Lord, what have I to do to wash away my sins?" To this the Lord said, "Go, repeat my words, proclaim love." After that my dream ended. As night in summer is short, I woke up about dawn, all covered with dew. I looked. The heads were lying in a circle about the cross, but already they were blue. A wonderful thing! Yesterday that sight delighted me. Today terror took hold of me, especially at sight of one youth, perhaps 17 years of age, who was exceedingly beautiful. I ordered the soldiers to bury the bodies decently under that cross. From that day forth I was not the same man. At first I thought to myself, the dream is an illusion. But still it was thrust into my memory and, as it were, took possession of my whole existence. I did not dare to suppose that the Lord himself talked with me, for, as I have said, I did not feel myself worthy of that. But it might be that conscience, hidden in my soul in time of war like a Tartar in the grass, spoke up suddenly, announcing God's will. I went to confession. The priest confirmed that supposition. "It is," said he, "the evident will and forewarning of God. Obey, or it will be ill with thee." Thenceforth I began to proclaim love. But the officers laughed at me to my eyes. "What," said they, "is this a priest to give us instruction? Is it little insult that these dog brothers have worked upon God? Are the churches that they have burned few in number? Are the crosses that they have insulted not many? Are we to love them for this?" In one word, no one would listen to me. After Berestechka, I put on these priestly robes so as to announce with greater weight the word and the will of God. For more than 20 years I have done this without rest. God is merciful. He will not punish me, because thus far my voice is a voice crying in the wilderness. Gracious gentlemen, love your enemies, punish them as a father, reprimand them as an elder brother, otherwise woe to them, but woe to you also, woe to the whole Commonwealth. Look around. What is the result of this war and the animosity of brother against brother? This land has become a desert. I have graves in Ushitsa instead of parishioners. Churches, towns, and villages are in ruins. The pagan power is rising and growing over us like a sea, which is ready to swallow even thee, O rock of Kamieniec. Pan Yenishinets listened with great emotion to the speech of the priest, so that the sweat came out on his forehead. Then he spoke thus, amid general silence. That among Cossacks there are worthy cavaliers, a proof is here present in Pan Motovidwo, whom we all love and respect. But when it comes to the general love, of which Father Kamiński has spoken so eloquently, I confess that I have lived in grievous sin hitherto, for that love was not in me, and I have not striven to gain it. Now his grace has opened my eyes somewhat. Without special favour from God I shall not find such love in my heart, because I bear there the memory of a cruel injustice which I will relate to you briefly. "Let us drink something warm," said Zagloba. "Throw hornbeam on the fire," said Basha to the attendants. And soon after the broad room was bright again with light, and before each of the knights an attendant placed a quart of heated beer. All moistened their moustaches in it willingly, and when they had taken one and a second draught, Pan Yenishinets collected his voice again and spoke as if a wagon were rumbling. "My mother, when dying, committed to my care a sister. Halshka was her name. I had no wife nor children, therefore I loved that girl as the apple of my eye. She was 20 years younger than I, and I had carried her in my arms. I looked on her simply as my own child. Later I went on a campaign, and the horde took her captive. When I came home I beat my head against the wall. My property had vanished in time of the invasion, but I sold what I had, put my last saddle on a horse, and went with Armenians to ransom my sister. I found her in Bakhchisarai. She was attached to the harem, not in the harem, for she was only 12 years of age then. I shall never forget the hour when I found thee, O Halshka. How thou didst embrace my neck, how thou didst kiss me in the eyes. But what? It turned out that the money I had brought was too little. The girl was beautiful. Jehu Aga, who carried her away, asked 3 times as much for her. I offered to give myself in addition, but that did not help. She was bought in the market before my eyes by Tuhaï Bey, that famous enemy of ours, who wished to keep her 3 years in his harem and then make her his wife. I returned, tearing my hair. On the road home, I discovered that in a Tartar village by the sea, one of Tuhaï Bey's wives was dwelling with his favourite son Azia. Tuhaï Bey had wives in all the towns and in many villages, so as to have everywhere a resting place under his own roof. Hearing of this son, I thought that God would show me the last means of salvation for Halshka. At once I determined to bear away that son and then exchange him for my sister. But I could not do this alone. It was necessary to assemble a band in the Ukraine, or the wilderness, which was not easy. First, because the name of Tuhaï Bey was terrible in all Russia, and secondly, he was helping the Cossacks against us. But not a few heroes were wandering through the steppes. Men looking to their own profit only, and ready to go anywhere for plunder. I collected a notable party of those. What we passed through before our boats came out on the sea, tongue cannot tell, for we had to hide before the Cossack commanders. But God blessed us. I stole Azia, and with him splendid booty. We returned to the wilderness in safety. I wished to go thence to Kamieniec, and commenced negotiations with merchants of that place. I divided all the booty among my heroes, reserving for myself Tuhaï Bey's whelp alone. And since I had acted with such liberality, since I had suffered so many dangers with those men, had endured hunger with them, and risked my life for them, I thought that each one would spring into the fire for me, that I had won their hearts for the ages. I had reason to repent of that bitterly and soon. It had not come to my head that they tear their own Ataman to pieces, to divide his plunder between themselves afterward. I forgot that among them there are no men of faith, virtue, gratitude, or conscience. Near Kamieniec, the hope of a rich ransom for Azia tempted my followers. They fell on me in the night time like wolves, throttled me with a rope, cut my body with knives, and at last, thinking me dead, threw me aside in the desert and fled with the boy. God sent me rescue and gave back my health, but my Halshka is gone forever. Maybe she is living there yet somewhere. Maybe after the death of Tuhaï Bey another pagan took her. Maybe she has received the faith of Mohammed. Maybe she has forgotten her brother. Maybe her son will shed my blood sometime. That is my history. Here Pan Yenyashinyet stopped speaking and looked on the ground gloomily. What streams of our blood and tears have flowed for these regions, said Pan Mushalski. Thou shalt love thine enemies, put in Father Kaminsky. And when you came to health, did you not look for that whelp? Asked Zagloba. As I learned afterward, answered Pan Yenyashinyets, another band fell on my robbers and cut them to pieces. They must have taken the child with the booty. I searched everywhere, but he vanished as a stone dropped into water. Maybe you met him afterward, but could not recognize him, said Basha. I do not know whether the child was as old as 3 years. I barely learned that his name was Azia. But I should have recognized him, for he had tattooed over each breast a fish in blue. All at once Melehovich, who had sat in silence hitherto, spoke with a strange voice from the corner of the room. You would not have known him by the fish, for many Tartars bear the same sign, especially those who live near the water.
"Not true," answered the hoary Pan Chromika. "After Berestechka we examined the carrion of Tuhai Bey, for it remained on the field, and I know that he had fish on his breast, and all the other slain Tartars had different marks. But I tell you that many wear fish." "True, but they are of the devilish Tuhai Bey stock." Further conversation was stopped by the entrance of Pan Lelchitz, whom Pan Michał had sent on a reconnaissance that morning, and who had returned just then. "Pan Commandant," said he in the door, "at Sierotsi Brud, on the Moldavian side, there is some sort of band moving toward us." "What kind of people are they?" asked Pan Michał. "Robbers. There are a few Wallachians, a few Hungarians. Most of them are men detached from the horde, altogether about 200 in number." "Those are the same of whom I have tidings that they are plundering on the Moldavian side," said Volodyovski. "The Perkulab must have made it hot for them there, hence they are escaping toward us. But of the horde alone there will be about 200. They will cross in the night, and at daylight we shall intercept them. Pan Motovidwo and Melechowicz will be ready at midnight. Drive forward a small herd of bullocks to entice them, and now to your quarters." The soldiers began to separate, but not all had left the room yet when Basha ran up to her husband, threw her arms around his neck, and began to whisper in his ear. He laughed and shook his head repeatedly. Evidently she was insisting, while pressing her arms around his neck with more vigour. Seeing this, Zagloba said, "Give her this pleasure once. If you do, I, old man, will clatter on with you." End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 27. Independent detachments, occupied in robbery on both banks of the Dniester, were made up of men of all nationalities inhabiting the neighbouring countries. Runaway Tartars from the Dobruja and Belgorod hordes, wilder still and braver than their Crimean brethren, always preponderated in them. But there were not lacking either Wallachians, Cossacks, Hungarians, Polish domestics escaped from stanitsas on the banks of the Dniester. They ravaged now on the Polish, now on the Moldavian side, crossing and recrossing the boundary river as they were hunted by the Perkulab's forces or by the commandants of the Commonwealth. They had their almost inaccessible hiding places in ravines, forests, and caves. The main object of their attacks was the herds of cattle and horses belonging to the stanitsas. These herds did not leave the steppes even in winter, seeking sustenance for themselves under the snow. But, besides, the robbers attacked villages, hamlets, settlements, smaller commands, Polish and even Turkish merchants, intermediaries going with ransom to the Crimea. These bands had their own order and their leaders, but they joined forces rarely. It happened often even that larger bands cut down smaller ones. They had increased greatly everywhere in the Russian regions, especially since the time of the Cossack Wars, when safety of every kind vanished in those parts. The bands on the Dniester, reinforced by fugitives from the horde, were peculiarly terrible. Some appeared numbering 500. Their leaders took the title of Bey. They ravaged the country in a manner thoroughly Tartar, and more than once the commandants themselves did not know whether they had to do with bandits or with advanced chambuls of the whole horde. Against mounted troops, especially the cavalry of the Commonwealth, these bands could not stand in the open field, but, caught in a trap, they fought desperately, knowing well that if taken captive, the halter was waiting for them. Their arms were various. Bows and guns were lacking them, which, however, were of little use in night attacks. The greater part were armed with daggers and Turkish yatagans, slingshots, Tartar sabres, and with horse skulls fastened to oak clubs with cords. This last weapon, in strong hands, did terrible service, for it smashed every sabre. Some had very long forks pointed with iron, some spears. These, in sudden emergencies, they used against cavalry. The band which had halted at Sierotzy Brud must have been numerous, or must have been in extreme peril on the Moldavian side, since it had ventured to approach the commander Chrepchev, in spite of the terror which the name alone of Pan Volodyovski roused in the robbers on both sides of the boundary. In fact, another party brought intelligence that it was composed of more than 400 men, under the leadership of Azba Bey, a famous ravager, who for a number of years had filled the Polish and Moldavian banks with terror. Pan Volodyovski was delighted when he knew with whom he had to do, and issued proper orders at once. Besides Menachowicz and Pan Motovidwo, the squadrons of the Starosta of Podole went, and that of the Understolnik of Przemysl. They set out in the night, and as it were in different directions, for, as fishermen who cast their nets widely, in order afterward to meet at one opening, so those squadrons, marching in a broad circle, were to meet at Sierotzy Brud about dawn. Basha assisted with beating heart at the departure of the troops, since this was to be her first expedition, and the heart rose in her at sight of those old wolves of the steppe. They went so quietly that in the fortalice itself it was possible not to hear them. The bridle bits did not rattle, stirrup did not strike against stirrup, sabre against sabre, not a horse neighed. The night was calm and unusually bright. The full moon lighted clearly the heights of the Stanitsa and the steppe, which was somewhat inclined toward every side. Still, barely had a squadron left the stockade, barely had it glittered with silver sparks which the moon marked on the sabres, when it had vanished from the eye like a flock of partridges into waves of grass. It seemed to Basha that they were sportsmen setting out on some hunt, which was to begin at daybreak, and were going therefore quietly and carefully, so as not to rouse the game too early. Hence great desire entered her heart to take part in that hunt. Pan Michał did not oppose this, for Zagloba had inclined him to consent. He knew besides that it was necessary to gratify Basha's wish sometime. He preferred therefore to do it at once, especially since the ravagers were not accustomed to bows and muskets. But they moved only 3 hours after the departure of the first squadrons, for Pan Michał had thus planned the whole affair. Pan Mushalski, with 20 of Linkhouse's dragoons and a sergeant, went with them, all Mazovians, choice men, behind whose sabres the charming wife of the commandant was as safe as in her husband's room. Basha herself, having to ride on a man's saddle, was dressed accordingly. She wore pearl-coloured velvet trousers, very wide, looking like a petticoat, and thrust into yellow Morocco boots, a grey overcoat lined with white Crimean sheepskin and embroidered ornamentally at the seams. She carried a silver cartridge box of excellent work, a light Turkish sabre on a silk pendant, and pistols in her holsters. Her head was covered with a cap, having a crown of Venetian velvet, adorned with a heron feather, and bound with a rim of lynx skin. From under the cap looked forth a bright rosy face, almost childlike, and 2 eyes curious and gleaming like coals. Thus equipped, and sitting on a chestnut pony, swift and gentle as a deer, she seemed a hetman's child, who, under guard of old warriors, was going to take the first lesson. They were astonished, too, at her figure. Pan Zagloba and Pan Mushalski nudged each other with their elbows, each kissing his hand from time to time, in sign of unusual homage for Basha. Both of them, together with Pan Michał, allayed her fear as to their late departure. "You do not know war," said the little knight, "and therefore reproach us with wishing to take you to the place when the battle is over. Some squadrons go directly, others must make a detour so as to cut off the roads, and then they will join the others in silence, taking the enemy in a trap. We shall be there in time, and without us nothing will begin, for every hour is reckoned." "But if the enemy takes alarm and escapes between the squadrons?" "He is cunning and watchful, but such a war is no novelty to us." "Trust in Michał," cried Zagloba.
for there is not a man of more practice than he. Their evil fate sent those bullock-drivers hither." "In Lubni I was a youth," said Pan Michał, "and even then they committed such duties to me. Now, wishing to show you this spectacle, I have disposed everything with still greater care. The squadrons will appear before the enemy together, will shout together, and gallop against the robbers together, as if some one had cracked a whip." "Aye, aye," piped Basha with delight, and standing in the stirrups, she caught the little knight by the neck. "But may I gallop too?" "What, Michał, what?" asked she with sparkling eyes. "Into the throng I will not let you go, for in the throng an accident is easy, not to mention this, that your horse might stumble. But I have ordered to give rein to our horses immediately the band driven against us is scattered, and then you may cut down 2 or 3 men, and attack always on the left side, for in that way it will be awkward for the fugitive to strike across his horse at you, while you will have him under your hand." "Ho, ho, never fear. You said yourself that I work with the sabre far better than Uncle Makowiecki. Let no one give me advice." "Remember to hold the bridle firmly," put in Zagloba. "They have their methods, and it may be that when you are chasing, the fugitive will turn his horse suddenly and stop. Then, before you can pass, he may strike you. A veteran never lets his horse out too much, but reins him in as he wishes. And never raise your sabre too high, lest you be exposed to a thrust," said Pan Muszalski. "I shall be near her to guard against accident," said the little knight. "You see, in battle the whole difficulty is in this, that you must think of all things at once, of your horse, of the enemy, of your bridle, the sabre, the blow, and the thrust, all at one time. For him who is trained this comes of itself, but at first even renowned fencers are frequently awkward, and any common fellow, if in practice, will unhorse a new man more skilled than himself. Therefore I will be at your side. But do not rescue me, and give command to the men that no one is to rescue me without need." "Well, well, we shall see yet what your courage will be when it comes to a trial," answered the little knight, laughing. "Or if you will not seize one of us by the skirts," finished Zagloba. "We shall see," said Basha with indignation. Thus conversing, they entered a place covered here and there with thicket. The hour was not far from daybreak, but it had become darker, for the moon had gone down. A light fog had begun to rise from the ground and conceal distant objects. In that light fog and gloom, the indistinct thickets at a distance took the forms of living creatures in the excited imagination of Basha. More than once it seemed to her that she saw men and horses clearly. "Michał, what is that?" asked she, whispering and pointing with her finger. "Nothing, bushes." "I thought it was horsemen. Shall we be there soon?" "The affair will begin in something like an hour and a half." "Ha! Are you afraid?" "No, but my heart beats with great desire." "I fear nothing and nothing. See what hoarfrost lies there. It is visible in the dark." In fact, they were riding along a strip of country on which the long dry stems of steppe grass were covered with hoarfrost. Pan Michał looked and said, "Montevideo has passed this way. He must be hidden not more than a couple of miles distant. It is dawning already." In fact, day was breaking. The gloom was decreasing. The sky and earth were becoming grey. The air was growing pale. The tops of the trees and the bushes were becoming covered, as it were, with silver. The farther clumps began to disclose themselves, as if some one were raising a curtain from before them one after another. Meanwhile, from the next clump a horseman came out suddenly. "From Pan Montevideo?" asked Volodyovski when the Cossacks stopped right before them. "Yes, your grace." "What is to be heard?" "They crossed Sierocki Brud, turned toward the bellowing of the bullocks, and went in the direction of Kałushik. They took the cattle, and are at Jurkowe Polje."
And where is Pan Motovidwo? He has stopped near the hill, and Pan Melechowicz near Kałushik. Where the other squadrons are, I know not. Well, said Wołodyjowski, I know. Hurry to Pan Motovidwo and carry the command to close in and dispose men singly as far as halfway from Pan Melechowicz. Hurry! The Cossack bent in the saddle and shot forward so that the flanks of his horse quivered at once, and soon he was out of sight. They rode on still more quietly, still more cautiously. Meanwhile it had become clear day. The haze which had risen from the earth about dawn fell away altogether, and on the eastern side of the sky appeared a long streak, bright and rosy, the rosiness and light of which began to colour the air on high land, the edges of distant ravines, and the hilltops. Then there came to the ears of the horsemen a mingled croaking from the direction of the Dniester, and high in the air before them appeared, flying eastward, an immense flock of ravens. Single birds separated every moment from the others, and instead of flying forward directly, began to describe circles, as kites and falcons do when seeking for prey. Pan Zagloba raised his sabre, pointing the tip of it to the ravens, and said to Basha, "Admire the sense of these birds. Only let it come to a battle in any place, straightway they will fly in from every side, as if someone had shaken them from a bag. But let the same army march alone, or go out to meet friends, the birds will not come. Thus are these creatures able to divine the intentions of men, though no one assists them. The wisdom of nostrils is not sufficient in this case, and so we have reason to wonder." Meanwhile the birds, croaking louder and louder, approached considerably. Therefore Pan Mushalski turned to the little knight and said, striking his palm on the bow, "Pan Commandant, will it be forbidden to bring down one to please the lady? It will make no noise." "Bring down even two," said Wołodyjowski, seeing how the old soldier had the weakness of showing the certainty of his arrows. Thereupon the incomparable bowman, reaching behind his shoulder, took out a feathered arrow, put it on the string, and raising the bow and his head, waited. The flock was drawing nearer and nearer. All reined in their horses and looked with curiosity toward the sky. All at once the plaintive wheeze of the string was heard, like the twitter of a sparrow, and the arrow, rushing forth, vanished near the flock. For a while it might be thought that Mushalski had missed, but, behold, a bird reeled head downward and was dropping straight toward the ground over their heads, then tumbling continually, approached nearer and nearer. At last it began to fall with outspread wings, like a leaf opposing the air. Soon it fell a few steps in front of Basha's pony. The arrow had gone through the raven, so that the point was gleaming above the bird's back. "As a lucky omen," said Mushalski, bowing to Basha, "I will have an eye from a distance on the lady commandress and my great benefactress, and if there is a sudden emergency, God grant me again to send out a fortunate arrow. Though it may buzz nearby, I assure you that it will not wound." "I should not like to be the Tartar under your aim," answered Basha. Further conversation was interrupted by Wołodyjowski, who said, pointing to a considerable eminence some furlongs away, "We will halt there." After these words they moved forward at a trot. Halfway up, the little knight commanded them to lessen their pace, and at last, not far from the top, he held in his horse. "We will not go to the very top," said he, "for on such a bright morning the eye might catch us from a distance, but dismounting, we will approach the summit, so that a few heads may look over." When he had said this, he sprang from his horse, and after him Basha, Pan Mushalski, and a number of others. The dragoons remained below the summit, holding their horses, but the others pushed on to where the height descended in wall form, almost perpendicularly to the valley. At the foot of this wall, which was a number of tens of yards in height, grew a somewhat dense, narrow strip of brushwood, and farther on extended a low, level steppe. Of this they were able to take in an enormous expanse with their eyes from the height. This plain, cut through by a small stream running in the direction of Kałuschik, was covered with clumps of thicket in the same way that it was near the cliff. In the thickest clumps slender columns of smoke were rising to the sky. "Yon see," said Pan Michał to Basha, "that the enemy is hidden there." "I see smoke, but I see neither men nor horses," said Basha with a beating heart. "No, for they are concealed by the thickets, though a trained eye can see them. Look there, 2, 3, 4, a whole group of horses are to be seen, one pied, another all white, and from here one seems blue. Shall we go to them soon? They will be driven to us, but we have time enough, for to that thicket it is 1.25 miles. Where are our men? Do you see the edge of the wood yonder? The Chamberlain's squadron must be touching that edge just now. Melechowicz will come out of the other side in a moment. The accompanying squadron will attack the robbers from that cliff. Seeing people, they will move toward us, for here it is possible to go to the river under the slope. But on the other side there is a ravine, terribly steep, through which no one can go." "Then they are in a trap?" "As you see." "For God's sake, I am barely able to stand still," cried Basha. But after a while she inquired, "Michał, if they were wise, what would they do?" "They would rush, as if into smoke, at the men of the Chamberlain's squadron and go over their bellies. Then they would be free. But they will not do that, for, first, they do not like to rush into the eyes of regular cavalry. Secondly, they will be afraid that more troops are waiting in the forest. Therefore they will rush to us." "Bah, but we cannot resist them. We have only 20 men." "But Montevideo?" "True, ha, but where is he?" Pan Michał, instead of an answer, cried suddenly, imitating a hawk. Straightway numerous calls answered him from the foot of the cliff. These were Montevideo's Cossacks, who were secreted so well in the thicket that Basha, though standing right above their heads, had not seen them at all. She looked for a while with astonishment, now downward, now at the little knight. Suddenly her eyes flashed with fire, and she seized her husband by the neck. "Michał, you are the first leader on earth." "I have a little training, that is all," answered Volodyovski, smiling. "But do not pat me here with delight, and remember that a good soldier must be calm." But the warning was useless. Basha was as if in a fever. She wished to sit straightway on her horse and ride down from the height to join Montevideo's detachment, but Volodyovski delayed, for he wished her to see the beginning clearly. Meanwhile the morning sun had risen over the steppe, and covered with a cold, pale yellow light the whole plain. The nearer clumps of trees were brightening cheerfully. The more distant and less distinct became more distinct. The hoarfrost, lying in the low places in spots, was disappearing every moment. The air had grown quite transparent, and the glance could extend to a distance almost without limit. "The Chamberlain's squadron is coming out of the grove," said Volodyovski. "I see men and horses." In fact, horses began to emerge from the edge of the wood, and seemed black in a long line on the meadow, which was thickly covered with hoarfrost near the wood. The white space between them and the wood began to widen gradually. It was evident that they were not hurrying too much, wishing to give time to the other squadrons. Pan Michał turned then to the left side. "Melechowicz is here too," said he. And after a while he said again, "And the men of the Understolnik of Przemysl are coming. No one is behind time to our fathers. Not a foot should escape. Now to horse!" They turned quickly to the dragoons, and springing into the saddles, rode down along the flank of the height to the thicket below, where they found themselves among Montevideo's Cossacks. Then they moved in a mass to the edge of the thicket and halted, looking forward. it was evident that the enemy had seen the squadron of the Chamberlain, for at that moment crowds of horsemen rushed out of the grove growing in the middle of the plain, as deer rush when someone has roused them. Every moment more of them came out. Forming a line, they moved at first over the steppe by the edge of the grove. The horsemen bent to the backs of the horses, so that from a distance it might be supposed that there was merely a herd moving of itself along the grove. Clearly, they were not certain yet whether the squadron was moving against them, or even saw them, or whether it was a detachment examining the neighbourhood. In the last event they might hope that the grove would hide them from the eyes of the oncoming party. From the place where Pan Michał stood, at the head of Montevideo's men, the uncertain and hesitating movements of the chambel could be seen perfectly, and were just like the movements of wild beasts sniffing danger. When they had ridden half the width of the grove, they began to go at a light gallop. When the first ranks reached the open plain, they held in their beasts suddenly, and then the whole party did the same. They saw approaching from that side Milochowic's detachment. Then they described a half-circle in the direction opposite the grove, and before their eyes appeared the whole Przemysl squadron, moving at a trot. Now it was clear to the robbers that all the squadrons knew of their presence and were marching against them. Wild cries were heard in the midst of the party, and disorder began. The squadrons, shouting also, advanced on a gallop, so that the plain was thundering from the tramp of their horses. Seeing this, the robber Chambel extended in the form of a bench in the twinkle of an eye, and chased with what breath was in the beasts of their horses toward the elevation near which the little knight stood with Montevideo and his men. The space between them began to decrease with astonishing rapidity. Basia grew somewhat pale from emotion at first, and her heart thumped more powerfully in her breast, but knowing that people were looking at her, and not noticing the least alarm on any face, she controlled herself quickly. Then the crowd, approaching like a whirlwind, occupied all her attention. She tightened the rein, grasped her sabre more firmly, and the blood again flowed with great impulse from her heart to her face. "Good," said the little knight. She looked only at him, her nostrils quivered, and she whispered, "Shall we move soon?" "There is time yet," answered Pan Michał. "But the others are chasing on, like a grey wolf who feels dogs behind him." Now not more than half a furlong divides them from the thicket. The outstretched heads of the horses are to be seen, with ears lying down, and over them Tartar faces, as if grown to the mane. They are nearer and nearer. Basia hears the snorting of the horses, and they, with bared teeth and staring eyes, show that they are going at such speed that their breath is stopping. Volodyovski gives a sign, and the Cossack muskets, standing hedge-like, incline toward the onrushing robbers. Fire! A roar. Smoke. It was as if a whirlwind had struck a pile of chaff. In one twinkle of an eye the party flew apart in every direction, howling and shouting. With that the little knight pushed out of the thicket, and at the same time Milochowic's squadron, and that of the Chamberlain, closing the circle, forced the scattered enemy to the centre again in one group. The horde seek in vain to escape singly. In vain they circle around. They rush to the right, to the left, to the front, to the rear. The circle is closed up completely. The robbers come, therefore, more closely together in spite of themselves. Meanwhile, the squadrons hurry up, and a horrible smashing begins. The ravagers understood that only he would escape with his life who could batter his way through. Hence they fell to defending themselves with rage and despair, though without order, and each for himself independently. In the very beginning they covered the field thickly, so great was the fury of the shock. The soldiers, pressing them and urging their horses on in spite of the throng, hewed and thrust with that merciless and terrible skill which only a soldier by profession can have. The noise of pounding was heard above that circle of men, like the thumping of flails wielded by a multitude quickly on a threshing space. The horde was slashed and cut through their heads, shoulders, necks, and through the hands with which they covered their heads. They were beaten on every side unceasingly, without quarter or pity. They too struck, each with what he had, with daggers, with sabres, with slingshots, with horse skulls. Their horses, pushed to the centre, rose on their haunches or fell on their backs. Others, biting and whining, kicked at the throng, causing confusion unspeakable. After a short struggle in silence, a howl was torn from the breasts of the robbers. Superior numbers were bending them, better weapons, greater skill. They understood that there was no rescue for them, that no man would leave there, not only with plunder, but with life. The soldiers, warming up gradually, pounded them with growing force. Some of the robbers sprang from their saddles, wishing to slip away between the legs of the horses. These were trampled with hoofs, and sometimes the soldiers turned from the fight and pierced the fugitives from above. Some fell on the ground, hoping that when the squadrons pushed toward the centre, they, left beyond the circle, might escape by flight. In fact, the party decreased more and more, for every moment horses and men fell away. Seeing this, Asba Bey collected, as far as he was able, horses and men in a wedge, and threw himself with all his might on Motovidwo's Cossacks, wishing to break the ring at any cost. But they hurled him back, and then began a terrible slaughter. At that same time, Melehovich, raging like a flame, split the party, and leaving the halves to two other squadrons, sprang himself on the shoulders of those who were fighting with the Cossacks. It is true that a part of the robbers escaped from the ring to the field through this movement, and rushed apart over the plain, like a flock of leaves. But soldiers in the rear ranks who could not find access to the battle, through the narrowness of the combat, rushed after them straightway, in twos and threes or singly. Those who were unable to break out went under the sword in spite of their passionate defence, and fell near each other, like grain which harvesters are reaping from opposite sides. Basha moved on with the Cossacks, piping with a thin voice to give herself courage, for at the first moment it grew a little dark in her eyes, both from the speed and the mighty excitement. When she rushed up to the enemy, she saw before her at first only a dark, moving, surging mass. An overpowering desire to close her eyes altogether was bearing her away. She resisted the desire, it is true. Still she struck with her sabre somewhat at random. Soon her daring overcame her confusion. She had clear vision at once. In front she saw heads of horses, behind them inflamed and wild faces. One of these gleamed right there before her. Basha gave a sweeping cut, and the face vanished as quickly as if it had been a phantom. That moment the calm voice of her husband came to her ears. Good. That voice gave her uncommon pleasure. She piped again more thinly, and began to extend disaster, and now with perfect presence of mind. Behold, again some terrible head, with flat nose and projecting cheekbones, is gnashing its teeth before her. Basha gives a blow at that one. Again a hand raises a slingshot. Basha strikes at that. She sees some face in a sheepskin. She thrusts at that. Then she strikes to the right, to the left, straight ahead, and whenever she cuts, a man flies to the ground, tearing the bridle from his horse. Basha wonders that it is so easy, but it is easy because on one side rides, stirrup to her stirrup, the little knight, and on the other Pan Motovidwo. The first looks carefully after her, and quenches a man as he would a candle. Then with his keen blade he cuts off an arm together with its weapon. At times he thrusts his sword between Basha and the enemy, and the hostile sabre flies upward as suddenly as would a winged bird. Pan Motovidwo, a phlegmatic soldier, guarded the other side of the mettlesome lady. and as an industrious gardener going among trees trims or breaks off dry branches, so he time after time brings down men to the bloody earth, fighting as coolly and calmly as if his mind were in another place. Both knew when to let Basha go forward alone, and when to anticipate or intercept her. There was, watching over her from a distance, still a third man, the incomparable archer, who, standing purposely at a distance, put every little while the butt of an arrow on the string, and sent an unerring messenger of death to the densest throng. But the pressure became so savage that Pan Michał commanded Basha to withdraw from the whirl with some men, especially as the half-wild horses of the horde began to bite and kick. Basha obeyed quickly, for although eagerness was bearing her away, and her valiant heart urged her to continue the struggle, her woman's nature was gaining the upper hand of her ardour, and in presence of that slaughter and blood, in the midst of howls, groans, and the agonies of the dying, in an atmosphere filled with the odour of flesh and sweat, she began to shudder. Withdrawing her horse slowly, she soon found herself behind the circle of combatants. Hence Pan Michał and Pan Montevideo, relieved from guarding her, were able to give perfect freedom at last to their soldierly wishes. Pan Muszalski, standing hitherto at a distance, approached Basha. "Your ladyship, my benefactress, fought really like a cavalier," said he. "A man not knowing that you were there might have thought that the Archangel Michał had come down to help our Cossacks, and was smiting the dog brothers. What an honour for them to perish under such a hand, which on this occasion let it not be forbidden me to kiss." So saying, Pan Muszalski seized Basha's hand and pressed it to his moustache. "Did you see? Did I do well, really?" inquired Basha, catching the air in her distended nostrils and her mouth. "A cat could not do better against rats. The heart rose in me at sight of you, as I love the Lord God. But you did well to withdraw from the fight, for toward the end there is more chance for an accident." "My husband commanded me, and when leaving home I promised to obey him at once. May my bow remain? No, it is of no use now. Besides, I will rush forward with the sabre. I see 3 men riding up. Of course the colonel has sent them to guard your worthy person. Otherwise I would send. But I will go to the foot of the cliff, for the end will come soon, and I must hurry." 3 dragoons really came to guard Basha. Seeing this, Pan Muszalski spurred his horse and galloped away. For a while Basha hesitated whether to remain in that place or ride around the steep cliff and go to the eminence from which they had looked on the plain before the battle. But, feeling great weariness, she resolved to remain. The feminine nature rose in her more and more powerfully. About 200 yards distant they were cutting down the remnant of the ravagers without mercy, and a black mass of strugglers was whirling with growing violence on the bloody place of conflict. Despairing cries rent the air, and Basha, so full of eagerness shortly before, had grown weak now in some way. Great fear seized her, so that she came near fainting, and only shame in presence of the dragoons kept her in the saddle. She turned her face from them to hide her pallor. The fresh air brought back her strength slowly, and her courage, but not to that degree that she had the wish to spring in anew among the combatants. She would have done so to implore mercy for the rest of the horde, but knowing that that would be useless, she waited anxiously for the end of the struggle. And there they were, cutting and cutting. The sound of the hacking and the cries did not cease for a moment. Half an hour perhaps had passed. The squadrons were closing in with greater force. All at once a party of ravagers, numbering about 20, tore themselves free of the murderous circle, and rushed like a whirlwind toward the eminence. Escaping along the cliff, they might in fact reach a place where the eminence was lost by degrees in the plain, and find on the high steppe their salvation. but in their way stood Basha with the dragoons. The sight of danger gave strength to Basha's heart at this moment, and self-control to her mind. She understood that to stay where she was destruction, for the robbers with impetus alone could overturn and trample her and her guards, not to mention that they would bear them apart on sabres. The old sergeant of dragoons was clearly of this view, for he seized the bridle of Basha's pony, turned the beast, and cried with voice almost despairing, "On, on, serene lady!" Basha shot away like the wind, but the 3 faithful soldiers stood like a wall on the spot, to hold back the enemy even one moment, and give the beloved lady time to put herself at a distance. Meanwhile, soldiers galloped after that band in immediate pursuit, but the circle hitherto enclosing the ravagers hermetically was thereby broken. They began to escape in 2s, in 3s, and then more numerously. The enormous majority were lying on the field, but some 10s of them, together with Asba Bey, were able to flee. All these rushed on in a body as fast as their horses could gallop toward the eminence. 3 dragoons could not detain all the fugitives. In fact, after a short struggle they fell from their saddles, but the cloud, running on behind Basha, turned to the slope of the eminence and reached the high steppe. The Polish squadrons in the front ranks, and the nearer Lithuanian Tartars, rushed with all speed some 10s of steps behind them. On the high steppe, which was cut across thickly by treacherous clefts and ravines, was formed a gigantic serpent of those on horseback, the head of which was Basha, the neck the ravagers, and the continuation of the body Melehovich with the Lithuanian Tartars and dragoons, at the head of which rushed Volodyovski, with his spurs in the side of his horse and terror in his soul. At the moment when the handful of robbers had torn themselves free of the ring, Volodyovski was engaged on the opposite side of it. Therefore Melehovich preceded him in the pursuit. The hair was standing on his head at the thought that Basha might be seized by the fugitives, that she might lose presence of mind and rush straight toward the Dniester, that any one of the robbers might reach her with a sabre, a dagger, or a slingshot, and the heart was sinking in him from fear for her life. Lying almost on the neck of the horse, he was pale, with set teeth, a whirlwind of ghastly thoughts in his head. He pricked his steed with armed heels, struck him with the side of his sword, and flew like a bustard before he rises to soar. "God grant Melehovich to come up! He is on a good horse. God grant him," repeated he in despair. But his fears were ill-founded, and the danger was not so great as it seemed to the loving knight. The question of their own skins was too near to the robbers. They felt the Lithuanian Tartars too close to their shoulders to pursue a single rider, even were that rider the most beautiful houri in the Mohammedan paradise, escaping in a robe set with jewels. Basha needed only to turn towards Khrepshuv to escape from pursuit. For surely the fugitives would not return to the jaws of the lion for her, while they had before them a river with its reeds in which they could hide. The Lithuanian Tartars had better horses, and Basha was sitting on a pony incomparably swifter than the ordinary shaggy beasts of the horde, which were enduring in flight, but not so swift as horses of high blood. Besides, she not only did not lose presence of mind, but her daring nature asserted itself with all force, and knightly blood played again in her veins. The pony stretched out like a deer. The wind whistled in Basha's ears, and instead of fear, a certain feeling of delight seized her. "They might hunt a whole year and not catch me," thought she. "I'll rush on yet, and then turn, and either let them pass, or if they have not stopped pursuing, I will put them under the sabre." It came to her mind that if the ravagers behind her were scattered greatly over the steppe, she might, on turning, meet one of them and have a hand-to-hand combat. "Well, what is that?" said she to her valiant soul. "Michał has taught me so that I may venture boldly.
If I do not, they will think that I am fleeing through fear, and will not take me on another expedition. And besides, Pan Zagloba will make sport of me." Saying this to herself, she looked around at the robbers, but they were fleeing in a crowd. There was no possibility of single combat. But Basha wished to give proof before the eyes of the whole army that she was not fleeing at random and in frenzy. Remembering that she had in the holsters 2 excellent pistols, carefully loaded by Michał himself before they set out, she began to rein in her pony, or rather to turn him toward Hřebčov while slacking his speed. But oh wonder! At sight of this, the whole party of ravagers changed the direction of their flight somewhat, going more to the left, toward the edge of the eminence. Basha, letting them come within a few tens of steps, fired twice at the nearest horses, then, turning, urged on at full gallop toward Hřebčov. But the pony had run barely some yards with the speed of a sparrow, when suddenly there darkened in front a cleft in the steppe. Basha pressed the pony with her spurs without hesitation, and the noble beast did not refuse, but sprang forward. Only his 4 feet caught somewhat the bank opposite. For a moment he strove violently to find support on the steep wall with his hind feet, but the earth, not sufficiently frozen yet, fell away, and the horse went down through the opening, with Basha. Fortunately, the horse did not fall on her. She succeeded in freeing her feet from the stirrups, and, leaning to one side with all force, struck on a thick layer of moss which covered the bottom of the chasm as if with a lining, but the shock was so violent that she fainted. Pan Michał did not see the fall, for the horizon was concealed by the Lithuanian Tartars. But Melehovich shouted with a terrible voice at his men to pursue the ravagers without stopping, and running himself to the cleft, disappeared in it. In a twinkle he was down from the saddle and seized Basha in his arms. His falcon eyes saw her all in one moment, looking to see if there was blood anywhere. Then they fell on the moss, and he understood that this had saved her and the pony from death. A stifled cry of joy was rent from the mouth of the young Tartar, but Basha was hanging in his arms. He pressed her with all his strength to his breast, then with pale lips he kissed her eyes time after time, as if wishing to drink them out of her head. The whole world whirled with him in a mad vortex. The passion concealed hitherto in the bottom of his breast, as a dragon lies concealed in a cave, carried him away like a storm. But at that moment the tramp of many horses was heard in an echo from the lofty steppe, and approached more and more swiftly. Numerous voices were crying, "Here, in this cleft, here!" Melehovich placed Basha on the moss, and called to those riding up, "This way, this way!" A moment later, Pan Michał was at the bottom of the cleft, after him Pan Zagloba, Muszalski, and a number of other officers. "Nothing is the matter," cried the Tartar. "The moss saved her." Pan Michał grasped his insensible wife by the hands. Others ran for water, which was not near. Zagloba, seizing the temples of the unconscious woman, began to cry, "Basha, Basha, dearest, Basha!" "Nothing is the matter with her," said Melehovich, pale as a corpse. Meanwhile Zagloba clapped his side, took a flask, poured Gorailka on his palm, and began to rub her temples. Then he put the flask to her lips. This acted evidently, for before the men returned with water, she had opened her eyes and began to catch for air, coughing meanwhile, for the Gorailka had burned the roof of her mouth and her throat. In a few moments she had recovered completely. Pan Michał, not regarding the presence of officers and soldiers, pressed her to his bosom and covered her hands with kisses, saying, "Oh, my love, the soul came near leaving me. Has nothing hurt? Does nothing pain you?" "Nothing is the matter," said Basha. "Aha, I remember now that it grew dark in my eyes, for my horse slipped. But is the battle over?"
"It is. Asba Bey is killed. We will go home at once, for I am afraid that fatigue may overcome you."
"I feel no fatigue whatever." Then, looking quickly at those present, she distended her nostrils and said, "But do not think, gentlemen, that I fled through fear. Oho, I did not even dream of it. As I love Michał, I galloped ahead of them only for sport, and then I fired my pistols." "A horse was struck by those shots, and we took one robber alive," put in Melechowicz. "And what?" asked Basha. "Such an accident may happen any one in galloping, is it not true? No experience will save one from that, for a horse will slip sometimes. Ha, it is well that you watched me, gentlemen, for I might have lain here a long time." "Pan Melechowicz saw you first, and first saved you, for we were galloping behind him," said Vorodyovski. Basha, hearing this, turned to Melechowicz and reached her hand to him. "I thank you for good offices." He made no answer, only pressed the hand to his mouth, and then embraced with submission her feet like a peasant. Meanwhile, more of the squadron assembled at the edge of the cleft. Pan Michał simply gave orders to Melechowicz to form a circle around the few robbers who had hidden from pursuit, and then started for Hrebczów. On the road, Basha saw the field of battle once more from the height. The bodies of men and horses lay in places in piles, in places singly. Through the blue sky, flocks of ravens were approaching more and more numerously with great cawing, and coming down at a distance, waited till the soldiers, still going about on the plain, should depart. "Here are the soldiers' grave-diggers," said Zagloba, pointing at the birds with his sabre. "Let us only go away, and wolves will come too, with their orchestra, and will ring with their teeth over these dead men. This is a notable victory, though gained over such a vile enemy, for that Asba has ravaged here and there for a number of years. Commandants have hunted him like a wolf, always in vain, till at last he met Michał, and the black hour came on him." "Is Asba Bey killed?" "Melechowicz overtook him first, and I tell you if he did not cut him over the ear, the sabre went to his teeth." "Melechowicz is a good soldier," said Basha. Here she turned to Zagloba. "And have you done much?" "I did not chirp like a cricket, nor jump like a flea, for I leave such amusement to insects. But if I did not, men did not look for me among moss like mushrooms. No one pulled my nose, and no one touched my face." "I do not like you," said Basha, pouting and reaching involuntarily to her nose, which was red. And he looked at her, smiled, and muttered without ceasing to joke, "You fought valiantly, you fled valiantly, you went valiantly heels over head. And now, from pain in your bones, you will put away Kasia so valiantly that we shall be forced to take care of you, lest the sparrows eat you up with your valour, for they are very fond of Kasia." "You are talking in that way so that Michał may not take me on another expedition. I know you perfectly." But, I will ask him to take you nutting always, for you are skilful, and do not break branches under you." "My God, that is gratitude to me. And who persuaded Michał to let you go?" "I reproach myself now severely, especially since you pay me so for my devotion." "Wait. You will cut stalks now on the square at Hrebczów with a wooden sword. Here is an expedition for you. Another woman would hug the old man, but this golden Satan frightens me first, and threatens me afterward." Basha, without hesitating long, embraced Zagloba. He was greatly delighted, and said, "Well, well, I must confess that you helped somewhat to the victory of today, for the soldiers, since each wished to exhibit himself, fought with terrible fury.
As true as I live, cried Pan Mushalski, a man is not sorry to die when such eyes are upon him. Vivat Our Lady, cried Pan Yeneshinietz. Vivat, cried 100 voices. God give her health. Here Zagloba inclined toward her and muttered, after faintness. And they rode forward joyously, shouting, certain of a feast in the evening. The weather became wonderful. The trumpeters played in the squadrons, the drummers beat their drums, and all entered Chrepshev with an uproar. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 28. Beyond every expectation, the Volodyovskis found guests at the fortalice. Pan Bogusz had come. He had determined to fix his residence at Chrepshev for some months, so as to treat through Melechowicz with the Tartar captains, Alexandrovich, Moravsky, Tvorovsky, Krechinsky, and others, either of the Lithuanian or Ukraine Tartars, who had gone to the service of the Sultan. Pan Bogusz was accompanied also by old Pan Nowowiejski and his daughter Eva, and by Pani Boski, a sedate person, with her daughter Panna Zosia, who was young yet and very beautiful. The sight of ladies in the wilderness and in wild Chrepshev delighted but still more astonished the soldiers. The guests too were surprised at sight of the commandant and his wife. For the first, judging from his extended and terrible fame, they imagined to be some kind of giant, who by his very look would terrify people, his wife as a giantess with brows ever frowning and a rude voice. Meanwhile they saw before them a little soldier, with a kindly and friendly face, and also a tiny woman, rosy as a doll, who, in her broad trousers and with her sabre, seemed more like a beautiful boy than a grown person. None the less did the hosts receive their visitors with open arms. Basha kissed heartily, before presentation, the 3 women. When they told who they were, and whence they had come, she said, I should rejoice to bend the heavens for you, ladies, and for you, gentlemen. I am awfully glad to see you. It is well that no misfortune has met you on the road, for in our desert, you see, such a thing is not difficult. But this very day we have cut the ravagers to pieces. Seeing then that Pani Boski was looking at her with increasing astonishment, she struck her sabre, and added with great boastfulness, Ah, but I was in the fight. Of course I was. That's the way with us. For God's sake, permit me, ladies, to go out and put on clothing proper to my sex, and wash my hands from blood a little, for I am coming from a terrible battle. Oh, if we hadn't cut down Asba today, perhaps you ladies would not have arrived without accident at Chrepshev. I will return in a moment, and Michał will be at your service meanwhile. She vanished through the door, and then the little knight, who had greeted Pan Nowowiejski already, pushed up to Pani Boski. God has given me such a wife, said he to her, that she is not only a loving companion in the house, but can be a valiant comrade in the field. Now at her command I offer my services to your ladyship. May God bless her in everything, answered Pani Boski, as he has blessed her in beauty. I am Antonia Boski. I have not come to exact services from your grace, but to beg on my knees for aid and rescue in misfortune. Zosia, kneel down here too before the knight, for if he cannot help us, no man can. Pani Boski fell on her knees then, and the comely Zosia followed her example. Both, shedding ardent tears, began to cry, Save us, knight! Have pity on orphans!
A crowd of officers, made curious, drew near on seeing the kneeling women, and especially because the sight of the comely Zosia attracted them. The little knight, greatly confused, raised Pani Boski and seated her on a bench. "In God's name," asked he, "what are you doing? I should kneel first before a worthy woman. Tell, your ladyship, in what I can render assistance, and as God is in heaven, I will not delay." "He will do what he promises. I, on my part, offer myself. Zagroba sum. It is enough for you to know that," said the old warrior, moved by the tears of the women. Then Pani Boski beckoned to Zosia. She took quickly from her bosom a letter, which she gave to the little knight. He looked at the letter and said, "From the hetman." Then he broke the seal and began to read. "Very dear and beloved Volodyovski, I send from the road to you, through Pan Bogusz, my sincere love and instructions, which Pan Bogusz will communicate to you personally. I have barely recovered from fatigues in Yavorov, when immediately another affair comes up. This affair is very near my heart, because of the affection which I bear soldiers, whom if I forgot, the Lord God would forget me. Pan Boski, a cavalier of great honour and a dear comrade, was taken by the horde some years since, near Kamieniec. I have given shelter to his wife and daughter in Yavorov, but their hearts are weeping, one for a husband, the other for a father. I wrote through Piotrovich to Pan Złotnicki, our resident in the Crimea, to look for Pan Boski everywhere. They found him, it seems, but the Tartars hid him afterward, therefore he could not be given up with other prisoners, and doubtless is rowing in a galley to this time. The women, despairing and hopeless, have ceased to importune me, but I, on returning recently, and seeing their unappeased sorrow, could not refrain from attempting some rescue. You are near the place, and have concluded, as I know, brotherhood with many Murzas. I send the ladies to you, therefore, and do you give them aid. Piotrovich will go soon to the Crimea. Give him letters to those Murzas with whom you are in brotherhood. I cannot write to the Vizier or the Khan, for they are not friendly to me, and besides, I fear that if I should write, they would consider Boski a very eminent person, and increase the ransom beyond measure. Commend the affair urgently to Piotrovich, and command him not to return without Boski. Stir up all your brothers. Though pagans, they observe plighted faith always, and must have great respect for you. Finally, do what you please. Go to Rashkov. Promise 3 of the most considerable Tartars in exchange, if they return Boski alive. No one knows better than you all their methods, for, as I hear, you have ransomed relatives already. God bless you, and I will love you still more, for my heart will cease to bleed. I have heard of your management in Khrepshuv, that it is quiet there. I expected this. Only keep watch on Azba. Pan Bogusz will tell you all about public affairs. For God's sake, listen carefully in the direction of Moldavia, for a great invasion will not miss us. Committing Pani Boski to your heart and efforts, I subscribe myself, etc. Pani Boski wept without ceasing during the reading of the letter, and Zosia accompanied her, raising her blue eyes to heaven. Meanwhile, and before Pan Michał had finished, Basha ran in, dressed in women's garments, and seeing tears in the eyes of the ladies, began to inquire with sympathy what the matter was. Therefore Pan Michał read the hetman's letter for her, and when she had listened to it carefully, she supported at once and with eagerness the prayers of the hetman and Pani Boski. "The hetman has a golden heart," cried Basha, embracing her husband. "But we shall not show a worse one, Michał. Pani Boski will stay with us till her husband's return, and you will bring him in 3 months from the Crimea. In 3 or in 2, is it not true?" "Or tomorrow, or in an hour," said Pan Michał, bantering. Here he turned to Pani Boski. "Decisions, as you see, are quick with my wife." "May God bless her for that," said Pani Boski. "Zosia, kiss the hand of the lady commandress." But the lady commandress did not think of giving her hand to be kissed. She embraced Zosia again, for in some way they pleased each other at once. "Help us, gracious gentlemen," cried she. "Help us, and quickly."
"Quickly, for her head is burning," muttered Zagloba.
But Basha, shaking her yellow forelock, said, "Not my head, but the hearts of those gentlemen are burning from sorrow." "No one will oppose your honest intention," said Pan Michał. "But first we must hear Pani Boski's story in detail." "Zosia, tell everything as it was, for I cannot from tears," said the matron. Zosia dropped her eyes toward the floor, covering them entirely with the lids. Then she became as red as a cherry, not knowing how to begin, and was greatly abashed at having to speak in such a numerous assembly. But Basha came to her aid. "Zosia, and when did they take Pan Boski captive?" 5 years ago, in 1667, said Zosia, with a thin voice, without raising the long lashes from her eyes. And she began in one breath to tell the story. There were no raids to be heard of at that time, and Papa's squadron was near Paniovci. Papa, with Pan Bulejowski, was looking after men who were herding cattle in the meadows, and the Tartars came then on the Wallachian road and took Papa with Pan Bulejowski. But Pan Bulejowski returned 2 years ago, and Papa has not returned." Here 2 tears began to flow down Zosia's cheeks, so that Zagloba was moved at sight of them, and said, "Poor girl, do not fear, child. Papa will return and will dance yet at your wedding." "But did the hetman write to Pan Złotnicki through Piotrowicz?" inquired Volodyovski. "The hetman wrote about Papa to the sword-bearer of Poznan," recited Zosia, "and the sword-bearer and Pan Piotrowicz found Papa with Aga Murza Bey." "In God's name! I know that Murza Bey. I was in brotherhood with his brother," said Volodyovski. "Would he not give up Pan Boski?" "There was a command of the Khan to give up Papa, but Murza Bey is severe, cruel. He hid Papa, and told Pan Piotrowicz that he had sold him long before into Asia. But other captives told Pan Piotrowicz that that was not true, and that the Murza only said that purposely, so that he might abuse Papa longer, for he is the cruelest of all the Tartars toward prisoners. Perhaps Papa was not in the Crimea then, for the Murza has his own galleys and needs men for rowing. But Papa was not sold. All the prisoners said that the Murza would rather kill a prisoner than sell him." "Holy truth," said Pan Mushalski. "They know that Murza Bey in the whole Crimea. He is a very rich Tartar, but wonderfully venomous against our people, for 4 brothers of his fell in campaigns against us." "But has he never formed brotherhood among our people?" asked Pan Michał. "It is doubtful," answered the officers from every side. "Tell me once what that brotherhood is," said Basha. "You see," said Zagloba, "when negotiations are begun at the end of war, men from both armies visit one another and enter into friendship. It happens then that an officer inclines to himself a Murza, and a Murza an officer. Then they vow to each other life friendship, which they call brotherhood. The more famous a man is, as Michał, for instance, or I, or Pan Ruszczyk, who holds command in Rashkov now, the more is his brotherhood sought. It is clear that such a man will not conclude brotherhood with some common fellow, but will seek it only among the most renowned Mursias. The custom is this: they pour water on their sabres and swear mutual friendship. Do you understand? And how if it comes to war afterward? They can fight in a general war, but if they meet alone, if they are attacking as skirmishers, they will greet each other and depart in friendship. Also, if one of them falls into captivity, the other is bound to alleviate it, and in the worst case to ransom him. Indeed, there have been some who shared their property with brothers. When it is a question of friends or acquaintances, or of finding someone, brothers go to brothers, and justice commands us to acknowledge that no people observe such oaths better than the Tartars. The word is the main thing with them, and such a friend you can trust certainly. But has Michal many such?
I have 3 powerful Mursias, answered Vorodyovsky, and one of them is from Lubny times. Once I begged him of Prince Yeremy. Aga Bey is his name, and even now, if he had to lay his head down for me, he would lay it down. The other 2 are equally reliable.
Ah, said Basha, I should like to conclude brotherhood with the Khan himself, and free all the prisoners. He would not be averse to that, said Zagloba, but it is not known what reward he would ask of you. Permit me, gentlemen, said Pan Michał, let us consider what we ought to do. Now listen. We have news from Kamieniec that in 2 weeks at the furthest, Piotrowicz will be here with a numerous escort. He will go to the Crimea with ransom for a number of Armenian merchants from Kamieniec, who at the change of the Khan were plundered and taken captive. That happened to Seferovich, the brother of Praetor. All those people are very wealthy. They will not spare money, and Piotrowicz will go well provided. No danger threatens him, for first, winter is near, and it is not the time for chambuls, and secondly, with him are going Navirach, the delegate of the Patriarch of Echmiadzin, and the 2 Anadrats from Kaffa, who have a safe conduct from the young Khan. I will give letters to Piotrowicz to the residents of the Commonwealth and to my brothers. Besides, it is known to you, gentlemen, that Pan Ruszczyk, the commandant at Rashkov, has relatives in the horde who, taken captive in childhood, have become thoroughly Tartar and have risen to dignities. All these will move earth and heaven, will try negotiations. In case of stubbornness on the part of the Mursia, they will rouse the Khan himself against him, or perhaps they will twist the Mursia's head somewhere in secret. I hope, therefore, that if, which God grant, Pan Boski is alive, I shall get him in a couple of months without fail, as the hetman commands, and my immediate superior here present. At this Pan Michał bowed to his wife. His immediate superior sprang to embrace the little knight the second time. Pani and Panna Boski clasped their hands, thanking God, who had permitted them to meet such kindly people. Both became notably cheerful, therefore. If the old Khan were alive, said Pan Nienasieniec, all would go more smoothly, for he was greatly devoted to us, and of the young one they say the opposite. In fact, those Armenian merchants for whom Pan Piotrowicz is to go were imprisoned in Bakhchisarai itself during the time of the young Khan, and probably at his command.
There will be a change in the young, as there was in the old Khan, who, before he convinced himself of our honesty, was the most inveterate enemy of the Polish name, said Zagloba.
I know this best, for I was 7 years under him in captivity. Let the sight of me give comfort to your ladyship, continued he, taking a seat near Pani Boski. 7 years is no joke, and still I returned and crushed so many of those dog brothers that for each day of my captivity I sent at least 2 of them to hell, and for Sundays and holidays who knows if there will not be 3 or 4, ha! 7 years, repeated Pani Boski with a sigh. May I die if I add a day. 7 years in the very palace of the Khan, confirmed Zagloba, blinking mysteriously.
And you must know that that young Khan is my...
Here he whispered something in the ear of Pani Boski, burst into a loud ha ha ha, and began to stroke his knees with his palms. Finally he slapped Pani Boski's knees and said, "They were good times, were they not? In youth every man you met was an enemy, and every day a new prank. Ha!" The sedate matron became greatly confused, and pushed back somewhat from the jovial knight. The younger women dropped their eyes, divining easily that the pranks of which Pan Zagloba was talking must be something opposed to their native modesty, especially since the soldiers burst into loud laughter. "It will be needful to send to Pan Rushtitz at once," said Basha, "so that Pan Piotrovitch may find the letters ready in Rashkov." "Hasten with the whole affair," added Pan Bogush, "while it is winter. For, first, no chambuls come out, and roads are safe. Secondly, in the spring God knows what may happen." "Has the hetman news from Tsargrad?" inquired Vodiovsky. "He has, and of this we must talk apart. It is necessary to finish quickly with those captains. When will Melehovich come back? For much depends on him." "He has only to destroy the rest of the ravagers, and afterward bury the dead. He ought to return today or tomorrow morning. I commanded him to bury only our men, not Asba's, for winter is at hand and there is no danger of infection. Besides, the wolves will clear them away." "The hetman asks," said Pan Bogush, "that Melehovich should have no hindrance in his work. As often as he wishes to go to Rashkov, let him go. The hetman asks, too, to trust him in everything, for he is certain of his devotion. He is a great soldier and may do us much good." "Let him go to Rashkov and whithersoever he pleases," said the little knight. "Since we have destroyed Asba, I have no urgent need of him. No large band will appear now till the first grass." "Is Asba cut to pieces, then?" inquired Novoviesky. "So cut up that I do not know if 25 men escaped, and even those will be caught one by one, if Melehovich has not caught them already." "I am terribly glad of this," said Novoviesky, "for now it will be possible to go to Rashkov in safety." Here he turned to Basha. "We can take to Pan Rushtitz the letters which her Grace, our benefactress, has mentioned." "Thank you," answered Basha. "There are occasions here continually, for men are sent expressly." "All the commands must maintain communication," said Pan Michał. "But are you going to Rashkov, indeed, with this young beauty?" "Oh, this is an ordinary puss, not a beauty, gracious benefactor," said Novoviesky. "And I am going to Rashkov, for my son, the rascal, is serving there under the banner of Pan Rushtitz. It is nearly 10 years since he ran away from home, and knocks at my fatherly clemency only with letters. I guessed at once that you were Pan Adam's father, and I was about to inquire, but we were so taken up with sorrow for Pani Boski. I guessed it at once, for there is a resemblance in features. Well then, he is your son?" "So his late mother declared, and as she was a virtuous woman, I have no reason for doubt." "I am doubly glad to have such a guest as you. For God's sake, but do not call your son a rascal, for he is a famous soldier and a worthy cavalier, who brings the highest honour to your grace. Do you not know that, after Pan Rushtitz, he is the best partisan in the squadron? Do you not know that he is an eye in the head of the hetman? Independent commands are entrusted to him, and he has fulfilled every function with incomparable credit." Pan Novoviesky flushed from delight. "Gracious Colonel," said he, "more than once a father blames his child only to let some one deny what he says, and I think that 'tis impossible to please a parent's heart more than by such a denial. Reports have reached me already of Adam's good service, but I am really comforted now for the first time when I hear these reports confirmed by such renowned lips.
They say that he is not only a manful soldier, but steady, which is even a wonder to me, for he was always a whirlwind. The rogue had a love for war from youth upward, and the best proof of this is that he ran away from home as a boy. If I could have caught him at that time, I would not have spared him. But now I must spare him. If not, he would hide for 10 other years, and it is dreary for me, an old man, without him.
And he has not been home during so many years?
He has not. I forbade him.
But I have had enough of it, and now I go to him, since he, being in service, cannot come to me. I intended to ask of you and my benefactress a refuge for this maiden while I went to Rashkov alone. But since you say that it is safe everywhere, I will take her. She is curious, the magpie, to see the world. Let her look at it.
And let people look at her, put in Zagloba.
Ah, they would have nothing to see, said the young lady, out of whose dark eyes and mouth, fixed as if for a kiss, something quite different was speaking. An ordinary puss, nothing more than a puss, said Pan Novoviesky. But if she sees a handsome officer, something may happen. Therefore I chose to bring her with me rather than leave her, especially as it is dangerous for a girl at home alone. But if I go without her to Rashkov, then let her grace give command to tie her with a cord, or she will play pranks. I was no better myself, said Basha. They gave her a distaff to spin, said Zagloba, but she danced with it, since she had no one better to dance with. But you are a jovial man. Basha, I should like to have an encounter with Pan Novoviesky, for I am fond of amusement at times.
Meanwhile, before supper was served, the door opened and Melihovich entered. Pan Novoviesky did not notice him at once, for he was talking with Zagloba. But Eva saw him, and a flame struck her face. Then she grew pale suddenly.
Pan Commandant, said Melihovich to Pan Michał, according to order, those men were caught. Well, where are they? According to order, I had them hanged. Well done. And have your men returned? A part remained to bury the bodies, the rest are with me. At this moment Pan Novoviesky raised his head, and great astonishment was reflected on his face. In God's name, what do I see? Cried he. Then he rose, went straight to Melihovich and said, Asia, and what art thou doing here, ruffian? He raised his hand to seize the Tartar by the collar. But in Melihovich there was such an outburst in one moment as there is when a man throws a handful of powder into fire. He grew pale as a corpse, and seizing with iron grasp the hand of Novoviesky, he said, I do not know you. Who are you? And pushed him so violently that Novoviesky staggered to the middle of the room. For some time he could not utter a word from rage, but, regaining breath, began to cry, Gracious Commandant, this is my man, and besides that, a runaway. He was in my house from childhood. The ruffian denies. He is my man. Eva, who is he? Tell. Asia, said Eva, trembling in all her body. Melihovich did not even look at her. With eyes fixed on Novoviesky, and with quivering nostril, he looked at the old noble with unspeakable hatred, pressing with his hand the handle of his knife. At the same time his moustaches began to quiver from the movement of his nostrils, and from under those moustaches white teeth were gleaming like those of an angry wild beast. The officers stood in a circle. Basha sprang in between Melihovich and Novoviesky. "What does this mean?" asked she, frowning. "Pan Commandant," said Novoviesky, "this is my man, Asia by name, and a runaway. Serving in youthful years in the Crimea, I found him half alive on the steppe, and I took him. He is a Tartar. He remained 12 years in my house, and was taught together with my son. When my son ran away, this one helped me in management, until he wished to make love to Eva. Seeing this, I had him flogged. He ran away after that. What is his name here?" "Melehovich." "He has assumed that name. He is called Asia, nothing more. He says that he does not know me, but I know him, and so does Eva." "Your Grace's son has seen him many times," said Basha. "Why did not he know him?" "My son might not know him, for when he ran away from home both were 15 years old, and this one remained 6 years with me afterward, during which time he changed considerably, grew and got moustaches. But Eva knew him at once. Gracious hosts, you will lend belief more quickly to a citizen than to this accident from the Crimea." "Pan Melehovich is an officer of the hetman," said Basha. "We have nothing to do with him." "Permit me, I will ask him. Let the other side be heard," said the little knight. But Pan Novoviesky was furious. "Pan Melehovich! What sort of a pan is he? My serving lad, who has hidden himself under a strange name. Tomorrow I'll make my dog keeper of that pan. The day after tomorrow I'll give command to beat that pan with clubs. And the hetman himself cannot hinder me, for I am a noble and I know my rights." To this Pan Michał answered more sharply, and his moustaches quivered. "I am not only a noble, but a colonel, and I know my rights too. You can demand your man by law, and have recourse to the jurisdiction of the hetman, but I command here, and no one else does." Pan Novoviesky moderated at once, remembering that he was talking not only to a commandant, but to his own son's superior, and besides the most noted knight in the Commonwealth.
"Pan Colonel," said he, in a milder tone, "I will not take him against the will of your Grace, but I bring forward my rights, and I beg you to believe me."
"Melehovich, what do you say to this?" asked Volodyovski. The Tartar fixed his eyes on the floor and was silent. "That your name is Asia we all know," added Pan Michał. "There are other proofs to seek," said Novoviesky. "If he is my man, he has fish tattooed in blue on his breast." Hearing this, Pan Yenesieniec opened his eyes widely and his mouth. Then he seized himself by the head and cried, "Asia, Tuhai Beyovich!" All eyes were turned on him. He trembled throughout his whole body, as if all his wounds were reopened, and he repeated, "That is my captive. That is Tuhai Bey's son. As God lives, it is he." But the young Tartar raised his head proudly, cast his wild-cat glance on the assembly, and pulling open suddenly the clothes on his bosom, said, "Here are the fish tattooed in blue. I am the son of Tuhai Bey." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 29. All were silent, so great was the impression which the name of the terrible warrior had made. Too-High Bey was the man who, in company with the dreadful Khmelnytsky, had shaken the entire Commonwealth. He had shed a whole sea of Polish blood. He had trampled the Ukraine, Volhynia, Podole, and the lands of Galicia with the hoofs of horses, had destroyed castles and towns, had visited villages with fire, had taken tens of thousands of people captive. The son of such a man was now there before the assembly in the Stanitsa of Chrepchuv, and said to the eyes of people, "I have blue fish on my breast. I am Asia, bone of the bone of Too-High Bey." But such was the honour among people of that time for famous blood that, in spite of the terror which the name of the celebrated Murza must have called forth in the soul of each soldier, Melehovich increased in their eyes as if he had taken on himself the whole greatness of his father. They looked on him with wonderment, especially the women, for whom every mystery becomes the highest charm. He too, as if he had increased in his own eyes through his confession, grew haughty. He did not drop his head a whit, but said in conclusion, "That noble," here he pointed at Novoviesky, "says I am his man, but this is my reply to him. My father mounted his steed from the backs of men better than you. He says truly also that I was with him, for I was, and under his rods my back streamed with blood, which I shall not forget, so help me God. I took the name of Melehovich to escape his pursuit, but now, though I might have gone to the Crimea, I am serving this fatherland with my blood and health, and I am under no one but the hetman. My father was a relative of the Khan, and in the Crimea wealth and luxury were waiting for me. But I remained here in contempt, for I love this fatherland, I love the hetman, and I love those who have never disdained me." When he had said this, he bowed to Volodyovski, bowed so low before Basha that his head almost touched her knees. Then, without looking on anyone again, he took his sabre under his arm and walked out. For a time yet silence continued. Zagloba spoke first. "Ha! Where is Pan Snitko? But I said that a wolf was looking out of the eyes of that Asia, and he is the son of a wolf." "The son of a lion," said Volodyovski. "And who knows if he hasn't taken after his father?" "As God lives, gentlemen, did you notice how his teeth glittered, just like those of old Tugay when he was in anger?" said Pan Mushalski. "By that alone I should have known him, for I saw old Tugay often." "Not so often as I," said Zagloba. "Now I understand," put in Bogush, "why he is so much esteemed among the Tartars of Lithuania and the south, and they remember Tugay's name as sacred. By the living God, if that man had the wish, he might take every Tartar to the Sultan's service and cause us a world of trouble." "He will not do that," answered Pan Michał, "for what he has said, that he loves the country and the hetman, is true. Otherwise he would not be serving among us, being able to go to the Crimea and swim there in everything. He has not known luxury with us." "He will not go to the Crimea," said Pan Bogush, "for if he had had the wish, he could have done so already. He met no hindrance." "On the contrary," added Nyeshinets, "I believe now that he will entice back all those traitorous captains to the Commonwealth again." "Pan Novoviesky," said Zagloba suddenly, "if you had known that he was the son of Too-High Bey, perhaps so—" "What?" "I should have commanded to give him, instead of 300, 3,000 blows. May the thunderbolts shatter me if I would not have done so. Gracious gentlemen, it is a wonder to me that he, being Too-High Bey's whelp, did not run off to the Crimea. It must be that he discovered this only recently, for when with me he knew nothing about it. This is a wonder to me, I tell you it is, but for God's sake do not trust him. I know him, gentlemen, longer than you do, and I will tell you only this much. The devil is not so slippery, a mad dog is not so irritable, a wolf is less malignant and cruel than that man. He will pour tallow under the skins of you all yet."
"What are you talking about?" asked Mushalski. "We have seen him in action at Kalnik, at Uman, at Bratslav, and in 100 other emergencies."
"He will not forget his own. He will have vengeance," said Novoviejski. "But today he slew Asba's ravagers. What are you telling us?" Meanwhile, Basha was all on fire. That history of Melehovich occupied her so much, but she was anxious that the end should be worthy of the beginning. Therefore, shaking Eva Novoviejski, she whispered in her ear, "But you loved him, Eva. Own up. Don't deny. You loved him. You love him yet, do you not? I am sure you do. Be outspoken with me. In whom can you confide if not in me, a woman? There is almost royal blood in him. The hetman will get him not 1 but 10 naturalizations. Pan Novoviejski will not oppose. Undoubtedly Asia himself loves you yet. I know already. I know. Never fear, he has confidence in me. I will put the question to him at once. He will tell me without torture. You loved him terribly. You love him yet, do you not?" Eva was as if dazed. When Asia showed his inclination to her the first time, she was almost a child. After that she did not see him for a number of years, and had ceased to think of him. There remained with her the remembrance of him as a passionate stripling, who was half comrade to her brother, and half serving lad. But now she saw him again. He stood before her a handsome hero and fierce as a falcon, a famous warrior, and, besides, the son of a foreign, it is true, but princely stock. Therefore young Asia seemed to her altogether different. Therefore the sight of him stunned her, and at the time dazzled and charmed her. Memories of him appeared before her as in a dream. Her heart could not love the young man in one moment, but in one moment she felt in it an agreeable readiness to love him. Basha, unable to question her to the end, took her, with Zosha Bosky, to an alcove, and began again to insist, "Eva, tell me quickly, awfully quickly, do you love him?" A flame beat into the face of Eva. She was a dark-haired and dark-eyed maiden, with hot blood, and that blood flew to her cheeks at any mention of love. "Eva," repeated Basha for the 10th time, "do you love him?" "I do not know," answered Eva, after a moment's hesitation. "But you don't deny?" "Oh, I know. Do not hesitate. I told Michal first that I loved him. No harm. And it was well. You must have loved each other terribly this long time. Ha, I understand now. It is from yearning for you that he has always been so gloomy. He went around like a wolf. The poor soldier withered away almost. What passed between you? Tell me." "He told me in the storehouse that he loved me," whispered Eva. "In the storehouse? What then?" "Then he caught me and began to kiss me," continued she, in a still lower voice. "Maybe I don't know him, that Melehovich. And what did you do?" "I was afraid to scream." "Afraid to scream? Zosha, do you hear that? When was your loving found out?" "Father came in and struck him on the spot with a hatchet. Then he whipped me and gave orders to flog him so severely that he was a fortnight in bed." Here Eva began to cry, partly from sorrow and partly from confusion. At sight of this, the dark blue eyes of the sensitive Zosha filled with tears. Then Basha began to comfort Eva. "All will be well, my head on that, and I will harness Michał into the work and Pan Zagloba. I will persuade them, never fear. Against the wit of Pan Zagloba nothing can stand. You do not know him. Don't cry, Eva dear, it is time for supper. Milohovich was not at supper. He was sitting in his own room, warming at the fire gorailka and mead, which he poured into a smaller cup afterward and drank, eating at the same time dry biscuits. Pan Bogusz came to him late in the evening to talk over news. The Tartar seated him at once on a chair lined with sheepskin, and, placing before him a pitcher of hot drink, inquired, "But does Pan Novoviesky still wish to make me his slave?" "There is no longer any talk of that," answered the Understolnik of Novgorod. "Pan Yenishinets might claim you first, but he cares nothing for you, since his sister is already either dead or does not wish any change in her fate. Pan Novoviesky did not know who you were when he punished you for intimacy with his daughter. Now he is going around like one stunned, for though your father brought a world of evil on this country, he was a renowned warrior, and blood is always blood. As God lives, no one will raise a finger here while you serve the country faithfully, especially as you have friends on all sides." "Why should I not serve faithfully?" answered Asia. "My father fought against you, but he was a pagan, while I profess Christ." That's it! You cannot return to the Crimea unless with loss of faith, and that would be followed by loss of salvation. Therefore, no earthly wealth, dignity, or office could recompense you. In truth, you owe gratitude both to Pan Yenishinets and Pan Novoviesky, for the first brought you from among pagans, and the second reared you in the true faith." "I know," said Asia, "that I owe them gratitude, and I will try to repay them. Your Grace has remarked truly that I have found here a multitude of benefactors."
"You speak as if it were bitter in your mouth when you say that, but count yourself your well-wishers."
"His Grace the Hetman and you in the first rank, that I will repeat until death. What others there are I know not."
"But the Commandant here, do you think that he would yield you into anyone's hands, even though you were not Tuhai Bey's son? And Pani Volodyovsky, I heard what she said about you during supper. Even before, when Novoviesky recognized you, she took your part. Pan Volodyovsky would do everything for her, for he does not see the world beyond her. A sister could not have more affection for a brother than she has for you. During the whole time of supper your name was on her lips." The young Tartar bent his head suddenly, and began to blow into the cup of hot drink. When he put out his somewhat blue lips to blow, his face became so Tartar-like that Pan Bogusz said,
"As God is true, how entirely like Tuhai Bey you were this moment passes imagination. I knew him perfectly. I saw him in the palace of the Khan and on the field. I went to his encampment, it is small to say, 20 times. May God bless the just and the plague choke evildoers," said Asia. "To the health of the Hetman." Pan Bogusz drank and said, "Health and long years. It is true those of us who stand with him are a handful, but true soldiers. God grant that we shall not give up to those bread-skinners who know only how to intrigue at petty diets and accuse the hetman of treason to the king. The rascals! We stand night and day with our faces to the enemy, and they draw around kneading troughs full of hashed meat and cabbage with millet, and are drumming on them with spoons. That is their labour. The hetman sends envoy after envoy, implores reinforcements for Kamieniec. Cassandra-like, he predicts the destruction of Ilion and the people of Priam. But they have no thought in their heads, and are simply looking for an offender against the king." "Of what is your Grace speaking?" "Nothing. I made a comparison of Kamieniec with Troy, but you, of course, have not heard of Troy. Wait a little. The hetman will obtain naturalization for you. The times are such that the occasion will not be wanting, if you wish really to cover yourself with glory." Either I shall cover myself with glory, or earth will cover me. You will hear of me as God is in heaven. But those men, what is Kryczynski doing? Will they return or not? What are they doing now? They are in encampment, some in Udrzysk, others farther on. It is hard to come to an agreement at present, for they are far from one another. They have an order to move in spring to Adrianople, and to take with them all the provisions they can carry. In God's name that is important, for if there is to be a great gathering of forces in Adrianople, war with us is certain. It is necessary to inform the hetman of this at once. He thinks also that war will come, but this would be an infallible sign.
Halim told me that it is said there among them that the Sultan himself is to be at Adrianople.
Praised be the name of the Lord, and here with us hardly a handful of troops, our whole hope in the rock of Kamieniec. Does Kryczynski bring forward new conditions? He presents complaints rather than conditions. A general amnesty, a return to the rights and privileges of nobles which they had formerly, commands for the captains is what they wish. But as the Sultan has offered them more, they are hesitating. What do you tell me? How could the Sultan give them more than the Commonwealth? In Turkey there is absolute rule, and all rights depend on the fancy of the Sultan alone. Even if he who is living and reigning at present were to keep all his promises, his successor might break them or trample on them at will. While with us privileges are sacred, and whoso becomes a noble, from him even the king can take nothing. They say that they were nobles, and still they were treated on a level with dragoons, that the starostas commanded them more than once to perform various duties, from which not only a noble is free, but even an attendant. But if the hetman promises them, no one doubts the high mind of the hetman, and all love him in their hearts secretly. But they think thus to themselves: the crowd of nobles will shout down the hetman as a traitor. At the king's court they hate him. A confederacy threatens him with impeachment. How can he do anything? Pan Bogusz began to stroke his forelock. Well, what? They know not themselves what to do. And will they remain with the Sultan? No. But who will command them to return to the Commonwealth? I. How is that? I am the son of Tuhay Bey. My Asia, said Pan Bogusz after a while, I do not deny that they may be in love with your blood and the glory of Tuhay Bey, though they are our Tartars and Tuhay Bey was our enemy. I understand such things, for even with us there are nobles who say with a certain pride that Khmelnytsky was a noble, and descended not from the Cossacks, but from our people, from the Mazovians. Well, though such a rascal that in hell a worse is not to be found, they are glad to recognize him, because he was a renowned warrior. Such is the nature of man. But that your blood of Tuhay Bey should give you the right to command all Tartars, for this I see no sufficient reason. Asia was silent for a time. Then he rested his palms on his thighs and said, Then I will tell you, Kryczynski and other Tartars obey me, for besides this, that they are simple Tartars and I a prince, there are resources and power in me. But neither you know them, nor does the hetman himself know them. What resources? What power? I do not know how to tell you, answered Asia in Russian. But why am I ready to do things that another would not dare? Why have I thought of that of which another would not have thought? What do you say? Of what have you thought? I have thought of this, that if the hetman would give me the will and the right, I would bring back not merely the captains, but would put half the horde in the service of the hetman. Is there little vacant land in the Ukraine and the wilderness? Let the hetman only announce that if a Tartar comes to the Commonwealth, he will be a noble, will not be oppressed in his faith, and will serve in a squadron of his own people, that all will have their own hetman, as the Cossacks have, and my head for it, the whole Ukraine will be swarming soon. The Lithuanian Tartars will come. They will come from the south. They will come from Dobruja and Belgrade. They will come from the Crimea. They will drive their flocks and bring their wives and children in wagons. Do not shake your head, your grace. They will come, as those came long ago who served the Commonwealth faithfully for generations. In the Crimea and everywhere, the Khan and the Murjas oppress the people. But in the Ukraine, they will have their sabres and take the field under their own hetman. I swear to you that they will come, for they suffer from hunger there from time to time. Now, if it is announced among the villages that I, by the authority of the hetman, call them, that Tuhaï Bey's son calls, thousands will come here." Pan Bogusz seized his own head. "By the wounds of God, Asia, whence did such thoughts come to you? What would there be?"
"There would be in the Ukraine a Tartar nation as there is a Cossack. You have granted privileges to the Cossacks and a hetman. Why should you not grant them to us? You ask what there would be. There would not be what there is now, a second Khmelnytsky, for we should have put foot at once on the throat of the Cossack. There would not be an uprising of peasants, slaughter and ruin. There would be no Doroshenko, for let him but rise, and I should be the first to bring him on a halter to the feet of the hetman. And should the Turkish power think to move against us, we would beat the Sultan. Were the Khan to threaten raids, we would beat the Khan. Is it so long since the Lithuanian Tartars and those of Podole did the like, though remaining in the Mohammedan faith? Why should we do otherwise? We are of the Commonwealth. We are noble. Now calculate. The Ukraine in peace, the Cossacks in check, protection against Turkey, a number of tens of thousands of additional troops. This is what I have been thinking. This is what came to my head. This is why Kryczynski, Adurovich, Moravsky, Tarasovsky obey me. This is why 1/2 the Crimea will roll to those steps when I raise the call." Pan Bogusz was as much astonished and weighed down by the words of Asia, as if the walls of that room in which they were sitting had opened on a sudden, and new, unknown regions had appeared to his eyes. For a long time he could not utter a word, and merely gazed on the young Tartar. But Asia began to walk with great strides up and down in the room. At last he said, "Without me this cannot be done, for I am the son of Tuhaï Bey, and from the Dnieper to the Danube there is no greater name among the Tartars." After a while he added, "What are Kryczynski, Tarasovsky and others to me? It is not a question of them alone, or of some thousands of Lithuanian or Podolan Tartars, but of the whole Commonwealth. They say that in spring a great war will rise with the power of the Sultan, but only give me permission, and I will cause such a seething among the Tartars that the Sultan himself will scald his hands."
"In God's name, who are you, Asia?" cried Pan Bogusz. The young man raised his head. "The coming hetman of the Tartars." A gleam of the fire fell at that moment on Asia, lighting his face, which was at once cruel and beautiful. And it seemed to Pan Bogusz that some new man was standing before him, such was the greatness and pride beating from the person of the young Tartar. Pan Bogusz felt also that Asia was speaking the truth. If such a proclamation of the hetman were published, all the Lithuanian and Podolan Tartars would return without fail, and very many of the wild Tartars would follow them. The old noble knew passing well the Crimea, in which he had been twice as a captive, and, ransomed by the hetman, had been afterward an envoy. He knew the court of Bakhchisarai. He knew the hordes living from the Don to the Dobruja. He knew that in winter many villages were depopulated by hunger. He knew that the despotism and rapacity of the Khan's Baskaks were disgusting to the Murjas, that in the Crimea itself it came often to rebellion. He understood at once then that rich lands and privileges would entice without fail all those for whom it was evil, narrow, or dangerous in their old homesteads. They would be enticed most surely if the son of Tughai Bey raised the call. He alone could do this, no other. He, through the renown of his father, might rouse villages, involve one half of the Crimea against the other half, bring in the wild horde of Belgrade, and shake the whole power of the Khan, nay, even that of the Sultan. Should the hetman desire to take advantage of the occasion, he might consider Tughai Bey's son as a man sent by Providence itself. Pan Bogush began then to look with another eye on Asia, and to wonder more and more how such thoughts could be hatched in his head. And the sweat was in drops like pearl on the forehead of the knight, so immense did those thoughts seem to him. Still, doubt remained yet in his soul. Therefore he said, after a while, "And do you know that there would have to be war with Turkey over such a question?"
"There will be war as it is. Why did they command the horde to march to Adrianopol? There will be war unless dissensions rise in the Sultan's dominions, and if it comes to taking the field, half the horde will be on our side."
For every point the rogue has an argument, thought Pan Bogush. "It turns one's head," said he, after a while. "You see, Asia, in every case it is not an easy thing. What would the king say? What the chancellor, the estates, and all the nobles, for the greater part hostile to the hetman? I need only the permission of the hetman on paper, and when we are once here, let them drive us out. Who will drive us out, and with what? You would be glad to squeeze the Zaporozhians out of the Sech, but you cannot in any way. The hetman will dread the responsibility. Behind the hetman will be 50,000 sabres of the horde, besides the troops which he has in hand. But the Cossacks? Do you forget the Cossacks? They will begin opposition at once. We are needed here specially to keep a sword hanging over the Cossack neck. Through whom has Doroshenko support? Through the Tartars. Let me take the Tartars in hand. Doroshenko must beat with his forehead to the hetman." Here Asia stretched out his palm and opened his fingers like the talons of an eagle. Then he grasped after the hilt of his sabre. "This is the way we will show the Cossacks law. They will become serfs, and we will hold the Ukraine.
Do you hear, Pan Bogush? You think that I am a small man, but I am not so small as it seems to Novoveysky, the commandant of this place, and you, Pan Bogush.
Behold, I have been thinking over this day and night, till I have grown thin, till my face is sunken. Look at it, your grace, it has grown black. But what I have thought out, I have thought out well, and therefore I tell you that in me there are resources and power. You see yourself that these are great things. Go to the hetman, but go quickly. Lay the question before him. Let him give me a letter touching this matter, and I shall not care about the estates. The hetman has a great soul. The hetman will know that this is power and resource. Tell the hetman that I am Tughai Bey's son, that I alone can do this. Lay it before him. Let him consent to it. But in God's name let it be done in time, while there is snow on the steppe, before spring. For in spring there will be war. Go at once and return at once, so that I may know quickly what I am to do." Pan Bogush did not observe even that Asia spoke in a tone of command, as if he were a hetman giving instructions to his officer. "Tomorrow I will rest," said he, "and after tomorrow I will set out, God grant me to find the hetman in Yavorov. Decision is quick with him, and soon you will have an answer." "What does your grace think? Will the hetman consent?" "Perhaps he will command you to come to him. Do not go to Rashkov, then, at present. You can go more quickly to Yavorov from this place. Whether he will agree, I know not, but he will take the matter under prompt consideration, for you present powerful reasons. By the living God, I did not expect this of you. But I see now that you are an uncommon man, and that the Lord God predestined you to greatness. Well, Asia, Asia, lieutenant in a Tartar squadron, nothing more, and such things are in his head that fear seizes a man. Now I shall not wonder even if I see a heron feather in your cap and a bunchuk above you. I believe now what you tell me, that these thoughts have been burning you in the night time. I will go at once, the day after tomorrow, but I will rest a little. Now I will leave you, for it is late, and my head is as noisy as a sawmill. Be with God, Asia. My temples are aching as if I had been drunk. Be with God, Asia, son of Tuhai Bey." Here Pan Bogush pressed the thin hand of the Tartar and turned toward the door. But on the threshold he stopped again and said, "How is this? New troops for the Commonwealth, a sword ready above the neck of the Cossack, Doroshenko conquered, dissension in the Crimea, the Turkish power weakened, an end to the raids against Russia. For God's sake!" When he had said this, Pan Bogush went out. Asia looked after him a while and whispered, "But for me, a bunchuk, a baton, and, with consent or without, she. Otherwise woe to you." Then he finished the Gorailka and threw himself onto the bed covered with skins. The fire had gone down in the chimney, but through the window came in the clear rays of the moon, which had risen high in the cold wintry sky. Asia lay for some time quietly, but evidently was unable to sleep. At last he rose, approached the window, and looked at the moon, sailing like a ship through the infinite solitudes of heaven. The young Tartar looked at it long. At last he placed his fists on his breast, pointed both thumbs upward, and from the mouth of him who barely an hour before had confessed Christ came, in a half chant, a half drawl, in a melancholy key, "La Allah ila Allah, Mahomet Rasul Allah." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, Basha was holding council from early morning with her husband and Pan Zagloba how to unite two loving and straitened hearts. The two men laughed at her enthusiasm, and did not cease to banter her. Still, yielding to her usually in everything, as to a spoiled child, they promised at last to assist her. "The best thing," said Zagloba, "is to persuade old Novoviejski not to take the girl with him to Rashkov. Tell him that the frosts have come, and that the road is not perfectly safe. Here the young people will see each other often, and fall in love with all their might." "That is a splendid idea," cried Basha. "Splendid or not," said Zagloba, "do not let them out of your sight. You are a woman, and I think this way. You will solder them at last, for a woman carries her point always. But see to it that the devil does not carry his point in the meanwhile. That would be a shame for you, since the affair is on your responsibility." Basha began first of all to spit at Pan Zagloba like a cat. Then she said, "You boast that you were a Turk in your youth, and you think that everyone is a Turk. Asia is not that kind." Not a Turk, only a Tartar. Pretty image, she would vouch for Tartar love. They are both thinking more of weeping, and that from harsh sorrow. Eva, besides, is a most honest maiden. Still, she has a face as if someone had written on her forehead, 'Here are lips for you.' Ho, she is a daw. Yesterday I fixed it in my mind that when she sits opposite a nice fellow, her sighs are such that they drive her plate forward time after time, and she must push it back again. A real daw, I tell you." "Do you wish me to go to my own room?" asked Basha. "You will not go when it is a question of matchmaking. I know you, you'll not go. But still 'tis too early for you to make matches, for that is the business of women with grey hair. Pani Boski told me yesterday that, when she saw you returning from the battle in trousers, she thought that she was looking at Pani Volodyovski's son, who had gone to the woods on an expedition. You do not love dignity, but dignity, too, does not love you, which appears at once from your slender form. You are a regular student, as God is dear to me. There is another style of women in the world now. In my time, when a woman sat down, the chair squeaked in such fashion that you might think someone had sat on the tail of a dog. But as to you, you might ride bareback on a tomcat without great harm to the beast. They say, too, that women who begin to make matches will have no posterity." "Do they really say that?" asked the little knight, alarmed. But Zagloba began to laugh, and Basha, putting her rosy face to the face of her husband, said in an undertone, "Ah, Michał, at a convenient time we will make a pilgrimage to Częstochowa. Then maybe the Most Holy Lady will change matters." "That is the best way indeed," said Zagloba. Then they embraced at once, and Basha said, "But now let us talk of Asia and poor Eva, of how we are to help them. We are happy, let them be happy." "When Nowowiejski goes away, it will be easier for them," said the little knight. "For in his presence they could not see each other, especially as Asia hates the old man. But if the old man were to give him Eva, maybe, forgetting former offences, they would begin to love each other as son-in-law and father-in-law. According to my head, it is not a question of bringing the young people together, for they love each other already, but of bringing over the old man." "He is a misanthrope," said Basha. "Baska," said Zagloba, "imagine to yourself that you had a daughter, and that you had to give her to some Tartar. Asia is a prince. I do not deny that Tuhai Bey comes of high blood. Ketling was a noble. Still, Krisha would not have married him if he had not been naturalized." "Then try to obtain naturalization for Asia." "Is that an easy thing? Though someone were to admit him to his escutcheon, the Diet would have to confirm the choice, and for that, time and protection are necessary." "I do not like this, that time is needed, for we could find protection. Surely the hetman would not refuse it to Asia, for he loves soldiers. Michał, write to the hetman. Do you want ink, pen, paper? Write at once. I'll bring you everything, and a taper and the seal, and you will sit down and write without delay." "O Almighty God," cried he, "I asked a sedate, sober wife of thee, and thou didst give me a whirlwind." "Talk that way, talk, then I'll die." "Ah, your impatience," cried the little knight with animation. "Your impatience, tfu, tfu, a charm for a dog." Here he turned to Zagloba. "Do you not know the words of a charm?" "I know them, and I've told them," said Zagloba. "Write!" cried Basha, "or I shall jump out of my skin." "I would write 12 letters to please you, though I know not what good that would be, for in this case the hetman himself can do nothing. Even with protection, Asia can appear only at the right time. My Basha, Panna Nowowiejski has revealed her secret to you. Very well. But you have not spoken to Asia, and you do not know to this moment whether he is burning with love for ever or not." "He not burning! Why shouldn't he be burning when he kissed her in the storehouse? Aha!" "Golden soul," said Zagloba, smiling. "That is like the talk of a newly born infant, except that you turn your tongue better. My love, if Michał and I had to marry all the women whom we happened to kiss, we should have to join the Mohammedan faith at once, and I should be Sultan of Turkey, and he Khan of the Crimea. How is that, Michał, hey?" "I suspected Michał before I was his," said Basha, and thrusting her finger up to his eye, she began to tease him. "Move your moustaches, move them. Do not deny. I know, and you know. At Kettling's." The little knight really moved his moustaches to give himself courage, and at the same time to cover his confusion. At last, wishing to change the conversation, he said, "And so you do not know whether Asia is in love with Panna Eva?" "Wait, I will talk to him alone and ask him. But he is in love. He must be in love. Otherwise I don't want to know him." "In God's name, she is ready to talk him into it," said Zagloba. "And I will persuade him, even if I had to shut myself in with him daily." "Inquire of him to begin with," said the little knight. "Maybe at first he will not confess, for he is shy. That is nothing. You will gain his confidence gradually. You'll know him better, you'll understand him, and then only can you decide what to do." Here the little knight turned to Zagloba. "She seems giddy, but she is quick." "Kids are quick," said Zagloba seriously. Further conversation was interrupted by Pan Bogusz, who rushed in like a bomb, and had barely kissed Basha's hands when he exclaimed, "May the bullets strike that Asia! I could not close my eyes the whole night. May the woods cover him!" "What did Pan Asia bring against your grace?" asked Basha. "Do you know what we were making yesterday?" And Pan Bogusz, staring, began to look around on those present. "What?" "History. As God is dear to me, I do not lie." "What history?" "The history of the Commonwealth. That is, simply a great man. Pan Sobieski himself will be astonished when I lay Asia's ideas before him. A great man, I repeat to you, and I regret that I cannot tell you more, for I am sure that you would be as much astonished as I. I can only say that if what he has in view succeeds, God knows what he will be." "For example," asked Zagloba, "will he be hetman?" Pan Bogusz put his hands on his hips. "That is it. He will be hetman. I am sorry that I cannot tell you more. He'll be hetman, and that's enough. Perhaps a dog hetman, or he will go with bullocks. Chabans have their hetmans also. Tfu, what is this that your grace is saying? Pan under Stolnik? That he is the son of Tuhai Bey is true. But if he is to become hetman, what am I to become? Or what will Pan Michał become? Or your grace? Shall we become 3 kings at the birth of Christ, waiting for the abdication of Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar? The nobles at least created me commander. I resigned the office, however, out of friendship for Pavel. But, as God lives, I don't understand your prediction." "But I tell you that Asia is a great man." "I said so," exclaimed Basha, turning toward the door, through which other guests at the stanitsa began to enter. First came Pani Boski with the blue-eyed Zosia, and Pan Nowowiejski with Eva, who, after a night of bad sleep, looked more charming than usual. She had slept badly, for strange dreams had disturbed her. She dreamed of Asia, only he was more beautiful and insistent than of old. The blood rushed to her face at thought of this dream, for she imagined that everyone would guess it in her eyes. But no one noticed her, since all had begun to say good day to Pani Vorodyovski. Then Pan Bogusz resumed his narrative touching Asia's greatness and destiny, and Basha was glad that Eva and Pan Nowowiejski must listen to it. In fact, the old noble had blown off his anger since his first meeting with the Tartar, and was notably calmer. He spoke of him no longer as his man. To tell the truth, The discovery that he was a Tartar prince and a son of Tughai Bey imposed upon him beyond measure. He heard with wonder of Azia's uncommon bravery, and how the hetman had entrusted such an important function to him as that of bringing back to the service of the Commonwealth all the Lithuanian and Podolan Tartars. At times it seemed even to Pan Novoviejski that they were talking of someone else besides Azia, to such a degree had the young Tartar become uncommon. But Pan Bogusz repeated every little while, with a very mysterious mien, "This is nothing in comparison with what is waiting for him, but I am not free to speak of it." And when the others shook their heads with doubt, he cried, "There are two great men in the Commonwealth, Pan Sobieski and that Azia, son of Tughai Bey." "By the dear God," said Pan Novoviejski, made impatient at last, "prince or not prince, what can he be in this Commonwealth unless he is a noble? He is not naturalized yet." "The hetman will get him 10 naturalizations," cried Basha. Eva listened to these praises with closed eyes and a beating heart. It is difficult to say whether it would have beaten so feverishly for a poor and unknown Azia as for Azia, the knight and man of great future. But that glitter captivated her, and the old remembrance of the kisses and the fresh dream went through her with a quiver of delight. "So great and so celebrated," said Eva. "What wonder if he is as quick as fire?" End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 31. Basha took the Tartar that very day to an examination, following the advice of her husband, and fearing the shyness of Azia, she resolved not to insist too much at once. Still, he had barely appeared before her when she said, straight from the bridge, "Pan Bogusz says that you are a great man, but I think that the greatest man cannot avoid love." Azia closed his eyes, inclined his head, and said, "Your Grace is right. I see that you are a man with a heart." When she had said this, Basha began to shake her yellow forelock and blink, as if to say that she knew affairs of this kind well, and also hoped that she was not speaking to a man without knowledge. Azia raised his head and embraced with his glance her charming figure. She had never seemed so wonderful to him as on that day, when her eyes, gleaming from curiosity and animation, and the blushing childlike face, full of smiles, were raised toward his face. But the more innocent the face, the more charm did Azia see in it, the more did desire rise in his soul, the more powerfully did love seize and intoxicate him as with wine, and drive out all other desires save this one alone, to take her from her husband, bear her away, hold her forever at his breast, press her lips to his lips, feel her arms twined around his neck, to love even to forget himself, even to perish alone or perish with her. At thought of this, the whole world whirled around with him. New desires crept up every moment from the den of his soul, like serpents from crevices in a cliff. But he was a man who possessed also great self-control. Therefore he said in spirit, "It is impossible yet," and he held his wild heart at check when he chose, as a furious horse is held on a lariat. He stood before her apparently cold, though he had a flame in his mouth and eyes, and his deep pupils told all that his compressed lips refused to confess. But Basha, having a soul as pure as water in a spring, and besides a mind occupied entirely with something else, did not understand that speech. She was thinking in the moment what further to tell the Tartar, and at last, raising her finger, she said, More than one bears in his heart hidden love, and does not dare to speak of it to anyone. But if he would confess his love sincerely, perhaps he might learn something good." Asia's face grew dark for a moment. A wild hope flashed through his head like lightning, but he recollected himself, and inquired, "Of what does your grace wish to speak?" "Another would be hasty with you," said Basha, "since women are impatient and not deliberate, but I am not of that kind. As to helping, I would help you willingly, but I do not ask your confidence in a moment. I only say this to you: do not hide. Come to me even daily. I have spoken of this matter with my husband already. Gradually you will come to know and see my goodwill, and you will know that I do not ask through mere curiosity, but from sympathy, and because if I am to assist, I must be certain that you are in love. Besides, it is proper that you show it first. When you acknowledge it to me, perhaps I can tell you something." Tu-hai Bey's son understood now, in an instant, how vain was that hope which had gleamed in his head a moment before. He divined at once that it was a question of Eva Novoviejski, and all the curses on the whole family which time had collected in his vengeful soul came to his mouth. Hatred burst out in him like a flame. The greater, the more different were the feelings which had shaken him a moment earlier. But he recollected himself. He possessed not merely self-control, but the adroitness of Orientals. In one moment he understood that, if he burst out against the Novoviejskis venomously, he would lose the favour of Basha and the possibility of seeing her daily. But, on the other hand, he felt that he could not conquer himself, at least then, to such a degree as to lie to that desired one in the face of his own soul by saying that he loved another. Therefore, from a real internal conflict and undissembled suffering, he threw himself suddenly before Basha, and kissing her feet, began to speak thus: "I give my soul into the hands of your grace. I give my faith into the hands of your grace. I do not wish to do anything except what you command me. I do not wish to know any other will. Do with me what you like. I live in torment and suffering. I am unhappy. Have compassion on me. If not, I shall perish and be lost." And he began to groan, for he felt immense pain, and unacknowledged desires burned him with a living flame. But Basha considered these words as an outburst of love for ever, love long and painfully hidden. Therefore pity for the young man seized her, and 2 tears gleamed in her eyes. "Rise, Asia," said she to the kneeling Tartar. "I have always wished you well, and I wish sincerely to help you. You come of high blood, and they will surely not withhold naturalization in return for your services. Pan Novoviejski will let himself be appeased, for now he looks with different eyes on you, and Eva—" Here Basha rose, raised her rosy smiling face, and putting her hand at the side of her mouth, whispered in Asia's ear, "Eva loves you." His face wrinkled as if from rage. He seized his hips with his hands, and without thinking of the astonishment which his exclamation might cause, he repeated a number of times in a hoarse voice, "Allah, Allah, Allah." Then he rushed out of the room. Basha looked after him for a moment. The cry did not astonish her greatly, for the Polish soldiers used it often, but seeing the violence of the young Tartar, she said to herself, "Real fire! He is wild after her." Then she shot out like a whirlwind to make a report to her husband, Pan Zagloba, and Eva. She found Pan Michał in the chancery, occupied with the registry of the squadron stationed in Hrepshov. He was sitting and writing, but she ran up to him and cried, "Do you know? I spoke to him. He fell at my feet. He is wild after her." The little knight put down his pen and began to look at his wife. She was so animated and pretty that his eyes gleamed, and, smiling, he stretched his arms toward her. She, defending herself, repeated again, "Asia is wild after ever." "As I am after you," said the little knight, embracing her. That same day Zagloba and Eva knew most minutely all her conversation with Asia. The young lady's heart yielded itself now completely to the sweet feeling, and was beating like a hammer at the thought of the first meeting, and still more at thought of what would happen when they should be alone. And she saw already the face of Asia at her knees, and felt his kisses on her hands, and her own faintness at the time when the head of a maiden bends toward the arms of the loved one, and her lips whisper, "I love." Meanwhile, from emotion and disquiet, she kissed Basha's hands violently, and looked every moment at the door to see if she could behold in it the gloomy but shapely form of young Tuhaï Bey.
But Asia did not show himself, for Halim had come to him. Halim, the old servant of his father, and at present a considerable merger in the Dobruja. He had come quite openly, since it was known in Hrebshov that he was the intermediary between Asia and those captains who had accepted service with the Sultan. They shut themselves up at once in Asia's quarters, where Halim, after he had given the requisite obeisances to Tuhaï Bey's son, crossed his hands on his breast, and with bowed head waited for questions.
"Have you any letters?" asked Asia. "I have none, Effendi. They commanded me to give everything in words." "Well, speak." "War is certain. In the spring we must all go to Adrianople. Commands are issued to the Bulgarians to take hay and barley there." "And where will the Khan be?" "He will go straight by the wilderness through the Ukraine to Doroshenko." "What do you hear concerning the encampments?"
"They are glad of the war, and are sighing for spring. There is suffering in the encampments, though the winter is only beginning."
"Is the suffering great?" "Many horses have died. In Belgrade men have sold themselves into slavery, only to live till spring. Many horses have died, Effendi, for in the fall there was little grass on the steppes. The sun burned it up." "But have they heard of Tuhaï Bey's son?" "I have spoken as much as you permitted. The report went out from the Lithuanian and Podolian Tartars, but no one knows the truth clearly. They are talking too of this, that the Commonwealth wishes to give them freedom and land, and call them to service under Tuhaï Bey's son. At the mere report, all the villages that are poorer were roused. They are willing, Effendi, they are willing. But some explain to them that this is all untrue, that the Commonwealth will send troops against them, and that there is no son of Tuhaï Bey at all. There were merchants of ours in the Crimea. They said that some there were giving out, 'There is a son of Tuhaï Bey,' and the people were roused. Others said, 'There is not,' and the people were restrained. But if it should go out that your grace calls them to freedom, land, and service, swarms would move. Only let it be free for me to speak." Asia's face grew bright from satisfaction, and he began to walk with great strides up and down in the room. Then he said, "Be in good health, Halim, under my roof. Sit down and eat." "I am your servant and dog, Effendi," said the old Tartar. Asia clapped his hands, whereupon a Tartar orderly came in, and, hearing the command, brought refreshments after a time. Gorelka, dried meat, bread, sweetmeats, and some handfuls of dried watermelon seeds, which, with sunflower seeds, are a tidbit greatly relished by Tartars. "You are a friend, not a servant," said Asia, when the orderly retired. "Be well, for you bring good news. Sit and eat." Halim began to eat, and until he had finished they said nothing, but he refreshed himself quickly and began to glance at Asia, waiting till he should speak. "They know here now who I am," said Asia at length. "And what, Effendi?" "Nothing. they respect me still more. When it came to work, I had to tell them anyhow. But I delayed, for I was waiting for news from the horde, and I wished the hetman to know first. But Novowiejski came, and he recognized me." "The young one?" asked Halim with fear.
"The old, not the young one. Allah has sent them all to me here, for the maiden is here. The evil spirit must have entered them. Only let me become hetman, I will play with them. They are giving me the maiden. Very well, slaves are needed in the harem."
"Is the old man giving her?"
"No, she thinks that I love not her, but the other." "Effendi," said Halim, bowing, "I am the slave of your house, and I have not the right to speak before your face. But I recognized you among the Lithuanian Tartars. I told you at Bratslav who you are, and from that time I serve you faithfully. I tell others that they are to look on you as master, but though they love you, no one loves you as I do. Is it free for me to speak?"
"Speak." "Be on your guard against the little knight. He is famous in the Crimea and the Dobruja." "And, Halim, have you heard of Khmelnytsky?" "I have, and I served Tughai Bey, who warred with Khmelnytsky against the Poles, ruined castles, and took property."
"And do you know that Khmelnytsky took Chaplinsky's wife from him, married her himself, and had children by her? What then? There was war, and all the troops of the hetmans and the king and the Commonwealth did not take her from Khmelnytsky. He beat the hetmans and the king and the Commonwealth, and besides that, he was hetman of the Cossacks. And I, what shall I be? Hetman of the Tartars. They must give me plenty of land and some town as capital. Around the town villages will rise on rich land, and in the villages good men with sabres, many bows and many sabres. And when I carry her away to my town and have her for wife, the beauty, with whom will the power be? With me. Who will demand her? The little knight, if he be alive. Even should he be alive, and howl like a wolf, and beat with his forehead to the king with complaint, do you think that they would raise war with me for one bright tress? They have had such a war already, and half the Commonwealth was flaming with fire. Who will take her? Is it the hetman? Then I will join the Cossacks, will conclude brotherhood with Doroshenko, and give the country over to the Sultan. I am a second Khmelnytsky. I am better than Khmelnytsky. In me a lion is dwelling. Let them permit me to take her. I will serve them, beat the Cossacks, beat the Khan, and beat the Sultan. But if not, I will trample all Lehistan with hoofs, take hetmans captive, scatter armies, burn towns, slay people. I am Tughai Bey's son. I am a lion." Here Az's eyes blazed with a red light. His white teeth glittered like those of old Tughai. He raised his hand and shook his threatening fist toward the north, and he was great and terrible and splendid, so that Halim bowed to him repeatedly and said hurriedly in a low voice, "Allah Karim, Allah Karim." Then silence continued for a long time. Asia grew calm by degrees. At last he said, "Bogush came here. I revealed to him my strength and resource, namely, to have in the Ukraine, at the side of the Cossack nation, a Tartar nation, and besides the Cossack hetman, a Tartar hetman." Did he approve it? He seized himself by the head and almost beat with the forehead. Next day he galloped off to the hetman with the happy news. "Effendi," said Halim timidly, "but if the great lion should not approve it?" "Sobieski?" "Yes." A ruddy light began to gleam again in Asia's eyes, but it remained only during one twinkle. His face grew calm immediately.
Then he sat on a bench and, resting his head on his hands, fell into deep thought. "I have weighed in my mind," said he at last, "what the Grand Hetman may answer when Bogusz gives him the happy news. The Hetman is wise and will consent. The Hetman knows that in spring there will be war with the Sultan, for which there are neither men nor money in the Commonwealth. And when Doroshenko and the Cossacks are on the side of the Sultan, final destruction may come on Lehistan, and all the more that neither the king nor the estates believe that there will be war, and are not hurrying to prepare for it. I have an attentive ear here on everything. I know all, and Bogusz makes no secret before me of what they say at the hetman's headquarters. Pan Sobieski is a great man. He will consent, for he knows that if the Tartars come here for freedom and land, a civil war may spring up in the Crimea and the steppes of the Dobruja, that the strength of the horde will decrease, and that the Sultan himself must see to quieting those outbreaks. Meanwhile, the hetman will have time to prepare himself better. The Cossacks and Doroshenko will waver in loyalty to the Sultan. This is the only salvation for the Commonwealth, which is so weak that even the return of a few thousand Lithuanian Tartars means much for it. The hetman knows this. He is wise. He will consent." "I bow before your reason," answered Halim. "But what will happen if Allah takes from the great lion his light, or if Satan so blinds him with pride that he will reject your plans?" Asia pushed his wild face up to Halim's ear and whispered, "You remain here now until the answer comes from the hetman, and till then I will not go to Rashkov. If they reject my plans, I will send you to Kryczynski and the others. You will give them the order to advance to this side of the river, almost up to Hrepshov, and to be in readiness, and I with my men here will fall on the command the first night I choose, and do this for them." Here Asia drew his finger across his neck, and after a while added, "Fate, fate, fate." Halim thrust his head down between his shoulders, and on his beast-like face an ominous smile appeared. "Allah! And that to the little falcon?" "That to him first." "And then to the Sultan's dominions?" "To the Sultan's dominions, with her." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 32. A fierce winter covered the forests with heavy snow clusters and icicles, and filled ravines to their edges with drifts, so that the whole land seemed a single white plain. Great sudden storms came, in which men and herds were lost under the pall of snow, roads grew misleading and perilous. Still, Pan Bogusz hastened with all his power to Yavorov, to communicate Asia's great plans to the hetman as quickly as possible. A noble of the border, reared in continual danger of Cossacks and Tartars, penetrated with the thought of perils which threatened the country from insurrections, from raids, from the whole power of the Turks, he saw in those plans almost the salvation of the country. He believed sacredly that the hetman, held in homage by him and by all men of the frontier, would not hesitate a moment when it was a question of the power of the Commonwealth. Hence he rode forward with joy in his heart, in spite of snowdrifts, wrong roads, and tempests. He dropped in at last on a Sunday, together with snow, at Yavorov, and, having the good fortune to find Pan Sobieski at home,
announced himself straightway, though attendants informed him that the hetman, busied night and day with expeditions and the writing of dispatches, had barely time to take food. But beyond expectation, the hetman gave command to call him at once. Therefore, after he had waited only a short time, the old soldier bowed to the knees of his leader. He found Pan Sobieski changed greatly, and with a face full of care, for those were well nigh the most grievous years of his life. His name had not thundered yet through every corner of Christendom, but the fame of a great leader and a terrible crusher of the Mussulman encircled him already in the Commonwealth. Owing to that fame, the grand baton was confided to him in time, and the defence of the eastern boundary. But with the dignity of hetman they had given him neither money nor men. Still, victory had followed his steps hitherto as faithfully as his shadow follows a man. With a handful of troops he had won victory at Podhajce. With a handful of troops he had passed like a flame through the length and the breadth of the Ukraine, rubbing into dust chambuls of many thousands, capturing insurgent cities, spreading dread and terror of the Polish name. But now there hung over the Commonwealth a war with the most terrible of the powers of that period, for it was a war with the whole Mussulman world. It was no longer a secret for Sobieski that, since Doroshenko had given up the Ukraine and the Cossacks to the Sultan, the latter had promised to move Turkey, Asia Minor, Arabia, and Egypt as far as the interior of Africa to proclaim a sacred war, and go in his own person to demand the new Pashalik from the Commonwealth. Destruction, like a bird of prey, was floating over all southern Russia, and meanwhile there was disorder in the Commonwealth. The nobles were uproarious in defence of their incompetent king, and, assembled in armed camps, were ready for civil war, if for any. The country, exhausted by recent conflicts and military confederations, had become impoverished. Envy was storming in it. Mutual distrust was rankling in men's hearts. No one wished to believe that war with the Mussulman power was imminent, and they condemned the great leader for spreading news about it purposely to turn men's minds from home questions. He was condemned greatly for this also, that he was ready himself to call in the Turks, if only to secure victory to his adherents. They made him simply a traitor, and had it not been for the army, they would not have hesitated to impeach him. In view of the approaching war, to which thousands of legions of wild people would march from the east, he was without an army. He had merely a handful, so small that the Sultan's court counted more servants. He was without money, without means of repairing the ruined fortresses, without hope of victory, without possibility of defence, without the conviction that his death, as formerly the death of Żółkiewski, would rouse the torpid country and give birth to an avenger. That was the reason that care had settled on his forehead, and the lordly countenance, like that of a Roman conqueror with a forehead in laurels, bore traces of hidden pain and sleepless nights. But at sight of Bogusz a kindly smile brightened the face of the hetman. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the man inclining before him, and said, "I greet you, soldier, I greet you. I had not hoped to see you so soon, but you are the dearer to me in Yavorov. Whence do you come? From Kamieniec?" "No, serene, great, mighty lord hetman, I have not even been at Kamieniec. I come straightway from Hrebczów." "What is my little soldier doing there? Is he well, and has he cleared the wilds of Ushitsa even somewhat?" "The wilds are so peaceful that a child might pass through them in safety." the robbers are hanged, and in these last days Asper Bey with his whole party was cut to pieces, so that even a witness of the slaughter was not left. I arrived there on the very day of their destruction. I recognize Volodyovski. Rushtitz in Rashkov is the only man who may compare with him. But what do they say in the steppes? Are there fresh tidings from the Danube? There are, but of evil. There is to be a great muster of troops at Adrianople in the last days of winter. I know that already. There are no tidings now save of evil. Evil from the Commonwealth, evil from the Crimea and from Stambul. But not altogether, for I myself bring such good tidings that if I were a Turk or a Tartar I should surely mention a present. Well then, you have fallen from heaven to me. Come, speak quickly, dispel my anxiety. But if I am so frozen, your great mightiness, that the wit has stiffened in my head? The hetman clapped his hands and commanded an attendant to bring mead. After a while they brought in a mouldy decanter and candlesticks with burning tapers, for though the hour was still early, snowy clouds had made the air so gloomy that, outside as well as in the house, it was like nightfall. The hetman poured out and drank to his guest. The latter, bowing low, emptied his glass and said, "The first news is this, that Asia, who was to bring back to our service the captains of the Lithuanian Tartars and the Cheremis, is not called Menehovich. He is a son of Tughai Bey." "Of Tughai Bey?" asked Pan Sobieski with amazement. "Thus it is, your great mightiness. It has come out that Pan Nyeshinets carried him away from the Crimea while a child, but lost him on the road home, and Asia, falling into possession of the Novovieskis, was reared at their house without knowing that he was descended from such a father. It was a wonder to me that he, though so young, was held in such esteem among the Tartars. But now I understand, and the Cossacks too. Even those who have remained faithful to the mother consider Khmelnitsky as a kind of saint, and are proud of him." "That is just it, just it. I told Asia the same thing," said Pan Bogush. "Wonderful are the ways of God," said the hetman after a while. "Old Tugai shed rivers of blood in our country, and his son is serving it. At least he serves it faithfully so far. But now I do not know whether he will not wish to taste Crimean greatness." Now he is still more faithful. And here my second tidings begin, in which it may be that strength and resource and salvation for the suffering Commonwealth are contained. So help me God, I forgot fatigue and danger in view of these tidings, so as to let them out of my lips at the earliest moment, and console your troubled heart. "I am listening eagerly," said Pan Sobieski. Bogush began to explain Asia's plans, and presented them with such enthusiasm that he grew really eloquent. From time to time his hand, trembling from emotion, poured out a glass of mead, spilling the noble drink over the rim, and he spoke and spoke on. Before the astonished eyes of the Grand Hetman passed, as it were, clear pictures of the future. Therefore thousands and tens of thousands of Tartars came for land and freedom, bringing their wives and children and their herds. Therefore the astonished Cossacks, seeing the new power of the Commonwealth, bowed down to it obediently, bowed down to the king and the hetman. Hence there was rebellion in the Ukraine no longer. Hence raids, destructive as fire or flood, were advancing no longer on the old roads against Russia, but at the side of the Polish and the Cossack armies moved over the measureless steppes, with the playing of trumpets and the rattle of drums, chambuls of Tartars, nobles of the Ukraine. And for whole years carts after carts were advancing, and in them, in spite of the commands of Khan and Sultan,
were multitudes who preferred the black land of the Ukraine and bread to their former hungry settlements. And the power, hostile aforetime, was moving to the service of the Commonwealth. The Crimea became depopulated. Their former power slipped out of the hands of the Khan and the Sultan, and dread seized them. For, from the steppes, from the Ukraine, the new hetman of a new Tartar nobility looked threateningly into their eyes, a guardian and faithful defender of the Commonwealth, the renowned son of a terrible father, young Tughai Bey. A flush came out on the countenance of Bogusz. It seemed that his own words bore him away, for at the end he raised both hands and cried, "This is what I bring. This is what that dragon's whelp has brooded out in the wild woods of Chrepshuv. All that is needed now is to give him a letter and permission from your great mightiness to spread a report in the Crimea and on the Danube. Your great mightiness, if Tughai Bey's son were to do nothing except to make an uproar in the Crimea and on the Danube, to cause misunderstandings, to rouse the hydra of civil war among the Tartars, to embroil some camps against others, and that on the eve of conflict, I repeat, he would render a great and undying service to the Commonwealth." But Pan Sobieski walked back and forth with long strides through the room, without speaking. His lordly face was gloomy, almost terrible. He strode, and it was to be seen that he was conversing in his soul, unknown whether with himself or with God. "At last thou didst open some page in thy soul, Grand Hetman, for thou gavest answer in these words to the speaker: 'Bogusz, even if I had the right to give such a letter and such permission, while I live I should not give them.' These words fell as heavily as if they had been of molten lead or iron, and weighed so on Bogusz that for a time he was dumb, hung his head, and only after a long interval did he groan out, 'Why, your great mightiness, why?' First, I will tell you, as a statesman, that the name of Tughai Bey's son might attract, it is true, a certain number of Tartars, if land, liberty, and the rights of nobility were offered them. But not so many would come as he and you have imagined. And, besides, it would be an act of madness to call Tartars to the Ukraine, and settle new people there, when we cannot manage the Cossacks alone. You say that disputes and war will rise among them at once, that there will be a sword ready for the Cossack neck. But who will assure you that that sword would not be stained with Polish blood also? I have not known this Asia hitherto, but now I perceive that the dragon of pride and ambition inhabits his breast. Therefore I ask again, who will guarantee that there is not in him a second Khmelnytsky? He will beat the Cossacks, but if the Commonwealth shall fail to satisfy him in something, and threaten him with justice and punishment for some act of violence, he will join the Cossacks, summon new hordes from the east, as Khmelnytsky summoned Tughai Bey, give himself to the Sultan, as Doroshenko has done, and, instead of a new growth of power, new bloodshed and defeats will come on us. Your great mightiness, the Tartars, when they have become nobles, will hold faithfully to the Commonwealth. Were there few of the Lithuanian Tartars and Cheremis? They were nobles a long time, and went over to the Sultan. Their privileges were withheld from the Lithuanian Tartars. But what will happen if, to begin with, the Polish nobles, as is certain, oppose such an extension of their rights to others? With what face, with what conscience will you give to wild and predatory hordes, who have been destroying our country continually, the power and the right to determine the fate of that country, to choose kings and send deputies to the Diets,
Why give them such a reward? What madness has come to the head of this Tartar, and what evil spirit seized you, my old soldier, to let yourself be so beguiled and seduced as to believe in such dishonour and such an impossibility?" Bogusz dropped his eyes and said with an uncertain voice, "I knew beforehand that the estates would oppose, but Asia said that if the Tartars were to settle with permission of your great mightiness, they would not let themselves be driven out." "Man, why, he threatened, he shook his sword over the Commonwealth, and you did not see it." "Your great mightiness," said Bogusz in despair, "it might be arranged not to make all the Tartars nobles, only the most considerable, and proclaim the rest free men. Even in that situation they would answer the summons of Tuhaï Bey's son." "But why is it not better to proclaim all the Cossacks free men? Cease, old soldier, I tell you that an evil spirit has taken possession of you." "Your great mightiness." "And I say farther," here Pan Sobieski wrinkled his lion-like forehead and his eyes gleamed, "even if everything were to happen as you say, even if our power were to increase through this action, even if war with Turkey were to be averted, even if the nobles themselves were to call for it, still, while this hand of mine wields a sabre and can make the sign of the cross, never and never will I permit such a thing, so help me God." "Why, your great mightiness?" repeated Bogusz, wringing his hands. "Because I am not only a Polish hetman, but a Christian hetman, for I stand in defence of the cross, and even if those Cossacks were to tear the entrails of the Commonwealth more cruelly than ever, I will not cut the necks of a blinded but still Christian people with the swords of pagans, for by doing so I should say Raka to our fathers and grandfathers, to my own ancestors, to their ashes, to the blood and tears of the whole past Commonwealth, as God is true. If destruction is waiting for us, if our name is to be the name of a dead and not of a living people, let our glory remain behind and a memory of that service which God pointed out to us. Let people who come in after time say, when looking at those crosses and tombs, 'Here is Christianity. Here they defended the cross against Mohammedan foulness, while there was breath in their breasts, while the blood was in their veins, and they died for other nations.' This is our service, Bogusz. Behold, we are the fortress on which Christ fixed his crucifix, and you tell me, a soldier of God, nay, the commander of the fortress, to be the first to open the gate and let in pagans like wolves to a sheepfold, and give the sheep, the flock of Jesus, to slaughter. Better for us to suffer from chambuls, better for us to endure rebellions, better for us to go to this terrible war, better for me and you to fall, and for the whole Commonwealth to perish, than to put disgrace on our name, to lose our fame, and betray that guardianship and that service of God." When he had said this, Pan Sobieski stood erect in all his grandeur. On his face there was a radiance such as must have been on that of Godfrey de Bouillon when he burst in over the walls of Jerusalem shouting, "God wills it." Pan Bogusz seemed to himself dust before those words, and Asia seemed to him dust before Pan Sobieski, and the fiery plans of the young Tartar grew black and became suddenly in the eyes of Bogusz something dishonest and altogether infamous. For what could he say after the statement of the hetman that it was better to fall than to betray the service of God? What argument could he bring? Therefore he did not know, poor knight, whether to fall at the knees of the hetman or to beat his own breast, repeating, "Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa." But at that moment the sound of bells was given out from the neighbouring Dominican monastery.
Hearing this, Pan Sobieski said, "They are sounding for vespers, Bogusz. Let us go and commit ourselves to God." End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 33. As much as Pan Bogusz hastened when going from Chrzebczów to the hetman, so much did he loiter on the way back. He halted a week or two in each more considerable place. He spent Christmas in Lvov, and the New Year came on him there. He carried, it is true, the hetman's instructions for the son of Tuchaj Bey, but they contained merely injunctions to finish the affair of the captains promptly, and a dry and even threatening command to leave his great plans. Pan Bogusz had no reason to push on, for Asia could do nothing among the Tartars without a document from the hetman. He loitered, therefore, visiting churches along the road, and doing penance because he had joined Asia's plans. Meanwhile, guests had swarmed into Chrzebczów immediately after the New Year. From Kamieniec came Nawirag, a delegate from the Patriarch of Echmiadzin. With him the two anadrats, skilful theologians from Kaffa, and a numerous retinue. The soldiers wondered greatly at the strange garments of these men, at the violet and red Crimean caps, long shawls, velvet and silk, at their dark faces, and the great gravity with which they strode, like bustards or cranes, through the Chrzebczów stanitsa. Pan Zachariasz Piotrowicz, famed for his continual journeys to the Crimea, nay, to Tsargrad itself, and still more for the eagerness with which he sought out and ransomed captives in the markets of the East, accompanied, as interpreter, Nawirag and the anadrats.
Pan Vorlyovski counted out to him at once the sum needful to ransom Pan Boski, and since the wife had not money sufficient, he gave from his own.
Basha added her earrings with pearls, so as to aid more efficiently the suffering lady and her charming daughter. Pan Seferovich, pretor of Kamieniec, came also, a rich Armenian whose brother was groaning in Tartar bonds, and two women, still young and of beauty far from inconsiderable, though somewhat dark,
Pani Neresevich and Pani Kieremovich.
Both were concerned for their captive husbands. The guests were for the greater part in trouble, but there were joyous ones also. Father Kamiński had sent, to remain for the carnival at Chrzebczów, under Basha's protection, his niece Panna Kamiński, and on a certain day Pan Nowowiejski the younger, that is, Pan Adam, burst in like a thunderbolt. When he had heard of the arrival of his father at Chrzebczów, he obtained leave at once from Pan Ruszczyk and hastened to meet him. Pan Adam had changed greatly during the last few years. First of all, his upper lip was shaded thickly by a short moustache, which did not cover his teeth, white as a wolf's teeth, but was handsome and twisted. Secondly, the young man, always stalwart, had now become almost a giant. It seemed that such a dense and bushy forelock could grow only on such an enormous head, and such an enormous head could find needful support only on fabulous shoulders. His face, always dark, was swarthy from the winds. His eyes were gleaming like coals. Defiance was as if written on his features. When he seized a large apple, he hid it so easily in his powerful palm that he could play "Guess which one," and when he put a handful of nuts on his knee and pressed them with his hand, he made snuff of them.
Everything in him went to strength.
Still he was lean, his stomach was receding, but the chest above it was as roomy as a chapel. He broke horseshoes with ease. He tied iron rods around the necks of soldiers. He seemed even larger than he was in reality. When he walked, planks creaked under him, and when he stumbled against a bench, he knocked splinters from it. In a word, he was a man in 100, in whom life, daring, and strength were boiling as water in a cauldron. Not being able to find room in even such an enormous body, it seemed that he had a flame in his breast and his head, and involuntarily one looked to see if his forelock were not steaming. In fact, it steamed sometimes, for he was good at the goblet. To battle he went with a laugh which recalled the neighing of a charger, and he hewed in such fashion that when each engagement was over, soldiers went to examine the bodies left by him, and wonder at his astonishing blows. Accustomed, moreover, from childhood to the steppe, to watchfulness and war, he was careful and foreseeing in spite of all his vehemence. He knew every Tartar stratagem, and, after Volodyovski and Rustchitz, was deemed the best partisan leader. In spite of threats and promises, old Novoviejski did not receive his son very harshly, for he feared lest he might go away again if offended, and not show himself for another 11 years. Besides, the selfish noble was satisfied at heart with that son who had taken no money from home, who had helped himself thoroughly in the world, won glory among his comrades, the favour of the hetman, and the rank of an officer, which no one else could have struggled to without protection. The father considered that this young man, grown wild in the steppes, might not bend before the importance of his father, and in such a case it was not best to expose it to the test. Therefore the son fell at his feet as was proper. Still he looked into his eyes, and at the first reproach he answered without ceremony, "Father, you have blame in your mouth, but at heart you are glad, and with reason. I have incurred no disgrace. I ran away to the squadron. Besides, I am a noble." "But you may be a Mussulman," said the father, "since you did not show yourself at home for 11 years. "I did not show myself through fear of punishment, which would be repugnant to my rank and dignity of officer. I waited for a letter of pardon. I saw nothing of the letter, you saw nothing of me." "But are you not afraid at present?" The young man showed his white teeth with a smile. "This place is governed by military power, to which even the power of a father must yield. Why should you not, my benefactor, embrace me, for you have a hearty desire to do so?" Saying this, he opened his arms, and Pan Novoviejski did not know himself what to do. Indeed, he could not quarrel with that son who went out of the house a lad, and returned now a mature man and an officer surrounded with military renown, and this and that flattered greatly the fatherly pride of Pan Novoviejski. He hesitated only out of regard for his personal dignity. But the son seized him. The bones of the old noble cracked in the bear-like embrace, and this touched him completely. "What is to be done?" cried he, panting. "He feels, the rascal, that he is sitting on his own horse, and is not afraid. 'Pon my word, if I were at home, indeed I should not be so tender. But here, what can I do? Well, come on again." And they embraced a second time, after which the young man began to inquire hurriedly for his sister. "I gave command to keep her aside till I called her," said the father. "The girl will jump almost out of her skin." "For God's sake, where is she?" cried the son, and opening the door he began to call so loudly that an echo answered "Ever, ever" from the walls. Eva, who was waiting in the next chamber, rushed in at once, but she was barely able to cry "Adam" when strong arms seized her and raised her from the floor. The brother had loved her greatly always. In old times, while protecting her from the tyranny of their father, he took her faults on himself frequently, and received the floggings due her. In general, the father was a despot at home, really cruel. Therefore the maiden greeted now in that strong brother not a brother merely, but her future refuge and protection. He kissed her on the head, on the eyes and hands. At times he held her at arm's length, looked into her face, and cried out with delight, "A splendid girl, as God is dear to me!" Then again, "See how she has grown, a stove, not a maiden." Her eyes were laughing at him. They began to talk then very rapidly, of their long separation, of home and the wars. Old Pan Nowowiejski walked around them and muttered. The son made a great impression on him, but at times disquiet touching his own future authority seemed to seize him. Those were the days of great parental power, which grew to boundless preponderance afterward. But this son was that partisan, that soldier from the wild Stanitsas who, as Pan Nowowiejski understood at once, was riding on his own special horse. Pan Nowowiejski guarded his parental authority jealously. He was certain, however, that his son would always respect him, would give him his due. But would he yield always like wax? Would he endure everything as he had endured when a stripling?
Bah, thought the old man. If I make up my mind to it, I'll treat him like a stripling. He is daring, a lieutenant. He imposes on me as I love God.
To finish all, Pan Nowowiejski felt that his fatherly affection was growing each minute, and that he would have a weakness for that giant of a son. Meanwhile, Eva was twittering like a bird, overwhelming her brother with questions. When would he come home? And wouldn't he settle down? Wouldn't he marry? She, in truth, does not know clearly, and is not certain. But as she loves her father, she has heard that soldiers are given to falling in love. But now she remembers that it was Paul Włodyowski who said so. How beautiful and kind she is, that Pani Włodyowski! A more beautiful and better is not to be found in all Poland with a candle. Zosia Boski alone might, perhaps, be compared with her. Who is Zosia Boski? Asked Pan Adam. She who with her mother is stopping here, whose father was carried off by the Tartars. If you see her yourself, you will fall in love with her. Give us Zosia Boski, cried the young officer. The father and Eva laughed at such readiness. Love is like death, said Pan Adam. It misses no one. I was still smooth-faced, and Pani Włodyowski was a young lady when I fell terribly in love with her. Oi, dear God, how I loved that Basha! But what of it? I will tell her so, thought I. I told her, and the answer was as if someone had given me a slap in the face. Shoo, cat, away from the milk! She was in love with Pan Włodyowski, it seems, already. But what is the use in talking? She was right. Why? Asked old Pan Nowowiejski. Why? This is why. Because I, without boasting, could meet everyone else with the sabre, but he would not amuse himself with me while you could say our father twice. And besides, he is a partisan beyond compare, before whom Ruszczyk himself would take off his cap. What, Pan Ruszczyk? Even the Tartars love him. He is the greatest soldier in the Commonwealth. And how he and his wife love each other! Aye, aye, enough to make your eyes ache to look at them, put in Eva. Aye, your mouth waters, for your time has come too, exclaimed Pan Adam. And putting his hands on his hips, he began to nod his head as a horse does, but she answered modestly, I have no thought of it. Well, there is no lack of officers and pleasant company here. But, said Eva, I do not know whether father has told you that Asia is here.
Asia Melehovich, the Lithuanian Tartar? I know him. He is a good soldier."
"But you do not know," said old Pan Novoviejski, "that he is not Melehovich, but that Asia who grew up with you."
"In God's name, what do I hear? Just think, sometimes that came to my head too. But they told me that his name was Melehovich, therefore I thought, well, he is not the man. Asia with the Tartars is a universal name. I had not seen him for so many years that I was not certain. Our Asia was rather ugly and short, and this one is a beauty."
"He is ours, said old Novoviejski. "Or rather, not ours, for do you know what has come out? Whose son he is?" "How should I know?" "He is the son of the great Tuhaï Bey." The young man struck his powerful palms on his knees till the sound was heard throughout the house. "I cannot believe my ears! Of the great Tuhaï Bey? If that is true, he is a prince and a relative of the Khan. There is no higher blood in the Crimea than Tuhaï Bey's." "It is the blood of an enemy." "It was that in the father, but the son serves us. I have seen him myself 20 times in action. Ha! I understand now whence comes that devilish daring in him. Pan Sobieski distinguished him before the whole army and made him a captain. I am glad from my soul to greet him. A strong soldier, from my whole heart I will greet him. But be not too familiar with him." "Why? Is he my servant or ours? I am a soldier, he is a soldier. I am an officer, he is an officer. If he were some fellow of the infantry who commands his regiment with a reed, I shouldn't have a word to say. But if he is the son of Tuhaï Bey, then no common blood flows in him. He is a prince, and that is the end of it. The hetman himself will provide naturalization for him. How should I thrust my nose above him when I am in brotherhood with Kulak Murja, with Bakshi Aga and Sukiman? None of these would be ashamed to herd sheep for Tuhaï Bey." Eva felt a sudden wish to kiss her brother again. Then she sat so near him that she began to stroke his bushy forelock with her shapely hand. The entrance of Pan Michał interrupted this tenderness. Pan Adam sprang up to greet the commanding officer, and began at once to explain that he had not paid his respects first of all to the commandant, because he had not come on service, but as a private person.
Pan Michał embraced him cordially and said,
"And who would blame you, dear comrade, if after so many years of absence you fell at your father's knees first of all? It would be something different were it a question of service. But have you no commission from Pan Ruszczyk?"
"Only obeisances."
"Pan Ruszczyk went down to Yagorlik, for they informed him that there were multitudes of horse tracks on the snow. My commandant received your letter and sent it to the horde to his relatives and brothers, instructing them to search and make inquiries there. But he will not write himself. My hand is too heavy, he says, and I have no experience in that art." "He does not like writing, I know," said Pan Michał. "The sabre with him is always the basis." Here the moustaches of the little knight quivered, and he added, not without a certain boastfulness, "And still you were chasing Asba Bey 2 months for nothing."
"But your grace gulped him as a pike does a whiting," cried Pan Adam with enthusiasm. "Well, God must have disturbed his mind that when he had escaped from Pan Ruszczyk he came under your hand. He caught it."
These words tickled the little knight agreeably, and wishing to return politeness for politeness, he turned to Pan Novoviejski and said, "The Lord Jesus has not given me a son so far, but if ever he does, I should wish him to be like this cavalier." "There is nothing in him," answered the old noble, "nothing, and that is the end of it." But in spite of these words, he began to puff from delight. "Here is another great treat for me." Meanwhile the little knight stroked Eva's face, and said to her, "You see that I am no stripling, but my Basha is almost of your age. Therefore I am thinking that at times she should have some pleasant amusement proper for youthful years. It is true that all here love her beyond description, and you, I trust, see some reason for it." "Beloved God," said Eva, "there is not in the world another such woman. I have said that just now." The little knight was rejoiced beyond measure, so that his face shone, and he asked, "Did you say that really?" "As I live, she did," cried father and son together. "Well then, array yourself in the best, for, without Basha's knowledge, I have brought an orchestra from Kamieniec. I ordered the men to hide the instruments in straw, and I told her that they were gypsies who had come to shoe horses. This evening I'll have tremendous dancing. She loves it, though she likes to play the dignified matron." When he had said this, Pan Michał began to rub his hands, and was greatly pleased with himself. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine, and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 34. The snow fell so thickly that it filled the Stanitsa trench altogether, and settled on the stockade wall like a mound. Outside were night and a storm, but the chief room in Chrzebczów was blazing with light. There were 2 violins, a bass viol, a flageolet, a French horn, and 2 bugles. The fiddlers worked away till they were turning in their seats. The cheeks of the flageolet player and the buglers were puffed out, and their eyes were bloodshot. The oldest officers sat on benches at the wall, one near another, as grey doves sit before their cotes in a roof, and while drinking mead and wine, looked at the dancers. Basha opened the ball with Pan Muszalski, who, despite advanced years, was as great a dancer as a bowman. Basha wore a robe of silver brocade edged with ermine, and resembled a newly blown rose in fresh snow. Young and old marvelled at her beauty, and the cry, "Save us!" came involuntarily from the breasts of many. For though Panna Eva and Panna Zosia were somewhat younger, and beautiful beyond common measure, still Basha surpassed all. In her eyes delight and pleasure were flashing. As she swept past the little knight, she thanked him for the entertainment with a smile. Through her open rosy mouth gleamed white teeth, and she shone in her silver robe, glittering like a sun ray or a star, and enchanted the eye and the heart with the beauty of a child, a woman, and a flower. The split sleeves of her robe fluttered after her like the wings of a great butterfly, and when, raising her skirt, she made an obeisance before her partner, you would think that she was floating on the earth like a vision, or one of those sprites which on bright nights in summer skip along the edges of ravines. Outside, the soldiers pressed their stern moustached faces against the lighted window panes, and, flattening their noses against the glass, peered into the room. It pleased them greatly that their adored lady surpassed all others in beauty, for they held furiously to her side. They did not spare jests, therefore, and allusions to Panna Eva or Panna Zosia, and greeted with loud hurrahs every approach that Basha made to the window. Pan Michał increased like bread rising, and nodded his head, keeping time with Basha's movements. Pan Zagłoba, standing near, held a tankard in his hand, tapped with his foot, and dropped liquor on the floor, but at times he and the little knight turned and looked at each other with uncommon rapture and puffing. But Basha glittered and glittered through the whole room, ever more joyous, ever more charming. Such for her was the wilderness. Now a battle, now a hunt, now amusements, dancing and music, and a crowd of soldiers, her husband the greatest among them, and he loving and beloved. Basha felt that all liked and admired her, gave her homage, that the little knight was happy through that. And she herself felt as happy as birds feel when spring has come, and they rejoice and sing lustily and joyously in the air of May. The second couple were Azia and Eva Nowowiejski, who wore a crimson jacket. The young Tartar, completely intoxicated with the white vision glittering before him, spoke not one word to Eva, but she, thinking that emotion had stopped the voice in his breast, tried to give him courage by pressure of her hand, light at the beginning, and afterwards stronger. Azia, on his part, pressed her hand so powerfully that hardly could she repress a cry of pain. But he did this involuntarily, for he thought only of Basha, he saw only Basha, and in his soul he repeated a terrible vow, that if he had to burn half Russia, she would be his. At times, when consciousness came to him somewhat, he felt a desire to seize Eva by the throat, stifle her, and gloat over her, because she pressed his hand, and because she stood between him and Basha. At times he pierced the poor girl with his cruel falcon glance, and her heart began to beat with more power. She thought that it was through love that he looked at her so rapaciously. Pan Adam and Zosha formed the third couple. She looked like a forget-me-not, and tripped along at his side with downcast eyes. He looked like a wild horse, and jumped like one. From under his shod heels splinters were flying, his forelock was soaring upward, his face was covered with ruddiness. He opened his nostrils wide like a Turkish charger, and sweeping Zosha around as a whirlwind does a leaf, carried her through the air. The soul grew glad in him beyond measure, since he lived on the edge of the wilderness whole months without seeing a woman. Zosha pleased him so much at first glance that in a moment he was in love with her to kill. From time to time he looked at her downcast eyes, at her blooming cheeks, and just snorted at the pleasant sight. Then all the more mightily did he strike fire with his heels. With greater strength did he hold her, at the turn of the dance, to his broad breast, and burst into a mighty laugh from excess of delight, and boiled and loved with more power every moment. But Zosha had fear in her dear little heart. Still, that fear was not disagreeable, for she was pleased with that whirlwind of a man, who bore her along and carried her with him, a real dragon. She had seen various cavaliers in Yavorov, but such a fiery one she had not met till that hour, and none danced like him, none swept her on so. In truth, a real dragon. What was to be done with him, since it was impossible to resist? In the next couple, Panna Kaminsky danced with a polite cavalier, and after her came the Armenians, Pani Kieremovich and Pani Nerasevich, who, though wives of merchants, were still invited to the company, for both were persons of courtly manners and very wealthy. The dignified Navirag and the two Anadrats looked with growing wonder at the Polish dances. The old men at their mead cups made an increasing noise, like grasshoppers on stubble land, but the music drowned every voice, and in the middle of the room delight grew in all hearts. Meanwhile, Basha left her partner, ran panting to her husband, and clasped her hands before him. "Mihal," said she, "it is so cold outside the windows for the soldiers, give commands to let them have a keg of gorailka." He, being unusually jovial, fell to kissing her hands and cried, "I would not spare blood to please you." Then he hurried out himself to tell the soldiers at whose instance they were to have the keg, for he wished them to thank Basha and love her the more. In answer, they raised such a shout that the snow began to fall from the roof. The little knight cried in addition, "Let the muskets roar there as a vivat to the Pani." Upon his return to the room, he found Basha dancing with Asia. When the Tartar embraced that sweet figure with his arm, when he felt the warmth coming from her and her breath on his face, his pupils went up almost into his skull, and the whole world turned before his eyes. In his soul he gave up paradise, eternity, and for all the houris he wanted only this one. Then Basha, when she noticed in passing the crimson jacket of Eva, curious to know if Asia had proposed yet, inquired, "Have you told her?" "No." "Why?" "It is not time yet," said he, with a strange expression. "But are you greatly in love?" "To the death, to the death," answered the Tartar, with a low but hoarse voice, like the croaking of a raven. And they danced on, immediately after Pan Adam, who had pushed to the front. Others had changed partners, but Pan Adam did not let Zosia go. Only at times he seated her on a bench to rest and recover breath. Then he revelled again. At last he stopped before the orchestra, and holding Zosia with one arm, cried to the musicians, "Play the Krakowiak! On with it!" Obedient to command, they played at once. Pan Adam kept time with his foot, and sang with an immense voice, "Lost are crystal torrents in the Dniester river. Lost in thee my heart is, lost in thee, O maiden. Uha!" And that "Uha" he roared out in such Cossack fashion that Zosia was drooping from fear. The dignified Navira, standing near, was frightened. The two learned Anadrats were frightened. But Pan Adam led the dance farther. Twice he made the circle of the room, and, stopping before the musicians, sang of his heart again. Lost, but not to perish, though the current snatch it. In the depth 'twill seek out, and bear back a gold ring. Uha! "Very pretty rhymes," cried Zagloba. "I am skilled in the matter, for I have made many such. Bark away, cavalier, bark away, and when you find the ring, I will continue in this sense. Flint are all the maidens, steel are all the young men. You'll have sparks in plenty, if you strike with will. Uha!" "Vivat, vivat, Pan Zagloba!" cried the officers with a mighty voice, so that the dignified Navira was frightened, and the two learned Anadrats were frightened, and began to look at one another with exceeding amazement. But Pan Adam went around twice more, and seated his partner at last on the bench, panting and astonished at the boldness of her cavalier. He was very agreeable to her, so valiant and honest, a regular conflagration, but just because she had not met such a man hitherto, great confusion seized her. Therefore, dropping her eyes still lower, she sat in silence like a little innocent. "Why are you silent? Are you grieving for something?" asked Pan Adam. "I am. My father is in captivity," answered Zosia, with a thin voice. "Never mind that," said the young man. "It is proper to dance. Look at this room. Here are some tens of officers, and most likely no one of them will die his own death, but from arrows of pagans or in bonds. This one today, that tomorrow. Each man on these frontiers has lost someone, and we make merry lest God might think that we murmur at our service. That is it. It is proper to dance. Laugh, young lady. Show your eyes, for I think that you hate me."
Zosia did not raise her eyes, it is true, but she began to raise the corners of her mouth, and 2 dimples were formed in her rosy cheeks. "Do you love me a little bit?" asked he. And Zosia, in a still lower voice, said, "Yes, but—" When he heard this, Pan Adam started up, and, seizing Zosia's hands, began to cover them with kisses and cry, "Lost! No use in talking. I love you to death. I don't want anyone but you, my dearest beauty. Oh, save me, how I love you. In the morning I'll fall at your mother's feet. What? In the morning? I'll fall tonight, so as to be sure that you are mine." A tremendous roar of musketry outside the window drowned Zosia's answer. The delighted soldiers were firing as a vivat for Basha. The window panes rattled, the walls trembled. The dignified Navira was frightened a 3rd time. The 2 learned Anadrats were frightened. But Zagloba, standing near, began to pacify them. "With the Poles," said he to them, "there is never rejoicing without outcry and clamour." In truth, it came out that all were just waiting for that firing from muskets to revel in the highest degree. The usual ceremony of nobles began now to give way to the wildness of the steppe. Music thundered again. Dances burst out anew like a storm. Eyes were flashing and fiery. Mist rose from the forelocks. Even the oldest went into the dance. Loud shouts were heard every moment, and they drank and frolicked, drank healths from Basha's slipper, fired from pistols at Eva's boot heels. Khrepchev shouted and roared and sang till daybreak, so that the beasts in the neighbouring wilds hid from fear in the deepest thickets. Since that was almost on the eve of a terrible war with the Turkish power, and over all these people terror and destruction were hanging, the dignified Navira wondered beyond measure at those Polish soldiers, and the 2 learned Anadrats wondered no less. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 35. All slept late next morning, except the soldiers on guard and the little knight, who never neglected service for pleasure. Pan Adam was on his feet early enough, for Panna Zosia seemed still more charming to him after his rest. Arraying himself handsomely, he went to the room in which they had danced the previous evening to listen whether there was not some movement or bustle in the adjoining chambers where the ladies were. In the chamber occupied by Pani Boski, movement was to be heard, but the impatient young man was so anxious to see Zosia that he seized his dagger and fell to picking out the moss and clay between the logs, so that, God willing, he might look through the chink with one eye at Zosia. Zagloba, who was just passing with his beads in his hand, found him at this work, and, knowing at once what the matter was, came up on tiptoe and began to belabour with the sandalwood beads the shoulders of the knight. Pan Adam slipped aside and squirmed as if laughing, but he was greatly confused, and the old man pursued him and struck him continually. "Oh, such a Turk! Oh, Tartar! Here it is for you! Here it is for you! I exorcise you! Where are your morals? You want to see a woman? Here it is for you! Here it is for you!" "My benefactor," cried Pan Adam, "it is not right to make a whip out of holy beads. Let me go, for I had no sinful intention." "You say it is not right to strike with a rosary? Not true. The palm on Palm Sunday is holy,
and still people strike with it. Ha! These were pagan beads once, and belonged to Suban Kazi. But I took them from him at Zbaraj, and afterward the apostolic nuncio blessed them. See, they are genuine sandalwood. If they are real sandalwood, they have an odour. Beads have an odour for me, and a girl for you. I must dress your shoulders well yet, for there is nothing to drive out the devil like a chaplet. I had no sinful intention. Upon my health I had not. Was it only through piety that you were opening a chink? Not through piety, but through love, which is so wonderful that I'm not sure that I shall not burst from it as a bomb bursts. What is the use in pretending when it is true? Flies do not trouble a horse in autumn as this affection troubles me. See that this is not sinful desire, for when I came in here you could not stand still, but were striking heel against heel as if you were standing on a firebrand. I saw nothing, as I love God sincerely, for I had only just begun to pick at the chink. Ah, youth! Blood is not water. I too must at times even yet repress myself, for in me there is a lion seeking whom he may devour. If you have honourable intentions, you are thinking of marriage. Thinking of marriage? God of might, of what should I be thinking? Not only am I thinking, but 'tis as if someone were pricking me with an awl. Is it not known to your grace that I made a proposal to Panna Naboski last evening, and I had the consent of my father? The boy is of sulphur and powder. Hangman take thee! If that is the case, then the affair is quite different. But tell me, how was it? Last evening Pani Boski went to her room to bring a handkerchief for Zosha. I after her. She turns around. Who is there? And I, with a rush to her feet, beat me, mother, but give me Zosha, my happiness, my love. But Pani Boski, when she recovered herself, said, All people praise you, and think you a worthy cavalier. Still, I will not give an answer today nor tomorrow, but later. And you need the permission of your father. She went out then, thinking that I was under the influence of wine. In truth, I had a little in my head. That is nothing. All had some in their heads. Did you not see the pointed caps sidewise on the heads of Navira and the Anardrats toward the end? I did not notice them, for I was settling in my mind how to get my father's consent in the easiest way. Well, did it come hard? Toward morning we both went to our room, and because it is well to hammer iron while it is hot, I thought to myself at once that it was necessary to feel, even from afar, how my father would look at the matter. Listen, father, I want Zosha terribly, and I want your consent, and if you don't give it, then, as God lives, I'll go to the Venetians to serve, and that's all you'll hear of me. Then did not he fall on me with great rage. Oh, such a son, said he, you can do without permission. Go to the Venetians, or take the girl. Only I tell you this, that I will not give you a copper, not only of my own, but of your mother's money, for it is all mine. Zagloba thrust out his underlip. Oh, that is bad. But wait, when I heard that, I said, But am I asking for money, or do I need it? I want your blessing, nothing more, for the property of pagans that came to my sabre is enough to rent a good estate or purchase a village. What belongs to mother, let that be a dower for ever. I will add 1 or 2 handfuls of turquoise and some silk and brocade, and if a bad year comes, I'll help my father with ready money. My father became dreadfully curious then. Have you such wealth? Asked he. In God's name, where did you get it? Was it from plunder? For you went away as poor as a Turkish saint. Fear God, father, answered I. It is 11 years since I began to bring down this fist, and, as they say, it is not of the worst, and shouldn't it collect something? I was at the storming of rebel towns in which ruffiandom and the Tartars had piled up the finest plunder.
I fought against Moors and robber bands. Booty came and came. I took only what was recognized as mine, without injustice to any. But it increased, and if a man didn't frolic, I should have had twice as much property as you got from your father." "What did the old man say to that?" asked Zagloba, rejoicing. My father was amazed, for he had not expected this, and began straightway to complain of my wastefulness. "There would be," said he, "an increase, but that this scatterer, this haughty fellow who loves only to plume himself, and puts on the magnate, squanders all, saves nothing." Then curiosity conquered him, and he began to ask particularly what I have. And seeing that I could travel quickly by smearing with that tar, I not only concealed nothing, but lied a little, though usually I will not over-colour, for I think thus to myself: truth is oats, and lying chopped straw. My father bethought himself, and now for plans. "This or that land might have been bought," said he. "This or that lawsuit might have been kept up," said he. "We might have lived at each side of the same boundary, and when you were away I could have looked after everything." And my worthy father began to cry. "Adam," said he, "that girl has pleased me terribly. She is under the protection of the hetman. There may be some profit out of that too. But do you respect this my second daughter, and do not squander what she has. For I should not forgive you at my death hour." And I, my gracious benefactor, just roared at the very suspicion of injustice to Zosia. My father and I fell into each other's embraces, and wept till the first cock-crow precisely. "The old rogue," muttered Zagloba. Then he added aloud, "Ah, there may be a wedding soon, and new amusements in Hrepshov, especially since it is carnival time." "There would be one tomorrow if it depended on me," cried Pan Adam abruptly. "But this is what. My leave will end soon, and service is service, so I must return to Rashkov. Well, Pan Rushchitz will give me another leave, I know, but I am not certain that there will not be delays on the part of the ladies. For when I push up to the old one, she says, 'My husband is in captivity.' When I speak to the daughter, she says, 'Papa is in captivity.' What of that? I do not keep that papa in bonds, do I? I'm terribly afraid of these obstacles. If it were not for that, I would take Father Kaminsky by the soutane, and wouldn't let him go till he had tied Zosia and me. But when women get a thing into their heads, you can't draw it out with nippers. I'd give my last copper, I'd go in person for Papa, but I've no way of doing it. Besides, no one knows where he is. Maybe he is dead, and there is the work for you. If they ask me to wait for him, I might have to wait till the day of judgment. Pyotrovitch, Navira, and the Anadrats will take the road tomorrow. There will be tidings soon." "Jesus save us! Am I to wait for tidings? There can be nothing before spring. Meanwhile I shall wither away as God is dear to me. My benefactor, all have faith in your wit and experience. Knock this waiting out of the heads of these women. My benefactor, in the spring there will be war. God knows what will happen. Besides, I want to marry Zosia, not Papa. Why must I sigh to him?" "Persuade the women to go to Rashkov and settle. There it will be easier to get tidings, and if Pyotrovitch finds Bosky, he will be near you. I will do what I can, I repeat, but do you ask Pani Basha to take your part. I will not neglect that. I will not neglect, for devil—" With that the door squeaked, and Pani Bosky entered. But before Zagloba could look around, Pan Adam had already thundered down with his whole length at her feet, and occupying an enormous extent of the floor with his gigantic body, began to cry, "I have my father's consent. Give me Zosia, mother! Give me Zosia! Give me Zosia, mother!"
"Give Zosha, mother," repeated Zagloba in a bass voice. The uproar drew people from the adjacent chambers. Basha came in, Pan Michał came from his office, and soon after came Zosha herself. It did not become the girl to seem to surmise what the matter was, but her face grew purple at once, and, putting one hand in the other quickly, she dropped them before her, pursed her mouth, and stood at the wall with downcast eyes. Pan Michał ran for old Nowowiejski. When he came, he was deeply offended that his son had not committed the function to him, and had not left the affair to his eloquence. Still, he upheld the entreaty. Pani Boski, who lacked, indeed, every near guardianship in the world, burst into tears at last, and agreed to Pan Adam's request to go to Rashkov and wait there for her husband. Then, covered with tears, she turned to her daughter. "Zosha," asked she, "are the plans of Pan Adam to your heart?" All eyes were turned to Zosha. She was standing at the wall, her eyes fixed on the floor as usual, and only after some silence did she say, in a voice barely audible, "I will go to Rashkov." "My beauty!" roared Pan Adam, and springing to the maiden, he caught her in his arms. Then he cried till the walls trembled, "Zosha is mine! She is mine! She is mine!" End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Kurta. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 36. Pan Adam started for Rashkov immediately after his betrothal, to find and furnish quarters for Pani and Panna Boski. 2 weeks after his departure, a whole caravan of Chrebchev guests left the fortalice. It was composed of Navira, the 2 Anadrats, the Armenian women, Kieremovich and Neresevich, Seferevich, Pani and Panna Boski, the 2 Piotroviches, and old Pan Nowowiejski, without counting a number of Armenians from Kamieniec, and numerous servants, as well as armed attendants to guard wagons, draft horses, and pack animals. The Piotroviches and the delegation of the Patriarch of Ekmiadzin were to rest simply at Rashkov, receive news there concerning their journey, and move on toward the Crimea. The remainder of the company determined to settle in Rashkov for a time, and wait, at least till the first thaws, for the return of the prisoners, namely Boski, the younger Seferevich, and the 2 merchants whose wives were long waiting in sorrow. That was a difficult road, for it lay through silent wastes and steep ravines. Fortunately, abundant but dry snow formed excellent sleighing. The presence of commands in Mohilov, Yampol, and Rashkov ensured safety. Azba Bay was cut to pieces, the robbers either hanged or dispersed, and the Tartars in winter, through lack of grass, did not go out on the usual roads. Finally, Pan Adam had promised to meet them with a few tens of horses, if he should receive permission from Pan Rushtitz. They went, therefore, briskly and willingly. Zosha was ready to go to the end of the world for Pan Adam. Pani Boski and the 2 Armenian women were hoping for the speedy return of their husbands. Rashkov lay, it is true, in terrible wilds on the border of Christendom, but still they were not going there for a lifetime, nor for a long stay. In spring, war would come. War was mentioned on the borders everywhere. When their loved ones were found, they must return with the first warm breeze to save their heads from destruction. Eva remained at Chrebchev, detained by Pani Basha. Pan Nowowiejski did not insist greatly on taking his daughter,
especially as he was leaving her in the house of such worthy people. "I will send her most safely, or I will take her myself," said Basha. "Rather, I will take her myself, for I should like to see once in my life that whole terrible boundary of which I have heard so much from childhood. In spring, when the roads will be black from chambles, my husband would not let me go, but now, if ever stays here, I shall have a fair pretext. In a couple of weeks I shall begin to insist, and in 3 I shall have permission surely." "Your husband, I hope, will not let you go in winter unless with a good escort." "If he can go, he will go with me. If not, Asi will escort us with a couple of 100 or more horses, for I hear that he is to be sent to Rashkov in every case." The conversation ended with this, and Eva remained in Khrepshev. Basha, however, had other calculations besides the reasons given to Pan Novoviejski. She wished to lighten for Asia an approach to Eva, for the young Tartar was beginning to disquiet her. As often as he met Basha, he answered her queries, it is true, by saying that he loved Eva, that his former feeling had not died, but when he was with Eva he was silent. Meanwhile, the girl had fallen in love with him to desperation in that Khrepshev desert. His wild but splendid beauty, his childhood passed under the strong hand of Novoviejski, his princely descent, and that prolonged mystery which had weighed upon him, finally his military fame, had enchanted her thoroughly. She was waiting merely for the moment to open to him her heart, burning as a flame, and to say to him, "Asia, I have loved thee from childhood," to fall into his arms and vow love to him till death. Meanwhile he closed his teeth and was silent. Eva herself thought at first that the presence of her father and brother restrained Asia from a confession. Later, disquiet seized her too, for if obstacles arose unavoidably on the part of her father and brother, especially before Asia had received naturalization, still he might open his heart to her, and he was bound to do so the more speedily and sincerely the more obstacles were rising on their road. But he was silent. Doubt crept at last into the maiden's heart, and she began to complain of her misfortune to Basha, who pacified her, saying, "I do not deny that he is a strange man, and wonderfully secretive, but I am certain that he loves you, for he has told me so frequently, and besides, he looks on you not as on others." To this Eva, shaking her head, answered gloomily, "Differently, that is certain, but I know not whether there is love or hatred in that gaze." "Dear Eva, do not talk folly. Why should he hate you?" "But why should he love me?" Here Basha began to pass her small hands over the maiden's face. "But why does Michał love me? And why did your brother, when he had barely seen Zosha, fall in love with her?" "Adam has always been hasty." "Asia is haughty, and dreads refusal, especially from your father. Your brother, having been in love himself, would understand more quickly the torture of that feeling. This is how it is. Be not foolish, Eva. Have no fear. I will stir up Asia well, and you'll see how courageous he'll be." In fact, Basha had an interview with Asia that very day, after which she rushed in great haste to Eva. "It is all over," cried she on the threshold. "What?" asked Eva, flushing. "Said I to him, 'What are you thinking of, to feed me with ingratitude? I have detained Eva purposely, so that you might take advantage of the occasion. But if you do not, know that in 2 or at furthest 3 weeks I will send her to Rashkov. I may go myself with her, and you'll be left in the lurch.' His face changed when he heard of the journey to Rashkov, and he began to beat with his forehead to my feet. I asked him then what he had on his mind, and he answered, 'On the road I will confess what I have in my breast. On the road,' said he, 'will be the best occasion. On the road will happen what is to happen.
what is predestined. I will confess all, I will disclose all, for I cannot live longer in this torment." His lips began to quiver, so anxious was he before, for he had received some unfavourable letters from Kamieniec. He told me that he must go to Rashkov in every event, that there is an old command of the hetman to my husband touching that matter, but the period is not mentioned in the command, for it depends on negotiations which he is carrying on there with the captains. "But now," said he, "the time is approaching, and I must go to them beyond Rashkov, so that at the same time I can conduct your grace and Panna ever." I told him in answer that it was unknown whether I should go or not, for it would depend on Mihau's permission. When he heard this, he was frightened greatly. "Ay, you are a fool ever. You say that he doesn't love you, but he fell at my feet, and when he implored me to go, I tell you he just whined so that I had a mind to shed tears over him. Do you know why he did that? He told me at once. 'I,' said he, 'will confess what I have in my heart, but without the prayers of your grace I shall do nothing with the Novoviejskis. I shall only rouse anger and hatred in them against myself. My fate is in the hands of your grace, my suffering, my salvation. For if your grace will not go, then better that the earth swallowed me, or that living fire burned me.' That is how he loves you, simply terrible to think of, and if you had seen how he looked at that moment, you would have been frightened." "No, I am not afraid of him," answered Eva, and she began to kiss Basha's hands. Go with us, repeated she with emotion. "Go with us. You alone can save us. You alone will not fear to tell my father. You alone can effect something. Go with us. I will fall at the feet of Pan Voroyovsky to get leave for you. Without you, father and Asia will spring at each other with knives. Go with us, go with us." And saying this, she dropped to Basha's knees and began to embrace them with tears. "God grant that I go," said Basha. "I will lay all before Mihau, and will not cease to torment him. It is safe now to go even alone, and what will it be with such a numerous retinue? Maybe Mihau himself will go. If not, he has a heart and will give me permission. At first he will cry out against it, but just let me grow gloomy, he will begin to walk around me at once, look into my eyes and give way. I should prefer to have him go too, for I shall be terribly lonely without him. But what is to be done? I will go anyhow to give you some solace. In this case it is not a question of my wishes, but of the fate of you and Asia. Mihau loves you both. He will consent." After that interview with Basha, Asia flew to his own room, as full of delight and consolation as if he had gained health after a sore illness. A while before, wild despair had been tearing his soul. That very morning he had received a dry and brief letter from Pan Bogusz of the following contents. "My beloved Asia, I have halted in Kamieniec, and to Khrepshev I will not go this time. First, because fatigue has overcome me, and secondly, because I have no reason to go. I have been in Yavorov. The hetman not only refuses to grant you permission by letter to cover your mad designs with his dignity, but he commands you sternly, and under pain of losing his favour, to drop them at once. I, too, have decided that what you have told me is worthless. It would be a sin for a refined Christian people to enter into such intrigues with pagans, and it would be a disgrace before the whole world to grant the privileges of nobility to malefactors, robbers, and shedders of innocent blood. Moderate yourself in this matter, and do not think of the office of hetman, since it is not for you, though you are Tuhaï Bey's son. But if you wish to re-establish promptly the favour of the hetman, be content with your office, and hasten especially that work with Kryczynski, Adorovich, Tarasovsky, and others, for thus you will render best service. The hetman's statement of what you are to do I send with this letter,
and an official command to Pan Volodyovski that there be no hindrance to you in going and coming with your men. You'll have to go on a sudden to meet those captains, of course. Only hurry, and report to me carefully at Kamieniec what you hear on the other bank. Commending you herewith to the favour of God, I remain, with unchanging good wishes, Marcin Bogusz of Zemblica, under carver of Novgorod. When the young Tartar received this letter, he fell into a terrible fury. First, he crushed the letter in his hand into bits. Then he stabbed the table time after time with his dagger. Next he threatened his own life and that of the faithful Halim, who on his knees begged him to undertake nothing till he had recovered from rage and despair. That letter was a cruel blow to him. The edifices which his pride and ambition had reared were as if blown up with powder. His plans were destroyed. He might have become the third hetman in the Commonwealth, and held its fate in his hand, and now he sees that he must remain an obscure officer, for whom the summit of ambition would be naturalization. In his fiery imagination he had seen crowds bowing down daily before him, and now it will come to him to bow down before others. It is no good for him either that he is the son of Tugai Bey, that the blood of reigning warriors flows in his veins, that great thoughts are born in his soul. Nothing, all nothing. He will live unrecognized and die in some distant little fortalice forgotten. One word broke his wing, one no brought it about, that henceforward he will not be free to soar like an eagle to the firmament, but must crawl like a worm on the ground. But all this is nothing yet in comparison with the happiness which he has lost. She for the possession of whom he would have given blood and eternity. She for whom he was flaming like fire. She whom he loved with eyes, hearty soul, blood, would never be his. That letter took from him her as well as the baton of a hetman. Khmelnytsky might carry off Chaplinsky's wife. Asia, a hetman, might carry off another man's wife, and defend himself even against the whole Commonwealth. But how could that Asia take her? Asia, a lieutenant of Lithuanian Tartars, serving under command of her husband. When he thought of this, the world grew black before his eyes, empty, gloomy, and the son of Tugai Bey was not sure but he would better die than live without a reason to live, without happiness, without hope, without the woman he loved. This pressed him down the more terribly, since he had not looked for such a blow. Nay, considering the condition of the Commonwealth, he had become more convinced every day that the hetman would confirm those plans. Now his hopes were blown apart like mist before a whirlwind. What remained to him? To renounce glory, greatness, happiness, but he was not the man to do that. At the first moment the madness of anger and despair carried him away. Fire was passing through his bones and burning him fiercely. Hence he howled and gnashed his teeth, and thoughts equally fiery and vengeful were flying through his head. He wanted revenge on the Commonwealth, on the hetman, on Pan Michał, even on Basha. He wanted to rouse his Tartars, cut down the garrison, all the officers, all Chrepchov, kill Pan Michał, carry off Basha, go with her beyond the Moldavian boundary, and then down to the Dobruja, and farther on, even to Tsargrad itself, even to the deserts of Asia. But the faithful Halim watched over him, and he himself, when he had recovered from his first fury and despair, recognized all the impossibility of those plans. Asia in this too resembled Khmelnytsky. As in Khmelnytsky, so in him, a lion and a serpent dwelt in company. Should he attack Chrepchov with his faithful Tartars, what would come of that? Would Pan Michał, who is as watchful as a stork, let himself be surprised? And even if he should, would that famous partisan let himself be slaughtered, especially as he had at hand more and better soldiers? Finally, Suppose that Asia should finish Vodiovsky, what would he do then? If he moves along the river toward Yagorlik, he must rub out the commands at Mohilov, Yampol, and Rashkov. If he crosses to the Moldavian bank, the Pokulabs are there, friends of Vodiovsky, and Habereskul of Hochim himself, his sworn friend. If he goes to Doroshenko, there are Polish commands at Bratslav, and the steppe, even in winter, is full of scouts. In view of all this, Tuhaï Bey's son felt his helplessness, and his malign soul belched forth flames first, and then buried itself in deep despair, as a wounded wild beast buries itself in a dark den of a cliff, and remained quiet. And as uncommon pain kills itself and ends in torpidity, so he became torpid at last. Just then it was announced to him that the wife of the commandant wished to speak to him. Halim did not recognize Asia when he returned from that conversation. Torpor had vanished from the Tartar's face. His eyes danced like those of a wildcat. His face was gleaming, and his white teeth glittered from under his moustaches. In his wild beauty he was like the terrible Tuhaï Bey. "My lord," inquired Halim, "in what way has God comforted thy soul?" "Halim," said Asia, "God forms bright day after dark night, and commands the sun to rise out of the sea." Here he seized the old Tartar by the shoulders. "In a month she will be mine for the ages." And such a gleam issued from his dark face that he was beautiful, and Halim began to make obeisances. "O son of Tuhaï Bey, thou art great, mighty, and the malice of the unbeliever cannot overcome thee." "Listen," said Asia. "I am listening, son of Tuhaï Bey." "I will go beyond the blue sea, where the snows lie only on the mountains, and if I return again to these regions, it will be at the head of chambuls like the sands of the sea, as innumerable as the leaves in those wildernesses, and I will bring fire and sword. But thou, Halim, son of Kurdluk, wilt take the road today, wilt find Kretinsky, and tell him to hasten with his men to the opposite bank over against Rashkov, and let Adurovich, Moravsky, Alexandrovich, Groholsky, Tarasovsky, with every man living of the Lithuanian Tartars and Cheremis, threaten the troops. Let them notify the chambuls that are in winter quarters with Doroshenko to cause great alarm from the side of Uman, so that the Polish commands may go far into the steppe from Mohilov, Yampol, and Rashkov. Let there be no troops on that road over which I go, so that when I leave Rashkov there will remain behind me only ashes and burned ruins." "God aid thee, my lord," answered Halim, and he began to make obeisances, and Tuhaï Bey's son bent over him and repeated a number of times yet, "Hasten the messengers, for only a month's time is left." He dismissed Halim then, and remaining alone began to pray, for he had a breast filled with happiness and gratitude to God. And while praying, he looked involuntarily through the window at his men, who were leading out their horses just then to water them at the wells. The square was black, there was such a crowd. The Tartars, while singing their monotonous songs in a low voice, began to draw the squeaking well sweeps and to pour water into the trough. Steam rose in 2 pillars from the nostrils of each horse and concealed his face. All at once Pan Michał, in a sheepskin coat and cowhide boots, came out of the main building and, approaching the men, began to say something. They listened to him, straightening themselves and removing their caps in contradiction to Eastern custom. At sight of him, Asia ceased praying and muttered, "You are a falcon, but you will not fly whither I fly. You will remain in Khrepshov in grief and in sorrow." After Pan Michał had spoken to the soldiers, he returned to the building, and on the square was heard again the songs of Tartars, the snorting of horses, and the plaintive and shrill sound of well sweeps. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 37. The little knight, as Basha had foreseen, cried out against her plans at once when he learned them, said he would never agree to them, for he could not go himself, and he would not let her go without him. But on all sides began then prayers and insistence, which were soon to bend his decision. Basha insisted less, indeed, than he expected, for she wished greatly to go with her husband, and without him the journey lost a part of its charm, but ever knelt before the little knight, and kissing his hands implored him by his love for Basha to permit her to go. "No other will dare approach my father," said she, "and mention such an affair. Neither I, nor Asia, nor even my brother. Basha alone can do it, for he refuses her nothing." "Basha is no matchmaker," said Pan Michał, "and besides, you must come back here. Let her do this at your return." "God knows what will happen before the return," answered Eva with weeping. "It is certain only that I shall die of suffering. But for such an orphan for whom no one has pity, death is best of all." The little knight had a heart tender beyond measure, hence he began to walk up and down in the room. He wished above all not to part with his Basha, even for a day, and what must it be for 2 weeks? Still, it was clear that the prayers moved him deeply, for in a couple of days after those attacks he said one evening, "If I could only go with you, but that cannot be, for service detains me." Basha sprang to him, and putting her rosy mouth to his cheek began to cry, "Go, Michał, go, go!" "It is not possible by any means," answered Pan Michał with decision. And again 2 days passed. During this time the little knight asked advice of Zagloba as to what he ought to do, but Zagloba refused to give advice. "If there are no other obstacles but your feelings," said he, "what have I to say? Decide yourself. The house will be empty here without the Hajduk. Were it not for my age and the hard road, I would go myself, for there is no life without her. But you see, there is really no hindrance. The weather is a little frosty, that is all. For the rest, it is quiet. There are commands along the road everywhere." "In that case, decide for yourself." After that conversation, Pan Michał began to hesitate again, and to weigh 2 things. He was sorry for Eva. He paused also over this. Is it proper to send the girl alone with Asia on such a long road? And still more over another point. Is it proper to withhold help from devoted people when the opportunity to give it is so easy? For what was the real difficulty? Basha's absence for 2 or 3 weeks. Even if it were only a question of pleasing Basha, by letting her see Mochilov, Yampol and Rashkov, why not please her? Asia, in one event or another, must go with his squadron to Rashkov, hence there would be a strong and even a superfluous guard in view of the destruction of the robbers and the quiet during winter from the horde. The little knight yielded more and more, seeing which the ladies renewed their insistence, one representing the affair as a good deed and a duty, the other weeping and lamenting. Finally, Asia bowed down before the commandant. He knew, he said, that he was unworthy of such a favour, but still he had shown so much devotion and attachment to the Volodyovskis that he made bold to beg for it. He owed much gratitude to both, since they did not permit men to insult him, even when he was not known as the son of Tuhaï Bey. He would never forget that the wife of the commandant had dressed his wounds, and had been to him not only a gracious lady, but as it were a mother. He had given proofs of his gratitude recently in the battle with Azba Bey, and with God's help, in future, he would lay down his head and shed the last drop of his blood for the life of the lady, if need be. Then he began to tell of his old and unfortunate love for ever. He could not live without that maiden. He had loved her through whole years of separation, though without hope, and he would never cease to love her. But between him and old Pan Nowowiejski there was an ancient hatred, and the previous relation of servant and master separated them, as it were, by a broad ravine. The lady alone could reconcile them to each other, and if she could not do that, she could at least shelter the dear girl from her father's tyranny, from confinement and the lash. Pan Michał would have preferred, perhaps, that Basha had not interfered in the matter, but as he himself loved to do good to people, he did not wonder at his wife's heart. Still, he did not answer Asia affirmatively yet. He resisted even additional tears from Eva, but he locked himself up in the chancery and fell to thinking. At last he came out to supper on a certain evening with an agreeable expression of face, and after supper he asked Asia suddenly, "Asia, when is it time for you to go?" "In a week, your great mightiness," answered the Tartar unquietly. "Halim, it must be, will have concluded negotiations with Kryczynski by that time. Give orders to repair the great sleigh, for you must take 2 ladies to Rashkov." When she heard this, Basha began to clap her hands and rushed headlong to her husband. After her hurried Eva. After Eva, Asia bowed down to the little knight's knees with a wild outburst of delight, so that Pan Michał had to free himself. "Give me peace," said he. "What is there wonderful? When it's possible to help people, it is hard not to help them, unless one is altogether heartless, and I am no tyrant. But do you, Basha, return quickly, my love, and do you, Asia, guard her faithfully. In this way you will thank me best. Well, well, give me peace." Here his moustaches began to quiver, and then he said more joyously, to give himself courage, "The worst are those tears of women. When I see tears there is nothing left of me. But you, Asia, must thank not only me and my wife, but this young lady, who has followed me like a shadow, exhibiting her sorrow continually before my eyes. You must pay her for such affection." "I will pay her, I will pay her," said Asia, with a strange voice, and seizing Eva's hands, he kissed them so violently that it might be thought he wished rather to bite them. "Michał," cried Zagloba suddenly, pointing to Basha, "what shall we do here without her?" "Indeed it will be grievous," said the little knight. "God knows it will." Then he added more quietly, "But the Lord God may bless my good action later. Do you understand?" Meanwhile Basha pushed in between them, her bright head full of curiosity. "What are you saying?" "Nothing," replied Zagloba. "We said that in spring the storks would come surely." Basha began to rub her face to her husband's like a real cat. "Michał, dear, I shall not stay long," said she, in a low voice. After this conversation, new councils were held during several days touching the journey. Pan Michał looked after everything himself, gave orders to arrange the sleigh in his presence and line it with skins of foxes killed in autumn. Zagloba brought his own lap-robe, so that she might have wherewith to cover her feet on the road. Sleighs were to go with a bed and provisions, and Basha's pony was to go, so that she might leave her sleigh in dangerous places, for Pan Michał had a particular fear of the entrance to Mohilov, which was really a breakneck descent. Though there was not the slightest likelihood of an attack, the little knight commanded Asia to take every precaution, to send men always a couple of furlongs in advance, and never pass the night on the road but in places where there were commands, to start at daylight, and not to loiter on the way. To such a degree did the little knight think of everything, that with his own hand he loaded the pistols for the holsters in Basha's saddle. The moment of departure came at last. It was still dark when 200 horse of the Lithuanian Tartars were standing ready on the square. In the chief room of the commandant's house movement reigned also. In the chimneys pitchy sticks were shooting up bright flames. The little knight, Pan Zagloba, Pan Mushalski, Pan Nieniesieniec, Pan Chromika, and Pan Motovidło, and with them officers from the light squadrons, had come to say farewell. Basha and Eva, warm yet and ruddy from sleep, were drinking heated wine for the road. Pan Michał, sitting by his wife, had his arm around her waist. Zagloba poured out to her, repeating at each addition, "Take more, for the weather is frosty." Basha and Eva were dressed in male costume, for women travelled generally in that guise on the frontiers. Basha had a sabre, a wild cat skin shuba bound with weasel skin, an ermine cap with earlaps, very wide trousers looking like a skirt, and boots to her knees, soft and lined. To all this were to be added warm cloaks and shubas with hoods to cover the faces. Basha's face was uncovered yet, and astonished people as usual with its beauty. Some, however, looked appreciatively at Eva, who had a mouth formed as it were for kisses, and others did not know which to prefer, so charming seemed both to the soldiers, who whispered in one another's ears, "It is hard for a man to live in such a desert. Happy commandant, happy Asia! Ugh!" The fire crackled joyfully in the chimneys. The crowing of cocks began. Day approached gradually, rather frosty and clear. The roofs of the sheds and the quarters of the soldiers, covered with deep snow, took on a bright rose colour. From the square was heard the snorting of horses and the squeaking steps of soldiers and dragoons, who had assembled from the sheds and lodgings to take farewell of Basha and the Tartars. "It is time," said Pan Michał at last. Hearing this, Basha sprang from her place and fell into her husband's arms. He pressed his lips to hers, then held her with all his strength to his breast, kissed her eyes and forehead, and again her mouth. That moment was long, for they loved each other immensely. After the little knight, the turn came to Zagloba. Then the other officers approached to kiss her hand, and she repeated with her childish voice, resonant as silver, "Be in good health, gentlemen, be in good health." She and Eva put on cloaks with openings instead of sleeves, and then shubas with hoods, and the two vanished altogether under these robes. The broad door was thrown open, a frosty steam rushed in, then the whole assembly found itself on the square. Outside everything was becoming more and more visible from the snow and daylight. Hoarfrost had settled on the hair of the horses and the sheepskin coats of the men. It seemed as though the whole squadron were dressed in white and were sitting on white horses. Basha and Eva took their seats in the fur-lined sleigh. The dragoons and the soldiers shouted for a happy journey to the departing. At that sound, a numerous flock of crows and ravens, which a severe winter had driven in near the dwellings of people, flew from the roofs, and with low croaking began to circle in the rosy air. The little knight bent over the sleigh and hid his face in the hood covering the face of his wife. Long was that moment. At last he tore himself away from Basha, and, making the sign of the cross, exclaimed, "In the name of God!" Now Asia rose in the stirrups. His wild face was gleaming from delight and the dawn. He waved his whirlbat so that his burqa rose like the wings of a bird of prey, and he cried with a piercing voice,
Move on! The hoofs squeaked on the snow. Abundant steam came from the nostrils of the horses. The first rank moved slowly. After that the second, the third, and the fourth. Then the sleigh, then the ranks of the whole detachment began to move across the sloping square to the gate. The little knight blessed them with the Holy Cross. At last, when the sleigh had passed the gate, he put his hands around his mouth and called, "Be well, Basha!" But only the voices of muskets and the loud cawing of the dark birds gave him answer. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Pan Michał, an historical novel of Poland, the Ukraine and Turkey, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Kurta. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by David Granville Young. Chapter 38. A detachment of Cheremis, some 20 in number, marched 5 miles in advance to examine the road and notify commandants of Pani Volodyovski's journey, so that quarters might be ready for her in each place. After this detachment came the main force of the Lithuanian Tartars, the sleigh with Basha and Eva, and another sleigh with servant women. A small detachment closed the march. The road was heavy enough because of snowdrifts. Pine woods, which in winter do not lose their needle-like leaves, permit less snow to fall to the earth. But that forest along the bank of the Dniester, formed for the most part of oaks and other deciduous trees, stripped now of their natural covering, was packed halfway to the lower branches with snow. Snow had filled also the narrowest ravines. In places it had been lifted into waves whose curling summits seemed as if ready to tumble in an instant and be lost in the general white expanse. During the passage of difficult ravines and declivities, the Tartars held the sleighs back with ropes. Only on the lofty plains, where the wind had smoothed the snow surface, did they drive quickly in the track of the caravan, which with Navira and the 2 learned Anadrads had started earlier from Hrebshov. Travelling was difficult. Not so difficult, however, as sometimes in those wild regions full of chasms, rivers, streams, and gullies. The ladies were rejoiced, therefore, that before deep night came, they would be able to reach the precipitous ravine in the bottom of which stood Mohilov. Besides, there was promise of continued fair weather. After a ruddy dawn, the sun rose, and all at once the plains, the ravines, and the forests were gleaming in its rays. The branches of the trees seemed coated with sparks. Sparks glittered on the snow till the eyes ached from the brightness. From high points one could see out through open spaces, as through windows in that wilderness. The gaze reaching down to Moldavia was lost on a horizon white and blue, but flooded with sunlight. The air was dry and sharp. In such an atmosphere, men as well as beasts feel strength and health. In the ranks the horses snorted greatly, throwing rolls of steam from their nostrils, and the Tartars, though the frost so pinched their legs that they drew them under their skirts continually, sang joyful songs. At last the sun rose to the very summit of the pavilion of the sky, and warmed the world somewhat. It was too hot for Basha and Eva under the fur in the sleigh. They loosened the covering on their heads, pushed back their hoods, showed their rosy faces to the light, and began to look around. Basha on the country, and Eva searching for Asia. He was not near the sleigh. He was riding in advance with that detachment of Cheremis who were examining the road and clearing away snow when necessary. Eva frowned because of this, but Basha, knowing military service through and through, said to console her, "They are all that way. When there is service, it is service. My Michał will not even look at me when military duty comes, and it would be ill were it otherwise. For if you are to love a soldier, let him be a good one." "But will he be with us at the resting place?" asked Eva. "See lest you have too much of him. Did you not notice how joyful he was when we started? Light was beaming from him." "I saw that he was very glad." "But what will he be when he receives permission from your father?" "Oi, what is in waiting for me? The will of God be done, though the heart dies in me when I think of father. If he shouts, if he becomes wilful and refuses permission, I shall have a fine life when I go home." "Do you know, Eva, what I think?" "What is it?" "There is no trifling with Asia. Your brother might oppose with his force, but your father has no command. I think that if your father resists, Asia will take you anyhow." "How is that?" "Why, carry you off simply. There is no trifling with him, people say. Too-High Bay's blood. You will be married by the first priest on the road. In another place it would be necessary to have banns, certificates, license, but here it is a wild country. All things are a little in Tartar fashion." Eva's face brightened. "This is what I dread. Asia is ready for anything. This is what I dread," said she. But Basha, turning her head, looked at her quickly and burst out suddenly with her resonant childlike laugh. "You dread that just as a mouse dreads bacon. Oh, I know you." Eva, flushed already from the cold air, flushed still more and said, "I should fear my father's curse, and I know that Asia is ready to disregard everything." "Be of good courage," answered Basha. "Besides me, you have your brother to help you. True love always comes to its own. Pan Zagloba told me that when Michał wasn't even dreaming of me." Conversation once begun, they vied with each other in talking, one about Asia, the other about Michał. Thus a couple of hours passed, till the caravan halted for the first refreshment at Yaryshov. Of a hamlet, wretched enough at all times, there remained, after the peasant incursion, only one public house, which was restored from the time that the frequent passage of soldiers began to promise certain profit. Basha and Eva found in it a passing Armenian merchant of Mohiloff origin, who was taken Morocco to Kamieniec. Asia wished to hurl him out of doors with the Wallachians and Tartars who were with him, but the women permitted him to remain. Only his guard had to withdraw. When the merchant learned that the travelling lady was Pani Volodyovski, he began to bow down before her and praise her husband to the skies. Basha listened to the man with great delight. At last he went to his packs, and when he returned, offered her a package of special sweetmeats and a little box full of odorous Turkish herbs, good for various ailments. "I bring this through gratitude," said he. "Till now we have not dared to thrust our heads out of Mohiloff, because Azba Bey ravaged so terribly, and so many robbers infested on this side all the ravines, and on the Moldavian bank the meadows. But now the road is safe, and trading secure. Now we travel again. May God increase the days of the Commandant of Hrebshov, and make each day long enough for a journey from Mohiloff to Kamieniec. And let every hour be extended so as to seem a day. Our Commandant, the Field Secretary, prefers to sit in Warsaw, but the Commandant of Hrebshov watched and swept out the robbers, so that death is dearer to them now than the Dniester." "Then is Pan Rawuski not in Mohiloff?" asked Basha. "He only brought the troops. I do not know if he remained 3 days. Permit, your great mightiness, here are raisins in this packet, and at this edge of it fruit such as is not found even in Turkey. It comes from distant Asia, and grows there on palms. The secretary is not in the town, but now there is no cavalry at all, for yesterday they went on a sudden toward Bratslav. But here are dates. May they be to the health of your great mightiness. Only Pan Gorzhenski has remained with infantry." "It is a wonder to me that all the cavalry have gone," said Basha, with an inquiring glance at Asia. They moved so the horses might not get out of training, answered Asia calmly. In the town, people say that Doroshenko advanced unexpectedly, said the merchant. Asia laughed. But with what will he feed his horses? With snow? Said he to Basha. Pan Gorzhensky will explain best to your great mightiness, added the merchant. I do not believe that it is anything, said Basha, after a moment's thought. For if it were, my husband would be the first to know. Without doubt the news would be first in Khrepshov, said Asia. Let your grace have no fear. Basha raised her bright face to the Tartar, and her nostrils quivered. I have fear. That is excellent. What is in your head? Do you hear, Eva? I have fear. Eva could not answer, for being by nature fond of dainties, and loving sweets beyond measure, she had her mouth full of dates, which did not prevent her, however, from looking eagerly at Asia. But when she had swallowed the fruit, she said, Neither have I any fear with such an officer. Then she looked tenderly and significantly into the eyes of young Tuhaï Bey. But from the time that she had begun to be an obstacle, he felt for her only secret repulsion and anger. He stood motionless, therefore, and said with downcast eyes, In Rashkov it will be seen if I deserve confidence. And there was in his voice something almost terrible. But as the two women knew so well that the young Tartar was thoroughly different in word and deed from other men, this did not rouse their attention. Besides, Asia insisted at once on continuing the journey, because the mountains before Mohyliv were abrupt, difficult of passage, and should be crossed during daylight. They started without delay, and advanced very quickly till they reached those mountains. Basha wished then to sit on her horse, but at Asia's persuasion she stayed with Eva in the sleigh, which was steadied with lariats, and let down from the height with the greatest precaution. All this time Asia walked near the sleigh, but occupied altogether with their safety, and in general with the command, he spoke scarcely a word either to Basha or Eva. The sun went down, however, before they succeeded in passing the mountains, but the detachment of Cheremis, marching in advance, made fires of dry branches. They went down then among the ruddy fires and the wild figures standing near them. Beyond those figures were, in the gloom of the night and in the half-light of the flames, the threatening declivities in uncertain, terrible outlines. All this was new, curious. All had the appearance of some kind of dangerous and mysterious expedition. Wherefore Basha's soul was in the seventh heaven, and her heart rose in gratitude to her husband for letting her go on this journey to unknown regions, and to Asia because he had been able to manage the journey so well. Basha understood now, for the first time, the meaning of those military marches of which she had heard so much from soldiers, and what precipitous and winding roads were. A mad joyousness took possession of her. She would have mounted her pony assuredly, were it not that, sitting near Eva, she could talk with her and terrify her. Therefore, when moving in a narrow short turn, the detachment in advance vanished from the eye, and began to shout with wild voices, the stifled echo of which resounded among overhanging cliffs, Basha turned to Eva, and seizing her hands, cried, "Oho, robbers from the meadows, or the horde!" But Eva, when she remembered Asia, the son of Tuhaï Bey, was calm in a moment. "The robbers in the horde respect and fear Asia," answered she, and later, bending to Basha's ear, she said, "Even to Belgrade, even to the Crimea, if with him." The moon had risen high in heaven when they were issuing from the mountains. Then they beheld far down, and, as it were, at the bottom of a precipice, a collection of lights. "Mohyliv is under our feet," said a voice behind Basha and Eva. They looked around. It was Asia standing behind the sleigh. "But does the town lie like that at the bottom of the ravine?" asked Basha. "It does. The mountains shield it completely from winter winds, answered Asia, pushing his head between their heads. Notice, your grace, that there is another climate here. It is warmer and calmer. Spring comes here 10 days earlier than on the other side of the mountains, and the trees put forth their leaves sooner. That grey on the slopes is a vineyard, but the ground is under snow yet. Snow was lying everywhere, but really the air was warmer and calmer. In proportion as they descended slowly toward the valley, lights showed themselves one after another, and increased in number every moment. "A respectable place, and rather large," said Eva. "It is because the Tartars did not burn it at the time of the peasant incursion. The Cossack troops wintered here, and Poles have scarcely ever visited the place." "Who live here?" "Tartars, who have their wooden mosque, for in the Commonwealth every man is free to profess his own faith. Wallachians live here, also Armenians and Greeks." "I have seen Greeks once in Kamieniec," said Basha, "for though they live far away, they go everywhere for commerce." "This town is composed differently from all others," said Asia. "Many people of various nations come here to trade. That settlement which we see at a distance on one side is called Serbi." "We are entering already," said Basha. They were, in fact, entering. A strange odour of skins and acid met their nostrils at once. That was the odour of Morocco, at the manufacture of which all the inhabitants of Mohilov worked somewhat, but especially the Armenians. As Asia had said, the place was different altogether from others. The houses were built in Asiatic fashion. They had windows covered with thick wooden lattice. In many houses there were no windows on the street, and only in the yards was seen the glitter of fires. The streets were not paved, though there was no lack of stone in the neighbourhood. Here and there were buildings of strange form with latticed transparent walls. Those were drying houses, in which fresh grapes were turned into raisins. The odour of Morocco filled the whole place. Pan Gorzhensky, who commanded the infantry, had been informed by the Cheremis of the arrival of the wife of the commandant of Khrepshov, and rode out on horseback to meet her. He was not young, and he stuttered. He lisped also, for his face had been pierced by a bullet from a long-barrelled Janissary gun. Therefore, when he began to speak, stuttering every moment, of the star which had risen in the heavens of Mohilov, Basha came near bursting into laughter. But he received her in the most hospitable manner known to him. In the fortalice a supper was waiting for her, and a supremely comfortable bed on fresh and clean down, which he had taken by a forced loan from the wealthiest Armenians. Pan Gorzhensky stuttered, it is true, but during the evening he related at the supper things so curious that it was worth while to listen. According to him, a certain disquieting breeze had begun to blow suddenly and unexpectedly from the steppes. Reports came that a strong chambel of the Crimean horde, stationed with Doroshenko, had moved all at once toward Hasin and the country above that point. With the chambels went some thousands of Cossacks. Besides, a number of other alarming reports had come from indefinite places. Pan Gorzhensky did not attach great faith to these rumours, however, "for it is winter," said he, "and since the Lord God has created this earthly circle, the Tartars move only in spring. Then they form no camp, carry no baggage, take no food for their horses in any place. We all know that war with the Turkish power is held in the leash by frost alone, and that we shall have guests at the first grass. But that there is anything at present I shall never believe." Basha waited patiently and long till Pan Gorzhensky should finish. He stuttered meanwhile, and moved his lips continually, as if eating. "What do you think yourself of the movement of the horde towards Hasin?" asked she at last. "I think that their horses have poured out all the grass from under the snow, and that they wish to make a camp in another place. Besides, it may be that the horde, living near Doroshenko's men, are quarrelling with them. It has always been so. Though they are allies and are fighting together, only let encampments stand side by side, and they fall to quarrelling at once in the pastures and at the bazaars." "That is the case, surely," said Asia. "And there is another point," continued Pan Gorzensky. "The reports did not come directly through partisans, but peasants brought them. The Tartars here began to talk without evident reason. 3 days ago, Pan Yakubovich brought in from the steppes the first informants who confirmed the reports, and all the cavalry marched out immediately." "Then you are here with infantry only?" inquired Asia. "God pity us! 40 men! There is hardly anyone to guard the fortalice, and if the Tartars living here in Mohilov were to rise, I know not how I could defend myself." "But why do they not rise against you?" inquired Basha. "They do not because they cannot in any way. Many of them live permanently in the Commonwealth with their wives and children, and they are on our side. As to strangers, they are here for commerce, not for war. They are good people." "I will leave your grace 50 horse from my force," said Asia. "God reward! You will oblige me greatly by this, for I shall have someone to send out to get intelligence. But can you leave them?" "I can. We shall have in Rashkov the parties of those captains who in their time went over to the Sultan, but now wish to resume obedience to the Commonwealth. Kretinsky will bring 300 horse certainly, and perhaps Adorovich too will come. Others will arrive later. I am to take command over all by order of the hetman, and before spring a whole division will be assembled." Pan Gorzensky inclined before Asia. He had known him for a long time, but had had small esteem for him, as being a man of doubtful origin. But knowing now that he was the son of Tughai Bey, for an account of this had been brought by the recent caravan in which Navira was travelling, Gorzensky honoured in the young Tartar the blood of a great though hostile warrior. He honoured in him, besides, an officer to whom the hetman had confided such significant functions. Asia went out to give orders, and calling the Sotnik David, said, "David, son of Skander, thou wilt remain in Mohilov with 50 horse. Thou wilt see with thy eyes and hear with thy ears what is happening around thee. If the little falcon in Hrepshov sends letters to me, thou wilt stop his messenger, take the letters from him, and send them with thy own man. Thou wilt remain here till I send an order to withdraw. If my messenger says, 'It is night,' thou wilt go out in peace. But if he says, 'Day is near,' thou wilt burn the place, cross to the Moldavian bank, and go whither I command thee." "Thou hast spoken," answered David. "I will see with my eyes and hear with my ears. I will stop messengers from the little falcon, and when I have taken letters from them, I will send those letters through our man to thee. I will remain till I receive an order, and if the messenger says to me, 'It is night,' I will go out quietly. If he says, 'Day is near,' I will burn the place, cross to the Moldavian bank, and go whither the command directs." Next morning the caravan, less by 50 horse, continued the journey. Pan Gorzensky escorted Basha beyond the ravine of Mohilov. There, after he had stuttered forth a farewell oration, he returned to Mohilov, and they went on toward Yampol very hurriedly. Asia was unusually joyful, and urged his men to a degree that astonished Basha. "Why are you in such haste?" inquired she. "Every man hastens to happiness," answered Asia, "and mine will begin in Rashkov." Eva, taking these words to herself, smiled tenderly, and collecting courage answered, "But my father?" "Pan Novoviesky will obstruct me in nothing," answered the Tartar, and gloomy lightning flashed through his face. In Yampol they found almost no troops. There had never been any infantry there, and nearly all the cavalry had gone. Barely a few men remained in the castle, or rather in the ruins of it. Lodgings were prepared, but Basha slept badly, for those rumours had begun to disturb her. She pondered over this especially. How alarmed the little knight would be should it turn out that one of Doroshenko's chambuls had advanced really. But she strengthened herself with the thought that it might be untrue. It occurred to her whether it would not be better to return, taking for safety a part of Asia's soldiers. But various obstacles presented themselves. First, Asia, having to increase the garrison at Rashkov, could give only a small guard. Hence, in case of real danger, that guard might prove insufficient. Secondly, 2/3 of the road was passed already. In Rashkov there was an officer known to her, and a strong garrison, which, increased by Asia's detachment and by the companies of those captains, might grow to a power quite important. Taking all this into consideration, Basha determined to journey farther. But she could not sleep. For the first time during that journey, alarm seized her, as if unknown danger were hanging over her head. Perhaps lodging in Yampol had its share in those alarms, for that was a bloody and a terrible place. Basha knew it from the narratives of her husband and Pan Zagloba. Here had been stationed, in Khmelnytsky's time, the main forces of the Podolan cutthroats under Burlai. Here their captives had been brought and sold for the markets of the East, or killed by a cruel death. Finally, in the spring of 1651, during the time of a crowded fair, Pan Stanisław Lantskoroński, the voivode of Bratslav, had burst in and made a dreadful slaughter, the memory of which was fresh throughout the whole borderland of the Dniester. Hence there hung everywhere over the whole settlement bloody memories. Hence here and there were blackened ruins, and from the walls of the half-destroyed castle seemed to gaze white faces of slaughtered Poles and Cossacks. Basha was daring, but she feared ghosts. It was said that in Yampol itself, at the mouth of the Shumilovka and on the neighbouring cataracts of the Dniester, great wailing was heard at midnight and groans, and that the water became red in the moonlight as if coloured with blood. The thought of this filled Basha's heart with bitter alarm. She listened, in spite of herself, to hear in the still night, in the sounds of the cataract, weeping and groans. She heard only the prolonged watch-call of the sentries. Then she remembered the quiet room in Khrepshov, her husband, Pan Zagloba, the friendly faces of Pan Yenishinets, Mushalski, Motovidwo, Snitko, and others, and for the first time she felt that she was far from them, very far, in a strange region, and such a homesickness for Khrepshov seized her that she wanted to weep. It was near morning when she fell asleep, but she had wonderful dreams. Burlai, the cutthroats, the Tartars, bloody pictures of massacre passed through her sleeping head, and in those pictures she saw continually the face of Asia. Not the same Asia, however, but as it were a Cossack or a wild Tartar, or Tughai Bey himself. She rose early, glad that night and the disagreeable visions had ended. She had determined to make the rest of the journey on horseback, first to enjoy the movement, second to give an opportunity for free speech to Asia and Eva, who, in view of the nearness of Rashkov, needed, of course, to settle the way of declaring everything to old Pan Novoviesky, and to receive his consent. Asia held the stirrup with his own hand. He did not sit, however, in the sleigh with Eva, but went without delay to the head of the detachment, and remained near Basha. She noticed at once that again the cavalry were fewer in number than when they came to Yampol. She turned, therefore, to the young Tartar and said, "I see that you have left some men in Yampol." 50 horse, the same as in Mohilov," answered Asia. "Why was that?" He laughed peculiarly. His lips rose as those of a wicked dog do when he shows his teeth, and he answered only after a while. "I wished to have those places in my power, and to secure the homeward road for your grace." If the troops return from the steppes, there will be forces there then.
The troops will not come back so soon.
Whence do you know that?
They cannot, because first they must learn clearly what Doroshenko is doing. That will occupy about 3 or 4 weeks.
If that is the case, you did well to leave those men. They rode a while in silence. Asia looked from time to time at the rosy face of Basha, half concealed by the raised collar of her mantle and her cap, and after every glance he closed his eyes, as if wishing to fix that charming picture more firmly in his mind. "You ought to talk with Eva," said Basha, renewing the conversation. "You talk altogether too little with her. She knows not what to think. You will stand before the face of Pan Novoviesky soon. Alarm even seizes me. You and she should take counsel together, and settle how you are to begin." "I should like to speak first with your grace," said Asia, with a strange voice. "Then why not speak at once?" "I am waiting for a messenger from Rashkov. I thought to find him in Yampol. I expect him every moment." "But what," said Basha, "has the messenger to do with our conversation?" "I think that he is coming now," said the Tartar, avoiding an answer, and he galloped forward, but returned after a while. "No, that is not he." In his whole posture, in his speech, in his look, in his voice, there was something so excited and feverish that unquietude was communicated to Basha. Still, the least suspicion had not risen in her head yet. Asia's unrest could be explained perfectly by the nearness of Rashkov and of Eva's terrible father. Still, something oppressed Basha, as if her own fate were in question. Approaching the sleigh, she rode near Eva for a number of hours, speaking with her of Rashkov, of old Pan Novoviesky, of Pan Adam, of Zoshabosky, finally of the region about them, which was becoming a wilder and more terrible wilderness. It was, in truth, a wilderness immediately beyond Khrepshov, but there at least a column of smoke rose from time to time on the horizon, indicating some habitation. Here there were no traces of man, and if Basha had not known that she was going to Rashkov, where people were living, and a Polish garrison was stationed, she might have thought that they were taking her somewhere into an unknown desert, into strange lands at the end of the world. Looking around at the country, she restrained her horse involuntarily, and was soon left in the rear of the sleighs and horsemen. Asia joined her after a while, and since he knew the region well, he began to show her various places, mentioning their names. This did not last very long, however, for the earth began to be smoky. Evidently, the winter had not such power in that southern region as in woody Khrepshov. Snow was lying somewhat, it is true, in the valleys, on the cliffs, on the edges of the rocks, and also on the hillsides turned northward. But in general, the earth was not covered, and looked dark with groves, or gleamed with damp withered grass. From that grass rose a light whitish fog, which, extending near the earth, formed in the distance the counterfeit of great waters filling the valleys and spreading widely over the plains. Then that fog rose higher and higher, till at last it hid the sunshine and turned a clear day into a foggy and gloomy one. "There will be rain tomorrow," said Asia.
"If not today. How far is it to Rashkov?" Asia looked at the nearest place, barely visibly through the fog, and said,
"From that point it is nearer to Rashkov than to Yampol." And he breathed deeply, as if a great weight had fallen from his breast. At that moment the tramp of a horse was heard from the direction of the cavalry, and some horseman was seen indistinctly in the fog. "Halim! I know him!" cried Asia. Indeed, it was Halim, who, when he had rushed up to Asia and Basha, sprang from his horse and began to beat with his forehead toward the stirrup of the young Tartar. "From Rashkov?" inquired Asia. "From Rashkov, my lord," answered Halim. "What is to be heard there?" The old man raised toward Basha his ugly head, emaciated from unheard of toils, as if wishing to inquire whether he might speak in her presence. But Tuhaï Bey's son said at once, "Speak boldly. Have the troops gone out?" "They have. A handful remained." "Who led them?" "Pan Novoviesky." "Have the Piotroviches gone to the Crimea?" "Long ago. Only 2 women remained, and old Pan Novoviesky with them." "Where is Kruczynski?" "On the other bank of the river. He is waiting." "Who is with him?" "Adorovitch with his company. Both beat with the forehead to thy stirrup, O son of Tuhaï Bey, and give themselves under thy hand. They, and all those who have not come yet." "'Tis well," said Asia, with fire in his eyes. "Fly to Kruczynski at once, and give the command to occupy Rashkov." "Thy will, lord." Halim sprang on his horse in a moment, and vanished like a phantom in the fog. A terrible, ominous gleam issued from the face of Asia. The decisive moment had come, the moment waited for, the moment of greatest happiness for him. But his heart was beating as if breath were failing him. He rode for a time in silence near Basha, and only when he felt that his voice would not deceive him did he turn toward her his eyes, inscrutable but bright, and say, "Now I will speak to your grace with sincerity." "I listen," said Basha, scanning him carefully, as if she wished to read his changed countenance. Chapter 38